A vast realm called Razgrad stretches below a silent being who reflects on its beauty and inevitable destruction, troubled by the difficulty of choosing a worthy hero. Meanwhile, a job offer is quietly sent through Hello Work, arranged so the selected candidate can be observed and tested without suspicion. Yamano Masaru, a 23-year-old NEET, suddenly finds himself facing an unexpected interview, unprepared and tense. Embarrassment grows as he realizes he lacks proper attire and documents. After reviewing the strange conditions and payment, resolve forms within him to accept the unusual opportunity. The interviewer greets Masaru politely and confirms his identity, taking control of the meeting, while noting his casual appearance. Without concern, documents are placed before him, requesting forms to be completed as part of testing a new skill system. After finishing a contract and questionnaire, he listens as the supervisor calmly declares he will experience the world of Razgrad immediately. Confusion spreads across his face when the meaning becomes clear and the moment arrives without delay. Suddenly, the office vanishes, and solid ground with grass replaces the floor beneath his feet. Masaru sits on a lone chair overlooking vast mountains and a distant walled city, trying to understand how the office vanished so completely. Voices echo in his mind, insisting this place is reality rather than a simulation, forcing him to confront the truth of his sudden transfer. Below the hill, the fortified city stands surrounded by fields and roads. Panic rises as he learns death here is permanent, and the test will occur within this world. Shock overwhelms him when informed the entire realm faces destruction 20 years from now. The unseen voice explains that returning home is possible only by meeting specific clearing conditions. Standing beneath the tree, he listens as the world is described as a test where living freely is enough. A glowing interface appears before him, granting basic items, skills, and access to a menu managed through unfamiliar spatial abilities. Guidance directs him toward the nearby town and guild, where commissions and weak monsters will help him grow stronger. The voice reveals itself as the world's manager before fading, leaving Masaru alone. Masaru studies the glowing menu hovering before him and accepts that retreat is impossible, steadying his breath as the weight of reality settles firmly. Weapons materialize into his hands, a sword and shield appearing from empty air as the system equips him for survival. Determination replaces hesitation, and he vows to endure 20 years in this world, regardless of hardship. Exploring the interface, he notices available skill points and considers how best to allocate them. After enhancing fencing, he acquires fire magic and prepares eagerly to test his new abilities. While testing fire magic, an explosion erupts nearby, startling Masaru and interrupting his excitement. Reacting quickly, he grips his sword and swings toward the source, bracing himself for an approaching threat. A wild rabbit emerges from the grass, identified as one of the monsters mentioned earlier. Though its movements appear unusually sharp, confidence grows as he realizes the skill system guides his body naturally, allowing him to handle the blade despite lacking prior experience. Suddenly, 2 more rabbits rush from the brush, forcing him to prepare for a larger fight. Dozens of wild rabbits surge from the forest, surrounding Masaru and overwhelming him with sheer numbers. He swings desperately while recalling the warning that only the weak are targeted. Panic spreads as more creatures leap at him, forcing him to question whether he is considered weaker than them. Although he cuts several down, the relentless stream continues, steadily draining his strength. Soon his arms grow heavy, the sword trembling in his grip as exhaustion overtakes the skill system support. Recalling the skill description, Masaru understands his fencing ability matches basic soldier training. Searching desperately for another option, he activates a light-based skill, releasing a sudden flash that startles the charging rabbits. The burst blinds several creatures temporarily, revealing that the ability functions more as intense illumination than direct damage. Despite the opening, exhaustion worsens, and he realizes casting stronger magic will take too long, forcing himself to endure. He completes the spell just as the rabbits close in around him. A small explosion erupts among the rabbits, scattering them violently and throwing Masaru backward as the blast consumes the field. The noise draws nearby soldiers, who notice smoke rising beyond the town walls and rush toward the disturbance. They discover Masaru injured and unconscious, carrying him through the streets while he struggles to comprehend how his job search became survival in another world. Later, inside a church, Unfamiliar faces gather around him as his unexpected adventure truly begins. Masaru awakens in a room, staring upward, confused by unfamiliar surroundings and an unknown ceiling above him. A woman approaches observing him while he struggles to understand where he is and why he exists. She explains collapse came from excessive mana and stamina use, leaving him unconscious arrival at the church. Gradually, he realizes he can understand her language and concludes ability allows communication within this unfamiliar place. The priest in Masaru identifies himself while noticing skills appearing, confirming his new role in this world. Masaru recalls being attacked by small monsters. Their sudden assault, leaving him injured and confused about the danger surrounding him. Angela listens carefully, realizing the town is not as safe as believed and suggesting reporting incident while recommending he register as an adventurer. Grateful for her care, he expresses appreciation, causing her to react strongly while he observes her unexpected response with slight confusion. She regains composure and reminds him to show respect. Their conversation shifts toward age, leading to surprise when he reveals he is older. Masaru apologizes for earlier behavior, while Angela explains the church serves people through goodwill. She hints at appreciation, leading him to offer payment, understanding that blessings and services require proper compensation within this world. After leaving the church, he heads toward the Adventurers Guild, realizing his next step involves becoming stronger and adapting to unfamiliar surroundings. At the guild, he undergoes an introduction, meeting officials who guide him through the process while observing his uncertain behavior. A serious officer prepares to question him, revealing an ability to detect lies. Masaru sits before guild officials, watching Tilika carefully while trying to stay calm during the questioning process. The vice guild master asks about enemies, crimes, and origins, while Masaru denies everything and explains his recent arrival. Tilika observes his answers, using her ability to judge truth, confirming he is mostly honest though slightly uncertain. Asked about his goal, he states he wants to earn money and become stronger. When questioned about future plans, hesitation appears as he struggles to define what he truly wants beyond survival. Masaru imagines a future filled with multiple companions, his thoughts drifting toward an unrealistic but appealing outcome. The guild master explains that skilled men often face danger, and because many die early, polygamy becomes socially accepted. Understanding the reason, Masaru listens quietly, realizing the harsh reality behind such customs within this world. He begins forming personal goals, thinking about relationships while acknowledging he must first survive and improve himself. The interview nears completion as he is asked to follow guild rules, understanding expectations before officially becoming an adventurer. Masaru finishes the guild process, receiving instructions about fees and his card, while the master prepares one final question. He is asked about the one who attacked him, causing tension as attention shifts toward his answer under careful observation. After hesitation, Masaru explains he was attacked by wild rabbits, presenting the situation seriously, despite its unusual nature. Tilika confirms his statement as truthful, validating his claim while the others process the unexpected answer. The guild master reacts with loud laughter, surprised that such harmless creatures nearly defeated him. The guild master announces a beginner's course, firmly ordering Masaru to participate despite his visible reluctance and embarrassment. Night falls as Masaru arrives at an inn, entering a quiet room where he prepares to rest after the long day. While settling in, a strange quest appears before him, prompting acceptance as exhaustion quickly overtakes his body. He reflects on the day, recalling embarrassment, and deciding to rely on his abilities while preparing for tomorrow's training. Suddenly, his rest is interrupted as someone forcefully strikes him. Masaru is abruptly awakened and forced to prepare, as the guild master ensures he cannot avoid participating in the upcoming beginner's training. Soon after, he is brought into a training area where intense preparation begins. A large training field is shown, where new adventurers gather, marking the beginning of structured preparation. Within the fortified area, Masaru arrives late and is immediately forced into line, as strict supervision begins under the control of the training staff. A skilled instructor introduces himself, establishing authority, while the recruits react with surprise at his high rank and experience. Each participant receives equipment placed around their neck. As the devices activate, tension rises among the recruits, including Masaru. The instructor reveals the collar's purpose, enforcing control and preventing escape, while establishing strict authority over every recruit. Shock spreads among them. Yet discipline is immediately demanded, forcing proper responses and complete obedience to every command given. Masaru struggles under heavy physical tasks, quickly realizing the training is far more demanding than he initially expected. As days progress, exhaustion increases. Mistakes are corrected harshly. Gradually, improvement appears, showing that continued effort begins strengthening their endurance, despite the severe conditions. The instructor harshly motivates the recruits, treating everyone equally, while demanding absolute effort and discipline from each exhausted participant. By the 7th day, their movements become faster, showing signs of adaptation, despite ongoing fatigue and constant pressure. Masaru stands with others, visibly worn yet more stable, indicating gradual improvement after enduring repeated physical challenges. The restraints are finally removed, signaling a shift as the group gathers. He acknowledges their effort, confirming completion, while recognizing their progress after surviving the demanding training period. The training ends as the recruits are recognized as adventurers, with Masaru standing among them, still processing the outcome. He is directed toward the guildmaster, who awaits him with a serious expression, preparing to discuss his next task. The guildmaster acknowledges Masaru's improvement, noting that the harsh training helped shape his abilities and condition. Despite this, suspicion remains, as Masaru is confronted about possible dishonesty, creating tension during their exchange. A mission is assigned, requiring him to hunt wild rabbits, signaling the beginning of his first official task. Masaru accepts the guild request, deciding to take the job while others observe his choice with curiosity and amusement. Leaving the guild, he is warned about danger, though others treat the task lightly despite earlier events. On the way, expectations build as people question his chances, while he quietly prepares himself for what lies ahead. Standing in the field, he reviews his abilities, realizing he has gained skills and strength since training. Surrounded by rabbits, Masaru charges forward, determined to fight seriously without relying on any external advantage. Masaru steadies himself, focusing on the approaching rabbits while preparing to strike with controlled movements. He launches forward, attacking swiftly as blades move through the air, striking multiple targets in quick succession. Surrounded from all sides, he maintains position, reacting to constant movement, while tracking every incoming threat carefully. A decisive swing clears several enemies, showing improved coordination and strength gained through recent training. After the fight, surviving rabbits flee while he collects the results, confirming successful completion of his task. Masaru returns to the guild, calmly entering while storing collected items, drawing attention from those watching his arrival. Others question his results, expecting little, but his quiet confidence creates uncertainty among the onlookers. The guild system reveals a high count of defeated rabbits, surprising everyone and proving his unexpected capability. Displaying proof, he presents the outcome directly, leaving no doubt about the scale of his accomplishment. Reactions shift immediately, as disbelief turns into recognition, and the crowd acknowledges his performance with growing respect. Masaru receives recognition from the guild, as attitudes shift, and those present begin acknowledging his unexpected performance. Respect spreads quickly, replacing earlier doubt, and his achievement becomes widely discussed among the adventurers observing him. Honored for his results, Masaru gains a new title, marking his rise and establishing a distinct reputation within the guild. Masaru receives leather armor and encouragement before setting out from the Adventurers Guild for rabbit hunting. Although nervous, Masaru reflects on his beginner training and warming interactions with fellow adventurers. He confirms that hard work unlocks real skills, without needing to rely on cheat abilities. To conserve skill points, Masaru decides to learn techniques directly from experienced adventurers around town. At the church, he meets a friendly priestess who accidentally reveals his growing local reputation. Masaru visits the church to learn healing magic, and she waives the donation requirement. Confused, Masaru asks why she's upset. She explains rabbits are pests that damage village crops. She describes how rabbits ruin farmland, evade traps, and overwhelm low-level adventurers with their agility. Grateful for his rabbit hunts, she praises Masaru for selfless service. He's stunned by her sincerity. Flustered, Masaru hears course options, an easy 2-week path, or a harder, faster 3-day training. Masaru chooses the hard course to learn healing faster and gain more skill points efficiently. He nervously holds out his hand as she prepares to stab it for the ritual. Masaru screams in pain while she calmly instructs him to observe the healing mana process. The priestess gently begins casting, guiding the magic flow while Masaru watches, stunned and amazed. His wounded hand is completely healed, proving the effectiveness of the church's healing technique. The priestess tells Masaru to recreate the mana flow himself based on observed intuition. Masaru panics as she insists on repeating the stab, determined to drill healing practice again. She leaves him alone to practice, but mana control proves harder than Masaru expected. Frustrated, Masaru recalls a gift from God Itu, a mysterious ring he received that morning. He realizes the ring doubles MP and boosts recovery, given for his rabbit hunting contribution. Drained from mana use, Masaru notices people hiding nearby and senses something strange approaching. The priestess apologizes for the delay. Masaru excitedly recounts his daring rabbit encounter to kids. Masaru feels proud as the children admire him. The priestess smiles gently, watching their reactions. Her sudden reappearance startles Masaru, cutting short his moment of fame with the children. She dismisses the kids and asks about his healing progress, teasingly calling him Rabbit Hunter. Masaru believes he can replicate the mana flow. She guides him through the final attempt. She explains healing requires visualizing a healthy body, as mana carries the power of restoration. With focus and guidance, their mana resonates. Masaru steadily channels it, surrounded by glowing energy. His spell succeeds for the first time. Masaru proudly heals the wound on his finger. Amazed by his talent, she praises Masaru's rapid progress. He bashfully downplays her excited reaction. Masaru learns healing magic quickly but feels happiest being praised and acknowledged by Angela directly. Angela cherishes sharing her joy. Masaru's flustered reaction sparks a sudden shift in their conversation. Masaru admits he has mana left. Angela subtly prepares to involve him in clinic work. She declares helping at the clinic will count as magic training. Masaru reluctantly agrees anyway. Angela thanks him warmly. Masaru agrees to come next morning, pretending it's purely for training. Masaru returns to the church and notices a statue of adventurers that catches his attention. He realizes one statue resembles God Itu. Children excitedly spread word of free blessings outside. Masaru finds a crowd gathering at the clinic, wondering what sudden commotion has drawn them. Angela proudly presents Masaru, commanding him to heal the masses as part of training. Masaru is shocked when told to heal a huge crowd gathered at the church. The female cleric admits she underestimated the turnout, insisting this experience will help Masaru improve quickly. Panicked by the attention, Masaru tries fleeing, declaring he's not ready to face so many. He bumps into her while escaping, flustered by the close contact as another helper arrives awkwardly. Masaru disguises himself with a borrowed priest outfit, hoping to avoid being recognized by the crowd. Despite his nerves, Masaru resolves to stay and help, recalling his promise and responsibilities. He decides to specialize fully in healing, allocating all his skill points to support magic. When diagnosing a woman's eye troubles, Masaru recognizes it as natural aging rather than illness. With a nervous glance at the priestess, he begins casting healing magic to aid her. The woman feels unexpectedly better, encouraging others to seek treatment, even for age-related or minor complaints. Masaru complains about wasting magic, but admits the healing practice is helping him grow stronger. The priestess acknowledges freeloaders arrived, but insists it's fine since healing was offered without charge. A sickly girl coughs weakly. Masaru prepares to use healing magic while assessing her condition. He heals her symptoms but realizes malnutrition caused it. Magic alone won't fix her deeper problems. The girl's father thanks them, unaware healing alone isn't enough to ensure lasting recovery or health. Grateful for the healing, the father gives Masaru a rabbit doll as a thank you gift. Masaru quietly instructs him to eat the rabbit meat secretly to help their health recover. Angela explains, many poor villagers came after hearing rumors of free rare healing from strangers. Despite good intentions, the church can't treat everyone due to limited resources and orphan care. Angela stresses the issue isn't magic. Masaru must understand the deeper problem lies in societal inequality. Masaru tells Angela to separate the wounded from the healthy to manage their limited resources. He braces himself and continues treating patients, surprised by the growing number of serious cases. A desperate father arrives carrying his unconscious frail son, begging for help before it's too late. Masaru attempts to heal the child, but realizes magic alone isn't enough to reverse everything. Angela comforts Masaru, who's shaken after witnessing the limits of his power and the child's suffering. Masaru apologizes to the father, admitting he's done everything possible but can't save the child. The father, surprisingly calm, thanks Masaru for simply trying, grateful someone cared enough to examine him. Holding back tears, the father accepts reality. Even his gratitude is laced with quiet, helpless sorrow. Masaru remembers stories where cheat powers saved everyone. Reality hits, his own magic still has limits. Despite his powers, Masaru realizes he can't save everyone. The real issue is much deeper. Exhausted and tearful, Masaru reflects on a painful truth. Poverty can't be cured by magic. Angela congratulates Masaru's efforts, offering thick mana tea to replenish the magic he overused. She reassures him the patients were informed treatment would stop once his mana depleted. Other trainees express gratitude. Masaru's efforts helped build their confidence in healing magic through real experience. Angela comforts Masaru again, telling him not to dwell on failures he couldn't control. Angela praises Masaru's contribution, admitting she couldn't have saved that many people without his help. She invites Masaru to return tomorrow. He reflects on his powers, unsure of their worth. Though his strength isn't earned, Masaru chooses to use it if it helps others survive. He reaffirms their limits. Magic can't erase poverty, but together they can still do their best. Angela joyfully agrees. Despite everything, Masaru feels lighter, determined to face harsh reality with resolve. Masaru waves goodbye, flustered but smiling, trying to hide how grateful and moved he feels. Angela watches him go, smiling softly. His effort clearly touched her more than she admits. Far away, a new threat stirs. Armed monsters march, spotted by scouts in the mountains. They recognize the pattern, the night parade of 100 demons. A report must go out. After hunting wild rabbits for income, Masaru decides it's time to advance his adventuring career. As he enters the guild, a group of adventurers urgently call him over with interest. Their expressions turn menacing. Masaru senses danger but can't escape the suspicious offer being pushed. Later, Masaru visits the church, hoping to find help or protection from potential trouble. Children cheerfully greet Mr. Rabbit as Masaru asks to see Angela, seeking guidance and support. Children swarm Masaru with questions about rabbits. One girl excitedly offers to guide him inside. Masaru dramatically reveals his prize, an enormous boar, causing shock and awe among the nearby children. The boar's appearance terrifies the kids, leaving Masaru stunned as they burst into tears. Angela arrives, confused by the chaos, and quickly pieces together what scared the children so badly. Calmly, Angela commands the children, organizing cleanup and comfort while Masaru silently admires her composure. Angela gently comforts the crying children, showing kindness and calmness like a seasoned caregiver or teacher. She suddenly sniffs Masaru, sensing odor despite his use of purification magic. He awkwardly tries to explain. Declaring him filthy, Angela instructs the kids to escort Masaru to bathe, granting them rare soap. As the kids drag him off, Masaru starts sniffing himself, finally realizing she was right. While pondering soap's rarity, Masaru is stunned, thinking Angela might be bathing at the same time. Angela relaxes alone in the bath, unaware Masaru previously imagined this exact scenario unfolding. Masaru pretends indifference, but panics when Angela appears post-bath, unaware of his earlier thoughts. Struggling to act normal, Masaru hides his feelings, embarrassed by his wandering imagination and attraction. Angela, still drying off, notices his awkwardness. Masaru silently marvels at her refreshed appearance. Later, Angela reassures him. The kids must learn life's dangers early. Masaru begins to understand her resolve. Angela jokes about compensation. Masaru promises boar meat, but she ropes him into clinic work instead. He explains he'll be leaving town soon and wanted to inform her in advance. Masaru reveals his spatial magic made him ideal for supporting an investigation team in the forest. Angela tries not to laugh, as Masaru admits he's popular only as a baggage carrier. He mentions monster activity in the forest, but assures her experienced adventurers like Vote will participate. Masaru insists he'll be fine, but Angela worries he'll get attacked during the mission. She gets flustered by her own concern, denying her irritation while Masaru grows confused. Angela pleads he return safely. Masaru promises to avoid recklessness, touched by her genuine care. After parting ways, Masaru heads to the trade guild to sell his massive boar. The merchant confirms Masaru plans to sell the whole beast, preparing to weigh the carcass. Masaru requests a meat portion be saved. He stores it magically for Angela later. He heads to a shop, planning to invest his new earnings in better gear. Masaru equips new armor, carefully fastening each piece while checking the quality and fit. He draws and inspects his new sword, taking a moment to admire its craftsmanship. Now fully equipped, Masaru feels confident. His trollskin armor and black steel sword boost his morale. Despite having new gear, Masaru feels isolated while assigned supply duties by other adventurers. The moment reminds him of school, where forming pairs and fitting in was difficult too. Just then, Silver and Croik recognize Masaru and invite him to team up again. Sergeant Vogt introduces himself formally. Masaru feels relieved to have familiar people around during introductions. A man named Lazard introduces their squad from Alibur village, including Mual, Leeds, Silver, and Croik. Masaru hesitantly introduces himself to the group. Pressured by Vogt to speak confidently, he jokingly calls himself the Rabbit Hunter, which unexpectedly earns everyone's laughter and eases the mood. Other squads introduce themselves with dramatic names. Masaru silently judges their overly edgy presentation. Orba introduces his main team, Battle Axe of Daybreak, consisting of Narnia, Turks, Levin, and himself. A girl steps forward with flair, Elizabeth, a wind mage, leaving Masaru visibly surprised by her presence. Elizabeth suddenly confronts Masaru, stepping forward with determination and declaring she refuses to accept something. She angrily proclaims Masaru disrespected proud mages like herself. Tension erupts just seconds after their introduction. Masaru joins his first group quest, instructed to travel 5 days through dangerous mountain terrain. Worried and inexperienced, Masaru nervously follows the group, while being warned to stay close behind. During the journey, Elizabeth starts glaring at Masaru, confusing him and causing visible tension within group. Masaru wonders if his face is the issue, but others dismiss the idea as absurd. Their march halts suddenly when a scout reports multiple monsters gathered just ahead of the path. The group debates strategy. Some want to avoid battle, others fear being flanked by monster forces. They finalize plans, start with magic, follow with a pincer attack, engage if necessary afterward. Masaru and Elizabeth are assigned the opening strike. She warns him not to slow her down. At the signal, Masaru and Elizabeth prepare magic, while others move into position silently around them. Both begin chanting powerful spells. Wind gathers, light forms. Elizabeth and Masaru prepare simultaneous magical attacks. Elizabeth's windstorm and Masaru's explosion hit hard, scattering goblins and orcs in all. One goblin tries to call for reinforcements, but archers strike quickly to stop the warning. With enemy forces disrupted, the front line pushes forward, cutting through goblins as their formation weakens rapidly. The muscular swordsman charges ahead, slashing through orcs while shouting orders and entrusting allies to another fighter. Masaru watches the intense battle unfold and steps back to avoid obstructing the experienced frontliners. Masaru casts a fire arrow to support the front lines, aiming carefully at distant enemies. Elizabeth watches the blast and quietly admits Masaru's magic skill might be more impressive than expected. Masaru thanks her, but Elizabeth quickly warns him not to relax while enemies still remain. A goblin sneaks up behind Elizabeth, but Masaru swiftly intercepts it with a clean sword strike. Concerned, Masaru checks on Elizabeth. She replies she had it handled, but isn't upset either. Elizabeth thanks Masaru sincerely, admitting he saved her, though she stresses it's just a stated fact. After the battle, Masaru helps gather monster corpses while rewards and guild card kills are tracked. Teams receive instructions to guard the perimeter. Masaru learns they can't camp near monster remains. Masaru lists supplies for camp, taking on logistical tasks while others rest or prepare weapons. Elizabeth corners Masaru, demanding to know how he gained magic skills without formal training or background. Elizabeth questions Masaru's spatial magic, suspecting his storage ability is far too efficient to explain normally. Masaru insists it's limited. Elizabeth grows curious, asking if there's a trick to mastering the magic. Masaru admits there's no trick. He's surprised when Elizabeth reveals insecurity, wondering why she struggles more. Flustered, Elizabeth scolds Masaru for joking about titles. She defends her pride as a noble mage. She confirms magic requires natural talent, shocking Masaru, who didn't realize some people can't use it. Elizabeth explains magicians are valued for frequent border skirmishes near the dangerous neighboring demon's land. Masaru realizes healing magic users are rare because they're forced into dangerous military service immediately. Masaru asks about incantations. Elizabeth proudly explains her chanting is official, though uncommon, and looks cool. Elizabeth encourages Masaru to feel proud of his power, calling it meaningful and uniquely his. Masaru reflects quietly, unsure if a cheat counts, but acknowledges it still saved lives today. Masaru smiles and thanks Elizabeth. Her words inspire him to build confidence in his abilities. At night, Masaru is approached with a serious question before the scouting party returns to camp. Masaru is caught off guard when asked directly if he's in love with anyone. The man shares a story about an adventurer returning with a young wife and child. It's revealed the wife was originally a slave. The story leaves Masaru visibly stunned and thoughtful. Kroik nervously admits he's considering buying a female slave, unsure if it's morally acceptable or not. Friends tease him about romance rumors, suggesting Kroik needs better methods to find companionship than gossip. Masaru and others support Kroik's choice, saying happiness matters most. Kroik thanks them, feeling reassured inside. Their jokes continue until a superior interrupts, reminding them they're still in the middle of work. The mood changes as the sergeant suddenly declares something's wrong, alarming everyone mid-march on the trail. The group arrives at a mysterious cave deep in the forest, surrounded by eerie silence. A scout urgently reports dragon tracks nearby, confirming a powerful creature recently passed through the area. A powerful dragon appears near the summit, forcing all nearby monsters to flee the forest. The group confirms the dragon is nesting and predicts it'll soon hunt for food aggressively. Scouts report a sharp drop in beasts nearby. The dragon's territory is expanding fast. They realize Shiori, the nearest town, could be attacked within half a day by air. A defense plan forms. Veterans will lead the attack. Masaru hesitates as others prepare for battle. Masaru asks for clarification, unsure why he's suddenly involved in such a dangerous mission. The team explains joining isn't required, but participating offers high rewards and career advancement opportunities. A veteran warns that dragons are inevitable in this job. Ambition demands seizing every available opportunity. Masaru is asked directly. Faced with pressure, he begins reflecting seriously on his current situation. He admits his fear, preferring survival and steady progress over risking everything against a surprise dragon. Masaru agrees to join the mission but warns the team not to expect much. Vote assigns a backup plan. If they fail, someone must warn the town of Shiori. The strategy begins. Lure the dragon outside to avoid damaging the cave or losing sight. They plan to destroy the dragon's wings using Masaru and Elizabeth's magic during its attack. Magicians are assigned the first strike. The rest will coordinate the final blow from behind. Before battle, everyone writes a will. Masaru begins regretting his decision to join them. Masaru writes final instructions, requesting someone delete his hard drive for privacy if he dies. Another adventurer reveals plans to buy a slave after surviving, prompting shocked reactions from Masaru. The group worries his bold statement might trigger a death flag superstition before the battle. With wills written and nerves tightened, the adventurers march toward the cave to face danger. Masaru resets his skills, choosing fire and casting magic to maximize combat strength against dragons. He doubts his chances but chooses Big Explosion, hoping it's enough to cripple dragon wings. Elizabeth confronts Masaru, questioning his humble background despite notable swordsmanship and magical potential. She asks why someone with no clear ambition would join a high-risk battle against dragons. Masaru reveals his reason. He imagined someone important when Shiori was threatened and wanted to protect her. Masaru's reason inspires her. She admits having someone she wants to protect, too. A silent moment passes as she reflects seriously on what protection truly means to her. With resolve, the team initiates casting. Masaru and Elizabeth prepare their spells while others move. The trap triggers. Soldiers take formation as the dragon emerges, roaring violently from its cave. The dragon inhales sharply, preparing to unleash its first breath attack against the adventuring party. The dragon towers over them, roaring. Soldiers brace as veterans warn against showing any weakness. A fighter delivers a powerful blow to its leg, buying time for the others. Masaru almost loses focus, but Elizabeth reminds him they must maintain the casting no matter what. The front line prepares to redirect the dragon toward the magicians once the spell is complete. Encouraged by each other, the casters channel their energy, standing firm with courage as flames rise. Elizabeth encourages Masaru. He jokes nervously, then begins casting with serious resolve for the first time. A powerful thunder spell strikes the dragon, momentarily halting its movement with a deafening scream. The dragon endures the lightning. Elizabeth realizes it took minimal damage and calls for Masaru's spell. Masaru struggles to complete the spell. Despite maxed casting speed, He's delayed and under pressure. While the dragon stirs, the others retreat. Masaru continues casting, aiming for a decisive blow. Masaru completes the incantation. His magic activates, forming a glowing sphere aimed at the dragon. A massive explosion erupts. The battlefield shakes violently as fire engulfs the dragon in flames. The smoke clears. Fighters raise their shields, bracing for signs of survival or retaliation. Masaru's attack misses. The dragon is wounded but aware they're not ordinary adventurers anymore. Elizabeth prepares flight magic to pursue. She reassures Masaru, determined to stop the dragon's escape. Elizabeth smiles reassuringly and pats Masaru's head, promising support. She tells him to relax and prepare. Masaru crouches, determined. Elizabeth rides behind him. They launch skyward together, chasing the dragon with new resolve. The team prepares to intercept the flying dragon, assigning roles and discussing how to disable it. As flight magic activates, Kazuto is suddenly lifted by Elizabeth, launching them rapidly into the sky. The dragon notices their approach and roars, charging forward with its fangs ready to strike. Elizabeth maneuvers midair, dodging the dragon's attack, while Kazuto shouts her name in growing concern. They plan a close-range assault. Kazuto saves mana, waiting for Elizabeth's signal to unleash Mega Thunder. Elizabeth finishes chanting. Kazuto prepares as the dragon weakens from breath exhaustion midair. Suddenly, flight magic ends mid-pursuit. Both start falling while the dragon prepares a deadly counterattack. Elizabeth quickly redirects their descent path, aiming to strike the dragon's exposed flank from the right. Kazuto activates the spell at close range, launching a precise small explosion near the dragon's wings. The explosion shatters the dragon's wing, it crashes hard, and Kazuto cheers their successful mid-air attack. As they hover mid-air, the dragon suddenly retaliates with breath. Elizabeth realizes dodging is impossible. Elizabeth overrides chanting protocol and instantly releases Air Hammer, countering the blast at close range. Surviving the blast, Elizabeth admits she used up return mana. Kazuto realizes they're stranded mid-air. Kazuto panics as they fall rapidly, realizing all skill points are spent, no recovery options remain. With no other option, he quickly imitates wind magic to soften their high-speed landing descent. With no better plan, Kazuto summons stored rabbit meat to create a soft emergency landing. They crash into a massive pile of rabbits, using the meat as an improvised cushion. Kazuto lands hard, clutching Elizabeth tightly. Despite regeneration, he screams in pain from the impact. The dragon crashes nearby, black fluid dripping from its mouth as it begins collapsing into stone. Kazuto watches cautiously as the petrified dragon suddenly stirs again, its stone body starting to regenerate. Two armored warriors emerge from rubble, finishing off the regenerating dragon before it can recover fully. They remind Kazuto of their promise. He brings it down. They finish the job cleanly. Kazuto panics as Elizabeth collapses unconscious. He shakes her desperately, begging her to wake up. Elizabeth suddenly recovers, shouting loudly. Kazuto gives her a healing potion to recover lost mana quickly. Kazuto defends his reckless landing, reminding her it was her plan that forced the desperate move. Masaru praises Elizabeth's bravery, calling magicians courageous. She shyly confirms, smiling with soft relief. They discuss the dragon's death. Despite powerful spells, its strength suggests a rare high-rank monster. Elizabeth admits Masaru's quick thinking saved everyone. Her opinion of him starts to shift positively. She compliments his courage, but teases it's only wild rabbit-sized, leaving him flustered but proud. The squad regroups. The mission is declared complete. Masaru receives praise and prepares to return home. Elizabeth stops Masaru from overpowering the weapon. She teaches him how to release mana properly. Masaru successfully unleashes a wind blade. The result impresses both of them with its precision. Elizabeth explains elemental usage and warns cheap iron blades will break without rare magical metals. Proud of her knowledge, Elizabeth reveals she's been adventuring for 4 years despite her appearance. Masaru's surprised by her young start. She confidently confirms she's a wind mage and cool. Masaru reveals admiration for wind mages, inspired by a hero who defeated the demon lord. Elizabeth's mood shifts as she energetically defends wind mages, surprising Masaru with her sudden excitement. She recounts history. Heroes once defeated the demon lord, though skeptics question if it truly happened. Elizabeth believes the demon lord will return, and vows to defeat it when that happens. Masaru reflects on the prophecy and wonders what disaster might actually destroy this world. Elizabeth questions Masaru's lack of levitation magic. He admits forgetting to discuss it with God Itu. Masaru explains he's self-taught. Elizabeth considers how best to help him develop proper magical fundamentals. Elizabeth offers to become his instructor. Masaru accepts eagerly, asking her to teach him everything. She dramatically overstates his request, boasting about her value as a veteran mage while exaggerating events. Their group prepares to move again as Masaru happily announces their next destination, Shiori Town. The party overlooks Shiori from a hilltop, relieved and proud to return safely from battle. The party arrives at the guild and confirms delivery. Masaru is instructed to summon dragon. A massive dragon corpse shocks everyone. The appraisal team from the trading guild begins material inspection. Dreven receives partial payment. Though the full appraisal is pending, his initial share is surprisingly generous. Masaru laughs, explaining the danger of dragon hunting. Dreven's share includes transport rights for materials. A girl shyly asks for meat. Dreven offers plenty, but she requests a smaller amount. Masaru invites Tilika to share meat, offering her visits while he stays at inn. Though hesitant, Tilika agrees. Masaru reassures her she won't be a bother eating together. Tilika grows serious, asking if Masaru knows what truth officers are and their secret role. Masaru's team enjoys the dragon meat. Tilika accepts a task to help with documents. Dreven calls out to Masaru privately, suggesting something important needs to be discussed in confidence. Masaru rents a fully equipped house using dragon earnings, thrilled by its peaceful, self-sufficient charm. Alone in bed, Masaru longs for companionship, dreaming of romance in this male-scarce world. While walking through town, Dreven greets Masaru warmly, pointing out Shiori's peaceful atmosphere and stability. Dreven explains the town's reform. Guilds replaced corrupt rulers, ending crime, smuggling, and gambling dominance. He recalls asking the royal family for help, admitting their own limited power and resources. Masaru is shocked to learn the royal agent sent was actually Tilika all along. Tilika explains truth officers reveal lies through questioning, having exposed widespread corruption throughout the town. Masaru worries for her safety. Dreven reassures him, saying hidden guards are already protecting her. Tilika reflects privately, wondering if avoiding happiness just for safety's sake is truly fair. Dreven asks Masaru to look after Tilika, trusting him due to her rare, quiet nature. Dreven reminds Masaru that Tilika's situation is difficult, urging him to share dragon meat. Masaru psychs himself up. Though naive, he defeated a dragon and now feels invincible. Masaru decides there's no risk, they're only eating together, and she already has protection. While walking through town, Masaru greets local children, who cheerfully announce his arrival to Sister Angela. Sister Angela greets Masaru warmly. He freezes in shock, overwhelmed by her sudden affectionate attention. Angela fusses over Masaru's health. A child reveals she's been praying for him daily. Flustered, Angela hears the kids confirm her concern. Masaru is surprised and touched by it. Angela quietly admits she owes Masaru. Praying for him was the least she could offer. Children ask questions while enjoying meat. Masaru shares souvenirs and keeps his promise of boar. Angela asks about dragon meat. Masaru downplays his role in subjugation, claiming minimal direct danger. Angela becomes quiet, struggling to respond. Masaru notices her sudden emotional reaction and grows concerned. She explains understanding his path but fears the danger that comes with high-ranking adventurer life. Though trusting him, Angela confesses worry. She tries to retract her words, clearly flustered and emotional. Masaru gently thanks her for caring. Her concern makes him feel appreciated, even genuinely happy. The kids peek in, gossiping. Embarrassed, Masaru shouts at them while Angela quietly glances his way. Masaru finishes shopping, invites Angela to a feast, then heads to check guild requests. He notices Croik loitering suspiciously outside. Masaru watches from a distance, unsure of their intentions. Approaching Croik, Masaru presses for answers. Croik panics, clearly hiding something while stammering nervously. Croik confesses he's afraid to go alone. He hints toward a mysterious, intimidating destination ahead. Their destination is revealed, the slave store. Inside, a cat-eared girl relaxes, unaware of visitors. Masaru, overwhelmed by nerves in the foreign building, excuses himself and asks for directions. After finishing, Masaru wanders back confused, but a mysterious man silently beckons him inside. The old man invites Masaru to sit, claiming to know his name and growing reputation. He calls Masaru a dragon slayer, shocking the boy who only remembers minor magical assistance. The man insists dragon slaying brings money and freedom, tempting Masaru despite his own doubts. The old man proudly introduces several girls, offering them as loyal companions to Masaru. Masaru panics, overwhelmed by attention. The girls stare silently, awaiting their potential master's judgment. Among them, only one girl catches his attention. Quiet, nervous, and slightly different from others. Curious, Masaru asks about the girl with animal ears, noticing she's looking away quietly. She's introduced as Sati, a warrior race member. Strong and loyal, but with one drawback. Sati's poor eyesight makes her clumsy and unfit for chores, lowering her value completely. Unsold therianthropes face grim futures. The man hints darkly at what may come next. Rejected ones are sent to dangerous mines facing monsters, cave-ins, and poisonous underground conditions. Despite her physical strength, Sati's survival isn't guaranteed. Her fate would likely end painfully. Desperate to live, Sati pleads with Masaru to buy her, promising she'll be useful. Sati is scolded for speaking. Masaru learns her plea was likely overheard on purpose. The man shifts focus, preparing to showcase other girls, while Masaru panics under pressure. They leave the building silently. Masaru hesitates, burdened by the weight of his choice. Masaru admits buying Sati. He couldn't ignore her situation and leave with a clear conscience. As expected, Sati trips again. Masaru instinctively helps. Beginning their awkward, uncertain journey together, Sati panics, begging Masaru not to abandon her, claiming she can manage household tasks. Masaru sees her desperation. He realizes she's terrified and overwhelmed by her uncertain future. He gently offers reassurance, suggesting they hold hands to help guide her shaky steps. Embarrassed but determined, the two walk together, fingers interlocked, beginning a fragile new partnership. As they walk, Masaru notices matching marks, symbols binding them. He learns it's the slave crest. Masaru is informed of a blood oath, granting limited control while respecting basic rights. He offers his blood, starting the oath. The ritual activates with a candle and sting. A mysterious menu appears before Masaru. No one else sees it. He hides his reaction. Returning home, Masaru is thoughtful. He asks Sati to sit, deciding to try something. He gently casts healing magic on Sati's eyes, hoping to improve her poor vision. Sati celebrates, but Masaru realizes her vision hasn't improved. She's only seeing nearby objects. Sati reassures him with enthusiasm. Masaru opens the menu again. Curious to investigate further, he discovers the menu wasn't his. It belonged to Sati, revealing her status and skills. Among her skills is visual deterioration, a negative effect worsening her sight despite other strengths. Masaru searches for a solution. Lacking glasses or reset options, he considers granting a vision-related skill. Masaru notices Sati still has skill points and instructs her to close her eyes. He uses the system interface to grant her a visual enhancement skill using remaining points. Sati acquires hawk eyes, restoring clear vision for the first time in her entire life. She recalls harsh words from others, labeled worthless and ridiculed even by her own parents. Sati believes she'd remain unwanted forever, rejected in her town, the store, by everyone. Masaru confirms her vision has returned. Sati joyfully affirms she can clearly see his face. He tells her the house needs work and asks Sati to stay and help. Hearing his invitation, Sati cries with relief. She's finally been wanted and asked to stay. Though unsure how to repay him yet, Sati vows to be useful and dependable. Masaru reassures her. Now that she can see, new responsibilities and joyful experiences await. Sati feels overwhelmed by excitement and fear, unsure of what joys the world might hold. With new hope, Sati promises to explore life's wonders together with her new master, Masaru. Masaru received a report, survive 20 years in Razgrad and fulfill specific hidden conditions. Despite asking deeper questions, Masaru only received vague replies. The world would end in 20 years. He doubted anyone would let him avoid hero work. Outsourcing the demon threat seemed impossible. Masaru focused on cooking dragon meat, recalling a favorite dish from his old life in Japan. His peaceful moment was interrupted. Two girls burst in, angrily demanding answers about an unknown woman. Elizabeth, Masaru's magic instructor, explained she joined after receiving a casual invitation at the guild. Angela, his healing teacher, immediately argued with Elizabeth. Both demanded exclusive time to train Masaru alone. Their rivalry escalated quickly. A new girl, Tilika, arrived just as tension filled the room. Masaru awkwardly welcomed Tilika. Her guardian left, trusting Masaru. The other girls watched silently, confused and tense. Angela remembered Masaru's words during battle, realizing the new girl was her. Her reaction was instant. Masaru panicked and clarified his earlier words, insisting he meant them broadly, not romantically. Elizabeth blushed and looked away, flustered by the clarification yet clearly affected by Masaru's reaction. Everyone gathered for dinner. Masaru introduced his dish, breaded dragon meat fried in oil, a Japanese specialty. Masaru explained the dish was called cutlet, and frying required special heat only magic could provide. Using fire magic to cook, Masaru served everyone. The group prayed, then eagerly began the meal. The girls eagerly tasted the dragon cutlet. Juices burst out as they sliced and bit in. Their expressions lit up. Every guest praised the taste, savoring the crunchy texture and savory flavor. Masaru beamed as they complimented the flavor. One girl began asking him a serious question. Angela noticed the cat girl's slave crest. Masaru admitted he bought her on impulse to save her. The girl explained calmly. The clerk manipulated Masaru's sympathy, hiding the truth about slave rights. Masaru reflected on Sati's strength and dedication, believing she was still a worthwhile companion. Elizabeth teased Masaru about owning Sati. Angela noted he was surrounded by quite a few girls. Tilika, a truth officer, had requested dragon meat, which led Masaru to organize the dinner. After finishing the meal, Masaru prepared to leave. Elizabeth insisted on practicing magic for digestion. Tilika quietly volunteered to help clean up, offering thanks for the meal with surprising sincerity. Tilika asked how to help. Masaru agreed, and she offered to start with washing dishes. Angela and Elizabeth argued again. Unlike Sati and Tilika, their rivalry was far from resolved. Masaru quickly learned levitation magic. With help from the system, he activated the skill almost instantly. Angela stepped forward confidently, ready to demonstrate a unique spell. Water swirled around her in preparation. She cast the spell with control and focus. Water magic surged, forming sharp tendrils mid-air. Angela's powerful water spell split the tree, demonstrating the spell's destructive potential and her control. Masaru admired the display. Angela suggested starting with Water Ball, a beginner spell before mastering Whip. Elizabeth explained magical limitations. Casting multiple spells simultaneously was impossible unless combined into one unified technique. Angela highlighted water magic's practical use. With Masaru's item box, storing large amounts became realistic. Suddenly, both girls confronted him at once, demanding an answer. Which magic would he choose? Tilika taught Sati to read. Their lesson was interrupted by Masaru's unexpected return home. Masaru collapsed from exhaustion after overusing magic. The girls panicked, realizing he had pushed too hard. Masaru slowly regained consciousness. Familiar voices and a sweet scent made him realize something felt different. To his shock, all the girls appeared in sleepwear, standing silently in his room. Angela insisted she stayed to prevent misunderstandings. Masaru, overwhelmed, refused to hear her flustered explanation. Angela insisted moral boundaries must be upheld. Masaru, meanwhile, imagined an innocent sleepover party instead. Despite having enough rooms, the girls' actions suggested otherwise, raising Masaru's quiet concern. Masaru found all the girls in his room. Sati claimed slaves must stay nearby. Blushing, Sati nervously offered to satisfy his needs, completely misunderstanding the situation's boundaries. Angela and Elizabeth scolded them both. Masaru panicked, realizing how far things had suddenly escalated. Elizabeth screamed as thunder roared. The others turned in surprise, realizing something had startled her. Heavy rain began falling suddenly. Masaru questioned her fear of lightning. Elizabeth reluctantly admitted guilt. Elizabeth cried, embarrassed by her fear despite mastering lightning magic. Angela gently reassured her it's okay. Angela confessed she fears small spiders. Everyone acknowledged that even strong people have hidden weaknesses. Masaru promised to drive away spiders for her. Angela accepted with a small, quiet smile. Masaru is overjoyed as the girls change clothes and plan a sleepover in his room. Despite being surrounded, Masaru can't sleep due to a self-imposed no-touching rule causing insomnia. Masaru impressed the girl by storing hunted wild rabbits directly into his item inventory skill. Though confident in his hunting, she reminded Masaru that working alone had serious limits ahead. As they returned to town, she gently urged Masaru to consider trusting Sati's capabilities more. Reunited with allies, Masaru proudly delivered rabbits while Sati carried supplies, everyone supporting each other's roles. Tilika asked Masaru about staying again. He sensed something mysterious before answering her serious question. Sati proudly declared herself as Tilika's big sister, surprising everyone with her sudden affectionate aura. The priestess confirmed both girls were trusted and allowed to stay, thanks to their continued help. Privately, the priestess reflected on her unexpected relief when no one judged her frequent visits. Later, Sati nervously asked Masaru if he still opposed her decision to become an adventurer. Masaru encouraged Sati's choices but firmly restricted dangerous work, recalling a past mission that escalated unexpectedly. Sati reluctantly agreed to avoid danger. Masaru defended his cautious mindset despite their friendly teasing. Masaru asked about books for Sati. Angela suggested the church, which offered picture books freely. They walked Sati to the church. After dropping her off, the others returned to town. Masaru was called by church staff. Nearby guards hinted something serious was happening behind the scenes. Inside, Priest Roberto introduced a newcomer from the church's night order, catching Masaru's full attention. Tessian introduced himself as a humble, traveling priest and knight, praising Masaru's medical volunteer efforts. Masaru deflected the praise, remembering his old world's god. Tessian insisted good deeds are noticed. Roberto revealed plans to build a stronghold. Tessian would lead knights into the demonic frontier. Tessian mentioned food shortages. Masaru considered options and decided to provide supplies directly to the knights. Masaru donated a huge stock of raw rabbits, astonishing everyone with his generosity and preparedness. Masaru humbly refused payment, recalling how the church helped him during his earliest difficult days. Tessian praised Masaru as the famed rabbit hunter, drawing cheers from troops despite Masaru's embarrassment. The knights shouted thanks to Masaru, overwhelming him with their loud gratitude and passionate group response. Later, Masaru visited the library. He chose fairy tales while others browsed the book collection. A curious child tugged Sati's tail, startling her and causing an awkward but comedic misunderstanding. Angela was busy, so Sati happily agreed to entertain the children while others studied books. As Masaru and Angela walked off, Sati struggled with playful kids grabbing her sensitive tail. She tried keeping up but underestimated the children's energy. Exhausted, her confidence began to waver quickly. Reflecting, Sati felt grateful for her new life. Cooking, serving, and now even caring for children. Noticing a lonely boy, Sati gently asked what was wrong as he sat apart silently. One girl tried chopping wood but lacked the strength, still wishing she could contribute meaningfully. Sati realized the boy wanted to help too. Masaru related, remembering his own past struggle. The boy promised to help someday. Sati smiled warmly, touched by his hope and sincerity. Angela reflected on overprotection, wondering if shielding someone too much might become a kind of cruelty. Masaru silently questioned himself. Maybe it was time to let Sati protect him for once. While relaxing in the bath, Masaru was startled when someone unexpected suddenly entered the room. Sati nervously offered to help wash his back, flustering both of them in awkward silence. Sati asked if she was useful. Masaru recalled her past and reassured her with kindness. Sati explained her misunderstanding, recalling Selma's advice about pleasing men, which deeply embarrassed Masaru again. Masaru urged her to value freedom instead. He explained such customs didn't exist in his world. Masaru explained he wasn't rejecting Sati, only trying to protect her from unnecessary danger. Recognizing her feelings, Masaru finally permitted Sati to become an adventurer, trusting her personal growth. He admitted he needed help. Sati listened, quietly moved, then stepped closer with emotional excitement. Overwhelmed by gratitude, Sati leapt into Masaru's arms, declaring she'd protect him and grow stronger. Sati remembered Selma's words. Freedom is irreplaceable, and happiness is a right no one can steal. Sati tearfully smiled in Masaru's arms, overwhelmed by acceptance, freedom, and the warmth of belonging. The next day, Sati wore new armor. Everyone praised her for becoming a true adventurer. Filled with purpose, Sati vowed to do her best as her world continued expanding with possibilities. Masaru brings Sati to the training grounds, entrusting her to instructor Samson's supervision. Samson assures Masaru of Sati's strength, praising her potential despite her small beast-like appearance. Sati's training begins soon, but Samson's loud encouragement nearly overwhelms her sensitive animal ears. Masaru reflects on her growth, hiding the truth about healing magic and planning her skill development. Returning home, Masaru meets Elizabeth, who had managed things during his absence with quiet authority. Narnia questions Masaru's role, believing Elizabeth was under his care during her training period. Elizabeth suggests Narnia say goodbye properly, hinting at a deeper emotional decision between them. Elizabeth pulls Masaru aside, requesting a private conversation before revealing her decision to depart. Inside, Elizabeth calmly announces her plan to leave for the frontier town near the demonic region. Masaru is surprised by her sudden decision, but Elizabeth insists adventurers must always be ready. Masaru discusses Narnia's love life, with Orva revealing a stagnant romance despite shared battlefield danger. Elizabeth reacts dramatically, criticizing their inaction and emotional restraint despite being deeply in love. Elizabeth notes Narnia and Masaru act refined, unlike typical adventurers, lacking vulgarity or reckless behavior. Masaru learns they are nobles, explaining why they became adventurers for reasons beyond personal thrill. Elizabeth reveals their background, Narnia's loyalty, their mission to support her struggling homeland through adventuring income. Masaru learns marrying at 24 is late here, while Narnia is seen as family. Elizabeth urges Narnia to prioritize love over loyalty, leaving Masaru confused and flustered by implication. Masaru calls Elizabeth cool, surprising her with unexpected praise for her mature emotional perspective. Masaru praises her veteran resolve. Impressed, she thinks of others while preparing for her departure. Elizabeth, blushing, returns the compliment, recalling Masaru's bravery during their earlier battle against a dangerous dragon. Elizabeth nervously asks Masaru to accompany her, but Tilka interrupts with an intense, silent stare. Tilka reveals she overheard everything, embarrassing Masaru and Elizabeth as they react with panic and denial. Days later, Elizabeth prepares to leave town. Everyone gathers to offer warm farewells and concern. Before leaving, Elizabeth quietly asks if Masaru will miss her. He shyly admits he will. Elizabeth hints she had feelings all along, leaving Masaru flustered and struggling to understand her message. Elizabeth calls Masaru indecisive, then suddenly turns around, about to act on her own feelings. Without warning, Elizabeth kisses Masaru, catching him completely off guard in a silent, bold confession. She smiles afterward, asking if he finally understands how she feels about him now. Walking away, Elizabeth reveals it was her first kiss and tells Masaru to feel honored. Masaru recalls a past rejection, comparing the emotional distance with Elizabeth's forward and unrelenting affection. Masaru reflects on past rejection, fearing no one could ever truly fall for him again. A companion reassures Masaru that Elizabeth's love is genuine, not a misunderstanding or false hope. Masaru realizes Elizabeth showed real courage. He quietly accepts the weight of her honest confession. Another girl reveals she's also loved Masaru all along, despite their rivalry and initial awkwardness. She confesses her feelings clearly, revealing that she too has been silently in love with Masaru. The second girl affirms her feelings too, while Sati suddenly collapses, overwhelmed by emotional tension. Masaru faints from stress, unable to handle being adored by multiple girls at once. At the clinic, Masaru watches Angela heal a patient, warning about magic's physical limits afterward. As the patient leaves cheerfully, Masaru hesitates beside Angela, struggling to voice his lingering thoughts. Angela brings up yesterday's confession. She's flustered and unsure, asking for time to process everything. Masaru promises to share his feelings clearly. Angela agrees to wait, smiling warmly at him. The next day, training resumes. Masaru, overwhelmed by nerves, accepts stomach medicine from a supportive Angela. While drinking water, the Beastkin girl recalls Masaru's confession and reflects on her own feelings. Masaru admires Angela and Elizabeth's courage, realizing how openly both women had expressed their emotions. The Beastkin imagines confessing too, but self-doubt overwhelms her, reminding herself she's merely a slave girl. A bell suddenly rings, halting training. The instructor looks up as everyone turns toward the sound. Masaru and Angela hear the urgent bell, sensing something serious. Their expressions tighten in rising concern. Vice Guildmaster Drevin announces a horse ranch is under harpy attack, needing urgent reinforcement. Anti-air fighters are prioritized. Mages, archers, and skilled warriors must stop monsters before town falls. With urgency and incentive, Drevin rallies adventurers to protect the town and earn good pay. Masaru prepares to go. Sati insists on joining, and he gives her a lucky charm. Masaru boosts Sati's combat stats, upgrading swordsmanship and archery so she can survive real battle. Masaru reassures Sati about her power boost. Together, they prepare to defend the town. The battlefield erupts in chaos. Masaru and Sati rush in while harpies dive from above. Masaru casts Fire Arrow, hitting airborne targets. Sati supports him with rapid, accurate bow strikes. Sati's arrows land perfectly. Masaru is impressed, but tension grows as the fight intensifies around them. Looking skyward, they freeze. Dozens more harpies swarm in, overwhelming the horizon and tightening the threat. A mysterious mage begins casting, preparing a large-scale spell designed to scatter the flying harpies. Masaru activates a new skill, recalling Elizabeth's advice to combine two complementary magic types. He remembers magic's foundation, combining mana types like fire and levitation to create spells like Fire Arrow. Masaru realizes combining spells could unleash chaos, but if precisely aimed, he could change everything. Another mage joins in, announcing hellfire as a massive enemy approaches, prompting allies to fall back. A devastating attack lands among the harpies, scattering them briefly and cracking their formation mid-air. The adventurers push forward. Encouraged by progress, they shout, unaware of a shift among enemies. Harpies regroup, unleashing a coordinated chilling screech, signaling their counterattack with increased aggression and aerial dominance. Sati and Masaru hear the scream. Sati warns him as danger suddenly appears behind him. Masaru turns too late. A massive harpy descends from above, talons spread, preparing to strike. Masaru is struck by a harpy's blow, caught off guard by the earlier distraction. He's thrown aside as Sati retaliates fiercely, launching arrows in desperation to protect her master. Harpies close in. Masaru fights back, parrying claws and strikes while Sati snipes from behind. The battlefield grows chaotic. Masaru is overwhelmed, and allies yell for help, but magic support is limited. Sati keeps firing non-stop. Despite her accuracy, the harpies' numbers show no sign of decreasing. Masaru is clawed across the chest, gritting his teeth as blood spills and vision blurs. He looks up dazed, seeing a monstrous figure beyond the harpies. Something even more terrifying approaching. On the ground, weapon fallen, Masaru realizes he's cornered. Escape or victory both seem impossible now. Harpies swarm around him. Sati charges forward, shouting, while Masaru acknowledges he's completely surrounded and vulnerable. Masaru yells for Sati to run as a massive harpy lunges. She refuses, charging anyway. Sati's slave crest activates unexpectedly, glowing as Masaru's command takes hold against his intentions. Masaru, cornered and panicked, uses the slave command for the first time, desperate to protect her. Pinned down, Masaru's thoughts spiral. Unspoken regrets, missed chances, and how meaningless his death now feels. Crying in fear, Masaru breaks down, mourning his powerlessness and clinging to life with despair. Sati defies the command, choosing to fight. Her resolve hardens. She'll protect Masaru no matter what. Sati charges fearlessly, warning the harpies to stay away from Masaru as she defends him. A harpy lunges. Sati blocks the blow mid-air, locked in a fierce close-quarters clash. Exhausted and bleeding, Sati refuses to fall. Her willpower alone keeps her barely standing upright. Overwhelmed by swarming harpies, Sati's shout is cut off as she's engulfed by vicious enemies. Masaru watches in horror, Sati pinned, harpies screaming above. Her final words beg him to escape. Masaru screams her name as Sati collapses, motionless, her final plea to protect him unanswered. Sati walks toward danger despite his warning. He runs after her, yelling for her stop. He freezes in shock as magical ripples form beneath him. A feather gently lands on him. Dozens of winged creatures suddenly appear overhead. He stares in disbelief, overwhelmed by their sheer number. Captured by the creatures, Sati is lifted away. He struggles and screams her name desperately. The creatures cry out as he yells for Sati to run. She hesitates mid-air, panicked. Masaru jolts awake in bed, heart pounding. The nightmare still lingers inside his chest. Holding his head, he wonders how long these memories will haunt him after waking up. Sati cheerfully enters with breakfast. Masaru quietly greets her, still lost in thoughts of battle. They share breakfast. She assures him her wounds have healed, and she's resumed training again. Masaru clutches a framed photo. They both choose to stay home, quietly honoring the past. Masaru remembers Sati's collapse. She now eats quietly, masking her pain behind a calm face. The harpies attack fiercely. Masaru is overwhelmed, grabbed by talons as enemies close in quickly. One harpy prepares to strike. Masaru braces himself while another drags Sati helplessly across the ground. Reinforcements appear suddenly. Jabez and others face the harpies, signaling a shift in the battlefield. The Holy Church's knights arrive. Townspeople cheer with hope, their armored saviors taking the front line. The knights had heard the emergency bell while traveling. They quickly prepared for immediate deployment. With blades raised, the commander roared the order. The squad charged forward into the fray. Captain Tessian declared vengeance. He swore to show no mercy while breath remained in him. Masaru lay unconscious. A knight healed him. Relieved, he arrived in time to intervene. Masaru panicked upon awakening, pushing the knight away. Flashbacks clouded his mind with overwhelming fear. The knight reassures Masaru, calming him down. Masaru slowly realizes the knight means no harm. Masaru apologizes nervously for striking him. The knight laughs it off, praising his helmet's durability. The knights confirm Sati's healing is complete. Masaru rushes to her side without hesitation. Masaru embraces Sati tightly. She apologizes tearfully, ashamed for disobeying him during the battle. Crying, Sati blames her weakness. She feared losing Masaru and regrets causing him pain. Masaru embraces Sati. He confesses his deepest fear, losing her, more than dying in battle. Sati dedicates herself to Masaru's care. She balances housework and adventuring to stay useful. Masaru smiles gently. Despite everything, he accepts Sati's loyalty as both partner and companion. Sati wonders quietly if she could do something more to truly support Masaru's future. While studying royal news, Sati's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden visitor at the door. Angela arrives hoping to visit Masaru. Her tone is gentle, but her concern runs deep. Sati explains Masaru has withdrawn, avoiding the church and guild. His isolation worries everyone around him. Angela pleads for access. Sati hesitates but obeys Masaru's request to deny all visitors. Masaru quietly watches Angela leave. He returns to his room, burdened by unseen emotional wounds. Alone again, Masaru reads in bed, joking to himself about becoming a NEET once more. Masaru reads about a hero's courage. He doubts himself, thinking he could never match. He feels weak, incapable of change. Sati and Angela stand by silently, unsure how to help. Angela returns again in the rain. Sati is surprised by her persistence despite repeated rejection. Angela pleads sincerely to see Masaru. Sati hesitates, moved by her unwavering concern and presence. Sati realizes she must act. She decides to take initiative and help Masaru herself. Angela knocks softly while Sati watches from behind, silently hoping Masaru will finally respond. Angela enters. Masaru is surprised. She explains Sati allowed it, expressing concern for his well-being. They sit together awkwardly. Angela mentions the horse ranch, trying to ease into conversation gently. Angela recalls rumors of his struggles. Masaru admits fighting monsters nearly killed him and traumatized him. He breaks down. He nearly dragged Sati into death. He feels unchanged, helpless, and ashamed. Masaru reflects on his failures, ashamed he nearly caused Sati's death during their mission. He breaks down, screaming that he saved no one. Angela counters with firm, heartfelt denial. Angela recalls guild members praising Masaru's courage, saying he was brave and worthy of thanks. She insists Masaru protected others despite his fear, doing something few would dare to attempt. Angela declares she respects Masaru completely. Her words stun him, piercing his doubt and pain. After breaking down, he doubts his worth. She reassures him, gently embracing his trembling shoulders. With calm eyes, she praises his efforts. Her steady hand brings warmth and long-needed validation. His emotions overwhelm him. He cries uncontrollably, face shifting from sorrow to a dawning sense of relief. He regains composure, feeling embarrassed. She jokes lightly, easing the mood while they sit on the bed. She shyly expresses gratitude. He smiles, thankful their bond brought comfort during his moment of weakness. Angela opens up, confessing her feelings. Sitting together, they confront doubts and speak sincerely. He finally responds, affirming Angela's place in his heart with a nervous but honest declaration. She closes the distance, asking him to prove his feelings, not through words, but through action. They share an intimate night. Her expression softens as morning light signals a quiet, new understanding. He wakes beside her, surprised but content. Later, they thank Sati for preparing breakfast downstairs. Sati hesitates, trying to speak. Masaru listens calmly, sensing something left unspoken between them. He glances toward the door. Both girls smile, hiding nervousness as he silently steps away. Masaru walks into the light. Once a NEET, he now chooses responsibility and a future. After healing duties, Masaru offers help. Angela is surprised by his kindness and sudden touch. Masaru apologizes awkwardly. Angela remains calm, but tension lingers. Others nearby notice the subtle emotional shift. Whispers spread among the staff. Observers suspect a personal development between Angela and Masaru occurred quietly. Sister Matilda scolds nosiness. Roberto explains he raised Angela like a daughter and supports her happiness. Roberto approves Masaru's reliability. Angela asks about adventuring plans, clearly interested in his future involvement with her. Masaru heads into the forest, determined to hunt wild rabbits as his next quest. He spots several large rabbits feasting. Drawing his sword, he approaches carefully without alerting them. Activating stealth, Masaru silences his movements. conserving magic while navigating grass to avoid detection. Masaru charges in, sword raised. A companion leaps in from behind to support his strike. He unleashes wind-blade magic. Armed rabbits flee, startled by the overwhelming force and flashing steel. Masaru finishes the quest. Sati praises his skill, amazed by his precision and rabbit capture. Masaru's healing magic improves Sati's vision. She can now control her eyesight with sharp focus. They begin scouting. Masaru explains Sati's heightened senses will help detect threats like isolated orcs. Sati prepares to fire. Masaru doubts her aim, but she calmly focuses on the distant enemy. Through sharpened vision, Sati locks onto the lone orc. Her awareness aligns perfectly with the landscape. Sati releases the arrow. It flies swiftly through trees and strikes the distant orc directly. Masaru is impressed by her precision. They approach the fallen orc to inspect the result. Masaru stores the orc body. He begins explaining the origin of his strange employment-given power. Sati believes him without doubt. She reveals her own mysterious power and expresses genuine trust. Masaru reflects on limits. Despite mastering skills, he still struggles against elite opponents like Sergeant Vogt. Masaru reflects on skill limits. Experience, strength, and intuition matter more than raw power or level. Sati thanks Masaru warmly. He urges her to keep his unusual cheat-like abilities secret. At the Adventurers Guild, Masaru hesitates. Sati offers to handle things alone if necessary. Despite nervousness, Masaru chooses to enter. Guild members notice his arrival with curious, judging expressions. An intimidating man confronts Masaru. Surprised, Masaru panics loudly while others in the guild watch. Masaru's fire spell helped others survive the Harpy battle, though he regrets being unable to assist. The survivors thank Masaru for healing. Despite losses, his aid had prevented further casualties and chaos. He reflects on his past, regretting that more enemies weren't defeated when it mattered most. Sergeant Vogt mocks Masaru's magic. Masaru, determined, vows to become strong enough to protect everyone. Vogt acknowledges Masaru's effort. He praises his courage, recognizing the value of even half a warrior. Though lives were lost, Masaru learns their efforts mattered. Everyone gave everything they had together. Vogt urges Masaru to take pride. Honoring the fallen means standing tall without regret. Encouraged by everyone's support, Masaru accepts the praise and answers confidently with a firm yes. Masaru becomes emotional. His resolve grows stronger as guild members watch with quiet pride and support. Vogt demands Masaru return to training. He criticizes Masaru's sluggish movements, but respects his determination. Masaru receives warm encouragement from a comrade, reflecting on past battles and healing habits. Resting beside Angela, Masaru recalls repeated pain from training and how it helped him grow. Angela cherishes their moment alone. Meanwhile, Elizabeth heads out for guard duty in another region. Angela admits her jealousy. Masaru explains polygamy's acceptance due to the low number of men. Angela urges honesty but wants equal love. Masaru is surprised by her direct yet caring words. After a tender moment, Masaru awakens determined. A fortress looms, the Gorba stronghold on the frontier. Injured soldiers arrive at the gate. Alarm spreads quickly. Medics are rushed to the scene. A priest questions survivors. Healing begins immediately. News comes, the pioneer town was brutally attacked. Devastation is revealed. The town lies in ruins. Fears rise. Elizabeth might be caught in danger. Guards stationed at Gorba's fortress discuss the unknown death toll from the recently attacked pioneer town. A wyvern suddenly appears overhead. Soldiers rush to deploy anti-air weapons as panic begins spreading fast. Bolts fire toward the flying beast, but it breaks through the defenses and crashes into formation. One soldier is caught and lifted into the air, helpless as the wyvern snarls above him. The wyvern clamps down on the struggling soldier, ignoring screams, preparing to devour him mid-flight. Masaru and his companions ride quietly in the wagon, unaware of the unfolding disaster ahead. They question Elizabeth's safety, trying to believe she wouldn't fall victim to the escalating conflict. At the guild, an urgent request arrives. Gorba's fortress needs aid after a sudden monster assault. Everyone is shocked to learn the pioneer town was completely destroyed by a demon invasion. The monsters invaded from the borderlands, led by a confirmed dragon, threatening the Gorba's region directly. The royal army marches from Alms, but Shiori's guild must defend Gorba's until reinforcements arrive. Masaru worries for Elizabeth's safety. The guild master declares all adventurers must respond to the threat. Sati listens for distant cries, then uses hawk vision to read lips across the plains. Masaru watches closely as the words "save us" become clear. Civilians desperately calling for rescue. Flying lizard-like monsters descend upon fleeing people, attacking viciously as soldiers scramble to defend the retreat. A wyvern lets out a terrifying roar, signaling the beginning of another violent confrontation. Masaru and his team launch arrows. They coordinate swiftly, aiming to intercept the incoming wyverns immediately. A second wave of monsters descends. The group braces themselves, seeing civilians still trapped in wagons. The wyvern crashes into the wagon, scattering everyone. Masaru's group prepares to protect the fleeing survivors. Masaru's ally orders healing for injured civilians. Masaru is told to hold position and stay sharp. Vost draws his blade and prepares to fight alone, telling Masaru to protect the civilians. With deadly precision, Vost swiftly slashes a wyvern mid-air and steps forward without hesitation or fear. Another wyvern charges Vost, but he holds steady, preparing to counter the beast's aggressive advance. Vost slices clean through the monster's neck, killing it instantly, showing complete control and strength. Despite retirement from injury, Vost was once among the top swordsmen alive, and still terrifyingly powerful. Masaru watches Vost cleave through another wyvern, gaining confidence from the sergeant's overwhelming strength. Masaru reflects, if that level of strength is normal, he'll never reach adventurer standards. Vost stands calmly amidst slain wyverns. Masaru fears he's unworthy of adventuring compared to that power. Meanwhile, Gorba's fortress remains surrounded. The defenders inside brace for the next phase of assault. Masaru is assigned new duties, but requests permission to check on a missing friend first. Masaru follows Vost's advice, and visits the guild to gather information about the missing adventurers. Inside the Adventurers Guild lodgings, Masaru and his friends begin searching for clues or survivors. He hears sobbing nearby and anxiously approaches the door, fearing the worst about Elizabeth's fate. Masaru bursts in and finds Elizabeth unconscious, while another girl cries beside her in grief. The girl confesses, blaming herself for what happened, overwhelmed by guilt and the traumatic events. Masaru panics, blaming himself for being late. He regrets never expressing his feelings to Elizabeth. Everyone believes Elizabeth has passed away. Masaru struggles to accept her quiet, lifeless appearance in silence. Suddenly, Elizabeth awakens and casually announces she's still alive, stunning everyone into shocked disbelief. Masaru apologizes awkwardly while his companions stand speechless, unsure how to react to the situation. Elizabeth explains she overused magic for 3 days, collapsing from exhaustion and sleeping to recover. Elizabeth teases Masaru after waking, while the others laugh at his overly dramatic reaction earlier. Elizabeth notices Narnia silently crying and gently asks Masaru to help using his healing magic. As Masaru approaches the closed door, he wonders what pain caused Narnia's unexpected tears. Masaru and Sati visit Orba's room, bringing healing magic for the injured soldier inside. Masaru hesitates while entering. Sati quietly follows, both dressed in armor and slightly uncomfortable. Orba, wounded in bed, greets them kindly and asks about their journey across dangerous terrain. Masaru explains their convoy was attacked by wyverns, but Sergeant Vogt defeated them alone. Seeing Orba's untreated wounds, Masaru offers healing magic. As fortress medics are tending worse injuries, Masaru casts healing magic. Light surrounds Orba's body, impressing onlookers with its immediate effectiveness. Determined to help more, Masaru continues healing Orba's injured leg, ignoring growing signs of strain. Orba calmly stops Masaru, explaining his wound closed long ago despite the remaining physical damage. He reminds the group healing magic can't restore lost body parts like limbs or stamina. Masaru looks down, discouraged. Orba reassures him gently, urging him not to dwell on limitations. Orba recalls being wounded while protecting Narnia during a retreat from demon-infested territory. Narnia tearfully confesses guilt, blaming herself for Orba's lost leg during the chaotic retreat. Orba reassures her, saying the sacrifice was his choice and saving her was worth it. He calmly announces his plan to retire, accepting the team's disbandment after their last mission. Another member shares his dream of becoming a healer, despite lacking talent and early encouragement. Despite weak magic, the man remains determined to pursue healing. Driven by hope and possibility, everyone acknowledges they've chosen different futures. Personal dreams now outweigh the desire to stay united. At Gorba's temple, Orba and Narnia share a quiet, emotional moment before parting ways. Masaru introduces himself to Bishop Franco, ready to assist with healing at the temple hall. Masaru worries about Sati's safety outside the fortress. Remembering recent destruction of the pioneer town, Bishop Franco explains that half the Holy Church's knights died, and many survivors were wounded. Masaru is shocked to learn elite knights were wiped out. The captain hides his sorrow. Franco leads Masaru into a packed recovery hall where wounded adventurers lie awaiting magical treatment. Despite healers' efforts, injuries increase daily as demon attacks continue, leaving magic users completely exhausted. Medical space is overwhelmed, supplies run low, bodies fill the floor, healers struggle to keep up. Masaru enters the treatment room, overwhelmed by the blood and stench but prepares to heal. Despite lacking confidence, Masaru volunteers. Bishop Franco offers backup in case the spell fails. Masaru channels his magic, focusing deeply as glowing energy builds for the wide-range healing spell. Area Heal activates. Light spreads through the temple, enveloping the injured with restorative magical energy. The wounded begin recovering quickly. Pain fades. Movement returns. Masaru's magic succeeds beyond expectations. One patient is stunned. The wound on his leg is completely healed without scarring or pain. The crowd thanks Bishop Franco, mistaking him as the caster. Masaru quietly watches from behind. Franco embraces the misunderstanding, declaring the healing as divine intervention from God for the people. Masaru humbly avoids attention, asking to remain anonymous and continue helping quietly from behind the scenes. He dons a mask and priest robes, calling himself the traveling priest to hide identity. Franco asks for Masaru's autograph, surprising him. Masaru insists he hasn't done anything worthy. Masaru's masked identity becomes a legend. Rumors spread wildly, describing him as a godlike, unstoppable healer. Masaru tries to explain he's just stronger than average, not a holy or divine being. Franco smiles, pretending to understand while clearly enjoying the myth. Masaru quietly panics about growing fame. More injured arrive. Franco calls Masaru to help again. Despite worries, Masaru agrees and steps forward. Masaru joins a blessing ceremony while a rotating device marks changes in military deployment locations. Meanwhile, Sati leads fortress troops in fierce battle as the device registers her battlefield movement. Masaru notes the map countdown. Only 4 days remain until the royal army reaches Gorba's fortress. During a meal, Masaru checks on Sati. She praises his cheat magic for boosting strength. Sati recalls fighting with Vote, admiring his overwhelming strength. Masaru admits Vote's skill is intimidating. Franco joins Masaru and Sati for a meal, warmly acknowledging Masaru's value and companions. He admits the rumors were exaggerated, but insists Masaru's abilities earn genuine recognition and respect. Masaru confesses regret about his limits, unable to save someone who lost a leg recently. Moved by Masaru's sincerity, Franco asks for secrecy before revealing a hidden truth about healing. Franco speaks of a legendary spell capable of regenerating even lost limbs, a miracle-class healing art. An old priest once questioned if it was possible to restore lost limbs through healing. Through dedication and unmatched talent, he developed healing magic far beyond anything seen before. Eventually, he created a spell that could regenerate lost limbs, drawing desperate patients to him. However, just 1 month after his breakthrough, the miraculous priest unexpectedly collapsed and passed away. The magic consumed his life. Authorities banned it forever, fearing others might follow his path. Masaru admitted he wasn't equal to the priest but was warned he might surpass him. Despite its deadly cost, many still begged for the forbidden healing spell to be used. The elder sternly warned Masaru never to follow the tragic path of the legendary priest. At the Fortress Guild, Masaru checked his growth. Healing magic level 5 was now available. He believed restoration magic might exist somewhere, determined to reach it through relentless, silent effort. Masaru questioned his resolve. If asked directly, could he refuse using dangerous healing magic? He found Elizabeth resting and casually approached, uncertain whether this moment would change everything. Masaru asked about her condition. Elizabeth admitted she'd withdrawn from battle after exhausting her magic. They exchanged small talk, but Masaru's expression turned serious as he prepared to ask something deeper. Masaru quietly posed a question. Would Elizabeth trade her life to save someone truly important? Elizabeth casually dismissed the idea of self-sacrifice, calling it foolish and completely unnecessary. She explained that glorifying sacrifice only comforts survivors, not those forced to pay the cost. Elizabeth argued anyone who truly cares would grieve, not praise, the one who died. She firmly insisted she wouldn't accept claims that no one would mourn Masaru's death. Overwhelmed by her words, Masaru softly thanked her, holding back tears as she gently approached. Spending time with Elizabeth lifted Masaru's burdens. Her honesty helped clear his troubled thoughts. Angela arrived with the other priests, prompting an emotional reaction as familiar faces reunited again. Angela explained she wanted to rush to the temple, but had something important to do first. Without warning, Angela hugged Elizabeth tightly, overwhelmed by emotions she could no longer hold back. Angela wept. Relieved Elizabeth survived the rumored destruction of the town deep in demon territory. Elizabeth cheerfully reassured Angela, boasting that a wind mage like her wouldn't fall so easily. Angela nervously admitted something to Elizabeth. Masaru hesitated. Then Angela blurted out their relationship had changed. Elizabeth remembered Angela's advice and scolded her for jumping ahead in their rivalry for Masaru. Angela reminded Elizabeth she had confessed and kissed Masaru first, making things awkward for everyone. Masaru finally apologized, explaining his silence was due to stress, and began responding to Elizabeth's feelings. Elizabeth asked Masaru to wait until after the battle, unable to process feelings now. Angela advised Masaru to speak honestly with Elizabeth later, once the chaos had ended. Sudden impact sounds echoed across the fortress. Masaru and the others grew tense and alert. Panic spread as soldiers from the outer wall screamed, ordering everyone to retreat immediately. The fortress's first wall collapsed. Commanders regrouped forces at the second line, bracing for another attack. A massive explosion obliterated the fortress wall, sending stone and debris crashing onto nearby soldiers. Barbaric monsters surged through the breach, laughing maniacally and wielding crude weapons without fear. From the darkness, an enormous demonic presence loomed. Its arrival silenced both sides with sheer pressure. A towering demon beast appeared, leading countless winged creatures. The fortress defenders faced overwhelming odds. Panic erupted inside the fortress as the commander urgently mobilized troops and called for magicians. Masaru parted from Angela, entrusting her with temple duties as wounded refugees began arriving steadily. Masaru, Elizabeth and Sati presented guild cards, requesting to reinforce frontline units near the fortress walls. Night fell as soldiers gathered with torches, forming ranks outside the fortress in tense anticipation. Masaru and Elizabeth entered the inner wall. Soldiers above prepared weapons, watching the dark horizon silently. Masaru, Elizabeth, and Sati scanned the horizon. Masaru's eyes widened in silent, growing fear. An overwhelming monster horde advanced. Winged beasts and giants surged toward the fortress in terrifying numbers. Towering beasts led the monstrous army. Orcs, lizardmen, and demons marched beneath the glowing night sky. A massive horned beast crushed allies and enemies alike. Chaos erupted as panic seized the ranks. Masaru stared blankly at the battlefield. The terrifying sight forced one thought: this is the world's end. Masaru stared in disbelief. An earth dragon appeared, a harbinger of Razgrad world's possible end. Ballista bolts struck the dragon but bounced off harmlessly. Its massive body shrugged off all damage. Sergeant Vogt confronted Masaru, questioning his unexpected appearance away from the temple's assigned medical position. Elizabeth defended Masaru's transfer. Reinforcements covered the temple, and Masaru could act as combat support. Vogt warned of the breached wall. Masaru's rare healing magic had become crucial for survival. Vogt examined their roster. Elizabeth explained most elite magicians died, leaving their forces nearly exhausted. Suddenly, 3 Rank S adventurers arrived. Confident and powerful, they offered hope amid rising despair. Masaru realized the newcomers held the guild's highest rank. Unmatched strength now stood within the fortress walls. Vogt questioned their strength. Garcia, the leader, assured him they'd arrive precisely when most needed. Masaru blushed in awe. Garcia's bold words echoed, "If it bleeds, you can kill it." Garcia emphasized urgency. Masaru and Elizabeth were ordered to support magicians and join coordinated efforts. Magicians finished chanting simultaneously. Their magic surged together. Masaru shouted for the commander to give the signal. With tense urgency, the commander finally raised his arm and gave the desperate order, "Fire!" Magic explosions tore through enemy lines. Monsters were blasted apart. Shockwaves even staggered the giant dragon. Cheers erupted. Masaru confirmed a hit, but the earth dragon stirred, beginning to emit strange energy. The dust cleared. To their horror, the earth dragon stood untouched, completely unharmed by the strike. Suddenly, the dragon collapsed partially, revealing an exposed weak spot. A path forward had miraculously opened. With urgency, elite adventurers took flight toward the gap. Therese prepared her assault with calm focus. Therese launched downward, her massive hammer glowing. She struck the exposed area with devastating, bone-shattering force. The dragon howled in pain. Therese stood firm, taunting it, refusing to give ground or fear. Therese struck again, hammer cracking stone. She shouted confidently while continuing the relentless assault without hesitation. With a final blow, Garcia impaled the dragon. Blood spilled. The earth dragon finally collapsed, defeated. Everyone stood stunned. Masaru, jaw dropped, muttered. None of them even got to participate meaningfully. The battle wasn't over. More monsters surged. Garcia casually called for his spare hammer to continue. Lifting his weapon, Garcia posed dramatically. "Let's rock, baby," he declared. His team braced for more. Nawis joined the fray, eager for combat. Smiling boldly, he demanded to share Garcia's rampage. Garcia led the charge forward with immense power. His team followed, ready to dominate the battlefield. Therese danced through enemies, slicing swiftly. Her precision and agility overwhelmed the advancing beast-like warriors. Masaru observed from afar. As Nawis crushed enemies casually, Masaru thought, "This is real strength." Masaru grinned faintly. "In this world, the overpowered ones are actually the locals, not me." Monsters began scaling the fortress. Defenders dumped oil and fought desperately to hold the wall's edge. Gargoyles descended from above. Soldiers on the ground struggled to repel overwhelming forces on both fronts. The Knights of the Holy Church arrived, rallying troops with honor, vengeance, and heavenly reinforcements. Masaru analyzed the battle. He planned to handle latter enemies as others countered air assaults. A boulder slammed down, crushing monsters. Elizabeth and others were stunned by unexpected earth magic support. Masaru explained his meteor plan, using spatial magic to drop stored rocks during aerial combat moments. He revealed he had 98 rocks remaining. Elizabeth panicked at the absurd inventory decision. Masaru was introduced to Commander Hakim, who eagerly accepted his rock-dropping ability for tactical support. Hakim, now leading the charge, rallied Masaru beside him with contagious energy and bold optimism. With precise coordination, rocks struck enemy ladders. Masaru and Hakim pushed forward, keeping perfect attack momentum. Nawis grinned, drawing his sword. Hearing battle nearby, he rushed out to join Garcia's rampage. Garcia slammed down from above, scattering the enemy lines, while Nawis calmly approached with blade drawn. Enemies surrounded Nawis, but he spun swiftly, cutting through with deadly precision and overwhelming force. Behind him, Garcia crushed a charging monster as the protagonist watched their raw power in awe. The boy realized these powerful adventurers weren't from this world, but the natives being overwhelmed instead. Masaru asked Vogt about past battles. The sergeant recalled a devastating war 10 years ago. They learned Pioneer Town's destruction came from a decade of negligence and false peace assumptions. The monsters had hidden, multiplied, and struck first. Their infiltration went unnoticed until it was late. Masaru watched countless casualties fall. The harsh truth of war gripped his heart in silence. Surrounded by pain and loss, Masaru stood determined, uncertain if he'd fight or choose escape. The battlefield fell silent, covered in bodies. Masaru wondered if peace or chaos followed next. After a fierce battle, Lishura's army secured the Gorbus fortress, reinforcing their hold against further threats. Monsters mysteriously retreated. Soldiers redirected attention to new reports. Another region had suddenly been invaded. The Principality of Hiragus was overrun. Fear spread as refugees arrived, bearing grim, urgent news. Elizabeth surveyed the mountains from the fortress wall, sensing a deeper threat approaching from afar. She spoke calmly. The fortress was quiet, but her instincts warned this peace wouldn't last. Masaru stood beside Elizabeth. The horizon was calm, but uncertainty still clouded both their minds. They reviewed the map. Strategic alliances formed, but the Empire's haste had caused dangerous missteps. While soldiers rebuilt walls, Masaru questioned if monsters had structure. Some eerie intent mirrored organized warfare. Elizabeth realized the fortress attack was distraction. The real target was Hiragus from the start. Their suspicions focused on one conclusion. Behind this coordination lurked a leader. One terrifying word: Demon Lord. With the fortress secured, adventurers prepared to return home, their duties finally coming to end. Elizabeth, choosing Masaru's side, announced her decision to journey forward with him as a partner. Looking into his eyes, Elizabeth asked directly, softly but clearly, what he truly felt in his heart. Caught off guard, Masaru steadied himself. This time he wanted to say it properly and honestly. At sunrise, facing her openly, Masaru confessed his love. Elizabeth quietly accepted, beginning their next chapter. Elizabeth blushed, but blamed the morning sun. Masaru smiled, knowing it wasn't the sunlight. Word spread fast. Masaru and Elizabeth had become a couple. Their companions reacted with cheerful congratulations. Preparing to leave, Masaru hesitated. Narnia's invitation lingered, and memories of war still burdened everyone. Elizabeth knew she'd need to speak directly. Her next challenge, persuading Narnia to understand. Inside the room, tension rose. Narnia and Elizabeth locked eyes, unspoken emotions weighing down the silence. Narnia listened quietly. Though surprised, she acknowledged Elizabeth's words and responded with measured acceptance. But confusion followed. Narnia questioned how Elizabeth's decision would affect her role as a knight. Tensions rose. Elizabeth insisted on her future with Masaru, while Narnia hesitated to give in. Elizabeth confronted her directly, asking if she still loved Orba, while Masaru stood stunned nearby. Shaken by everything, Narnia whispered her doubt aloud. Was it all because she was weak? Elizabeth insisted she never doubted Narnia's worth, but her honesty came with painful consequences. With tears and conviction, Elizabeth declared it was time to part ways, no longer needing Narnia. Refusing to back down, Narnia challenged her to a duel, staking everything on protecting Elizabeth. Elizabeth didn't hesitate. She shouted her agreement, determined to settle this with her own strength. Masaru stood speechless, overwhelmed by the sudden declaration. The room froze as tension filled the air. Elizabeth apologized. Everyone felt the tension ease, but doubts lingered about Narnia's final decision. Orba reflected on their bond. He'd known Narnia since childhood. They grew strong side by side. Now, Narnia stood determined. She would fight, not just for love but her own resolve. 10 years ago she arrived at the Blanzat estate, young and unaware of her future. She watched her father leave. That day marked the beginning of her duty and sacrifice. Earl Blanzat greeted Walt warmly. Their history ran deep, bonded through past battles in the army. Narnia hesitated at the door, unsure of her place or what awaited beyond it. Hurtful whispers echoed, mocking Walt's background as a muddy noble. Narnia silently absorbed the cruelty around her. Despite Walt's merits, nobles questioned his status. Their friendship with Blanzat defied noble tradition and pride. Alone in the entrance, Narnia stood unsure, until a servant gently called her inside to begin. Walt explained nobles ignored who enabled their luxury. Farmers were seen as mere tools. Walt admitted bitterly. He hated nobles. Narnia watched silently, absorbing every word with clenched resolve. In a grand room, young Elizabeth stood. She was the noble heiress of Blanzat. Earl Blanzat offered Narnia the role of Elizabeth's guardian knight, cloaked as an honor. Though skeptical, Narnia vowed aloud to be Elizabeth's sword and shield, despite their different upbringings. Elizabeth asked if Narnia could write. Narnia looked startled, unsure how to answer the question. Ashamed, Narnia admitted she only recently began studying. Her status still felt fragile and judged. Elizabeth pressed gently. No reading? No manners? Narnia replied honestly. Her world had only known swordplay. Narnia lowered her head. She apologized, feeling small. Her skill with the sword wasn't enough. But Elizabeth smiled. She reached forward and said simply, they'd study together, side by side. The Earl and Elizabeth encouraged Narnia, not as a weapon, but as a person and friend. Elizabeth smiled brightly, reaching out. She chose Narnia to be her knight and trusted protector. Narnia hesitated, overwhelmed by warmth and trust. Their hands reached, forming a powerful unspoken promise. Now armored and resolute, Narnia prepared herself. Her eyes focused, her duty to Elizabeth unwavering. With emotions high, a duel approaches. Narnia must face love's challenge, with Elizabeth's future at stake. Masaru arrives at Gorbis Fortress, where adventurers gather to watch a highly anticipated duel. The crowd's excitement overwhelms Masaru, who's nervous and confused about his unexpected role in the event. Alone in the waiting area, Masaru admits to himself he's scared and unprepared for battle. His opponent is a powerful warrior. Masaru, a rabbit hunter, knows the odds are impossible. Masaru apologizes, blaming himself for causing the duel before arriving in Shiori town with others. Masaru once lived passively, avoiding responsibility, convinced effort would only bring inevitable loss. He feared change, always running from it, until a new world challenged his stagnant way of living. Looking at his companions, he realizes life now has meaning. People he wants to protect remain. Determined to grow stronger, Masaru accepts the duel, vowing to change himself through real struggle. Rules are declared. Only non-lethal magic and hand-to-hand combat allowed. Masaru's true test finally begins. Masaru fumbles nervously, forgetting to check his gear, clearly overwhelmed by the upcoming duel. He apologizes to the referee and crowd, while his friends silently hope he holds together. With weapons ready, Masaru steadies himself, locking eyes with his opponent. No more running away. The match begins. Both charge forward, blades drawn, and the crowd watches with intense anticipation. Masaru uses Air Hammer, a spell Elizabeth taught him. His first move shocks the battlefield. His opponent deflects the Air Hammer with ease, showing strength and training far beyond Masaru's. Masaru is shocked, but she explains her experience. She's fought wind magic users before, expertly prepared. Desperate, Masaru launches multiple shots, hoping sheer number will land at least one successful hit. A massive blast fills the arena with smoke, obscuring both fighters in thick magical haze. From within the smoke she charges, shield raised, fearless, surprising Masaru with relentless forward pressure. Masaru blocks the strike, shocked by its force. Her one-handed swing nearly breaks his guard. She attacks quickly and relentlessly. Masaru struggles to keep up, worried he'll exhaust himself soon. Her shield conceals both her movements and blade. Masaru can't predict when or where she'll strike. The hidden angle of her sword prevents any clear defense. Masaru gets hit, pressured, and confused. He remembers advice from Levin. Watch the shield's motion closely to read her attack timing. Masaru takes a direct shield bash, thrown back hard, stunned by her overwhelming strength again. He struggles to block the next flurry. Narnia's aggression keeps him constantly on defense. Spectators worry. Narnia dominates with sharp rhythm and pressure, never allowing Masaru time to recover. Masaru casts a healing spell on himself, briefly pausing combat while his opponent observes silently. She doesn't interrupt the healing. Something feels off. Her instincts warn her of a hidden tactic. Masaru recalls martial arts training. Footwork controls distance, balance, and the foundation of every move. Narnia notices Masaru's footwork. Something feels unnatural. His stagger wasn't clumsy, it was intentional deception. She narrows her gaze. There's something hidden, possibly dangerous, on his right foot's position and stance. Masaru realizes her hesitation. He uses the illusion of a secret weapon to create pressure. Narnia rushes forward to force the truth out. Blades clash, tension reaching a new peak. Masaru looks for an opening, planning to strike using pressure from his deceptive right leg. Narnia launches her attack with full power, shield raised, unaware she's falling into his trap. Masaru counters with a precise movement, shocking her with strength and unexpected timing. Their blades lock. Narnia's confidence breaks. Masaru seizes momentum, pushing her back for the first time. The crowd erupts. Masaru finally makes Narnia retreat, and his allies cheer in astonished relief. Orba explains that Masaru preserves stamina by healing others, unlike exhausted comrades defending the fortress. Masaru realizes Narnia's stamina will drop faster. If he survives long enough, he gains advantage. Each teammate helped him prepare, counters, endurance plan, and Elizabeth's hidden trump card in his boot. Masaru makes a final push, using everything he's learned, hoping to break through her defense. He reveals the trick, charged his heel with thunder magic, paralyzing shock delivered through close contact. Masaru exploited her weakness. Her foot lacked magic defense. Her sword flies across the battlefield. But Narnia counters fiercely, landing a punch, shouting with pride and fury in her voice. She discards her weapons, fighting barehanded. Her spirit refuses to yield, driven by honor. With clenched fists, she charges again, declaring she won't lose to someone like Masaru. Narnia lands a devastating punch. The crowd gasps as Masaru takes the full impact head-on. Masaru rose, bloodied but determined. Though battered, he refused to collapse before his defeated opponent. He held his sword firm. The blade stopped just before her neck, sparing her dignity. Lowering his weapon, Masaru declared his resolve. He fought to protect those he held dear. The duel ended. The judge announced Masaru's victory. Tears streamed down her face in defeat. Spectators watched in awe. Their expressions shifted from worry to admiration for Masaru's unwavering will. As the battle ended, Masaru rushed to her side, concern replacing his earlier resolve. Enemies attacked suddenly. Eli shouted orders, entrusting Angela with Masaru's safety before charging forward alone. Running ahead, Eli's memories returned. Images of rain, shouting, and a name, Narnia, etched in fear. Soaked orphans waited at the shelter. Eli once stood among them, learning survival through shared hardship. A voice from memory echoed, "I'll forever be your friend, Eli." That bond guided her forward. Eli ran with purpose, shouting Narnia. Her past and present collided, unlocking the truth within. Elizabeth cried alone. Her loyal maid consoled her gently, kneeling beside her in quiet support. Mocked as muddy noble, Elizabeth clenched her fists, humiliated by cruel whispers at the party. Despite tears, Elizabeth shouted back, defending her friend's dignity with fierce honesty and raw emotion. Her maid watched silently, admiring Elizabeth's heart, knowing darker challenges awaited in noble society's cruelty. Elizabeth cried, vowing to protect her friend's kindness from the cruelty of the outside world. Her maid clenched her chest, realizing she must grow stronger to guard Elizabeth's gentle heart. Hearing Elizabeth cry, Eli's memories returned. The pain was familiar. She remembered who caused it. The truth struck hard. Eli realized she was the one who made Elizabeth suffer and cry. With sorrowful eyes, Eli apologized. Elizabeth, holding her tightly, couldn't understand why forgiveness was needed. Eli believed she hindered Narnia's freedom, unaware Narnia had always chosen to protect her. Eli wept, regretting giving Narnia a title that may have bound her to duty. Narnia recalled her past, how Elizabeth changed her view of nobility, and gave her purpose. Elizabeth's kindness lit Narnia's path. In that moment, Narnia found a reason to stand. Though she felt guilty, Narnia confessed. Being Eli's knight gave meaning to her otherwise empty heart. Eli reached out trembling, trying to stop Narnia before something irreversible could be spoken. Narnia formally resigned as Eli's knight. They hugged tightly, parting paths but staying bonded forever. With tears streaming, both thanked one another, grateful for memories, loyalty, and the strength to part. They rejoined the others. Eli offered healing. Masaru recovered, as the group reunited in peace. Narnia praised Masaru's will, trusting him to protect Eli's future, something she once vowed to do. Narnia asked Masaru to protect Eli. With quiet resolve and a smile, he accepted firmly. As applause erupted, Masaru blushed. He had forgotten the crowd while locked in heartfelt battle. Spectators praised Masaru's rise, dragon slayer, rabbit hunter, strong and kind. His legend quietly spread around. Overwhelmed by praise, Masaru fled the spotlight. Eli watched, surprised by his sudden retreat again. Eli and Narnia laughed gently. His awkward charm brought peace after everything they'd faced together. Others noted Masaru's clumsy nature, but admired his courage when it truly mattered most. Eli smiled gently, admitting she found his awkward determination surprisingly admirable. Just a little bit. The group prepared to leave Shiori town, gathering near the southern gate under watchful guards. Guards demanded entry papers. Travelers complied. Tension thickened near the entrance as cloaked figures approached. A commanding figure arrived, Clemens Agrain, first-class truth officer, his presence shifting the air instantly serious. Clemens tracked Tilika's presence. His tone sharpened. Something dangerous had begun beneath the surface. Masaru and the girl spent their first intimate night together in the quiet stone house. She endured the pain quietly, concerned but determined, while Masaru asked if she was okay. Morning came, she shouted angrily, blaming unfairness, while Masaru mentioned unused healing magic and contraceptives. Later, another girl confessed she wanted the same. No magic, just a meaningful memory. Though painful, she felt warmth inside, happy to have shared that moment closely with him. After teasing her, Masaru grew serious and asked if she wanted to know his past. She listened as he described his noble father, once commanding a key border fortification post. When monsters attacked a nearby town, his father left the fort, leading his private troops. The town was safe, but their home fort was destroyed. The Imperial army had vanished. Masaru revealed both his and Narnia's fathers died protecting the fort, betrayed and left behind. The Blanzat family was blamed for the loss, demoted, and stripped of nearly everything. Raoul Hexen, known as the Pig Earl, commanded a private force with strong political influence. Masaru's father rejected discrimination, hiring demi-humans and slaves equally, treating all with dignity and trust. Other nobles, from ancient lineages, despised his ideals and envied the Blanzat family's resources. Among those plotting nobles stood Raoul himself, quietly involved in the scheme against Masaru's father. Raoul's army, conveniently nearby, led the recovery after Masaru's father was killed at the fort. Masaru and the girl realized Raoul's setup. He orchestrated everything against their fathers. The Truth Palace needed solid proof, but there was no official record or reliable witnesses. Despite uncertainty, she declared her intent to avenge her father and expose Raoul's crimes. She asked Masaru to stop her if revenge clouded her judgment and turned deadly. Masaru calmly promised to stop her if needed, assuring her with sincere, steady eyes. She became flustered, asking him not to stare so directly at her exposed body. He explained the sunlight glare blocked his view, though she still blushed with embarrassment. Later they discovered Sati went shopping with Angela, sparing them any awkward overheard conversation. Narnia looked away thoughtfully, telling Masaru she didn't want Sati to feel uncomfortable around them. Narnia confronted Masaru directly, asking if he truly viewed Sati as a woman now. She reminded him nobles often treated slaves as tools, not people, and warned against that. Sati, however, clearly sensed his respect and care, both as a girl and person. Narnia pressed further, seriously asking Masaru how he actually felt about Sati in his heart. He admitted Sati felt like family, someone deeply precious, maybe even close to a partner. Blushing, Masaru finally admitted the truth to himself and Narnia. He genuinely liked Sati. He questioned his feelings, afraid they were only protective instincts, not actual romantic affection. Narnia acknowledged the confusing emotions, jokingly comparing the situation to chasing two wild rabbits. She warned that pursuing both could lead to failure. Most people couldn't catch either. Masaru, unlike others, had the strength and clarity to pursue both. He was different, exceptional. Masaru was warned, chasing both girls with weak resolve would make him lose them both. Narnia encouraged him anyway, smiling with confidence, and told him to give it everything. Masaru agreed, understanding the challenge, but promised to tell Sati his feelings honestly soon. Meanwhile, Narnia hoped Angela's presence would support Sati and that their talk was going well. Out shopping, Sati thanked Angela, unaware of what awaited her emotionally when she returned. Sati prepared a special feast, wanting to honor a meaningful day for Masaru and Elizabeth. Angela gently asked if Sati had someone she wished to share such moments with. Blushing, Sati panicked, denying and admitting at once that she liked Masaru deeply. Angela explained love between slave and master was rare, but not impossible or unthinkable. She assured Sati that Masaru didn't see her as a slave, just a girl. Angela praised Sati's dedication, adventurer, helper, and caring soul, calling her a wonderful girl. Still, Sati struggled with her identity as a slave, feeling undeserving of love. Angela comforted her gently, reminding Sati she deserved happiness, no matter her past or title. Overwhelmed, Sati admitted her fear of love, of rejection, and of losing herself again. Angela remembered Masaru's words. Sati had known only loneliness, unloved and unseen most of life. Sati walked alone, used to isolation. Loneliness became her shield in a world without warmth. Angela encouraged her gently. Sati wept, realizing love wasn't dangerous, just unfamiliar after years of fear. Tears overflowed as Sati admitted her feelings. Angela comforted her, proud of the girl's growth. Masaru welcomed her home warmly. Despite exhaustion, Sati smiled. Small routines now carried meaning and connection. Her friends invited her out. Sati nodded, ready to move forward with newfound purpose. Sati froze at the slave market's gate, panicking, certain Masaru intended to abandon her there. Masaru reached forward, paying her crest's removal fee. He wanted her free, not bound. The crest dissolved. Sati, stunned, stood silent. Masaru congratulated her, not as property but as equal. The master smiled kindly, urging Sati to live for herself. Her chains were truly gone. With a final farewell, the old man disappeared. Sati's past closed. Her future had opened. Masaru reached out gently. Sati smiled, hopeful again. He asked her to return home. Freed from her crest, Masaru confessed honestly. Now she could choose freely to love him. Sati also opened her heart. She had something to say, words she never dared before. Their bond deepened. Others teased them playfully, hinting that love might come in unexpected numbers. Sati promised to stay beside him. Masaru blushed. Their journey together was just beginning now. At the Adventurers Guild, Masaru hinted Angela might join. Their small team was growing fast. Amid a loud crowd, new roles were discussed. Some decisions, however, stirred inner conflict. Tilika faced pressure from authority. The Truth Palace demanded answers she still wasn't ready to give. Masaru spotted Tilika. Concerned, he called out. Her silence hinted she had made her decision. With sudden determination, Tilika grabbed Masaru, declaring marriage. The group stood shocked. His fourth wife candidate had arrived. Tilika grabbed him tightly, interrupting the ceremony, and boldly declared she would marry the adventurer. Tilika exposed the noble's true intentions, accusing him of coveting her title, not her heart. As confusion spread, the group gathered, shocked to hear Tilika's arranged marriage was now official. The envoy Clemens arrived, announcing orders from the Truth Palace. Tilika must accept the arranged marriage. Stunned by the pressure, Tilika froze silently while her companions stared, unsure how to respond. Tilika calmly revealed her age, 20, proving she was old enough to decide her own path. An elder explained her slow growth came from magical interference, especially her magically embedded left eye. The palace valued her eye greatly, insisting she produce heirs with a powerful noble named Byron. The elder questioned the adventurer's worth, comparing ranks and demanding to know his official magical level. Tilika's allies defended him, calling him talented, but officials doubted he surpassed noble-born George Byron's pedigree. Tilika hesitated, overwhelmed. Masaru stepped forward, asking everyone to pause and let him speak. He admitted his shortcomings, but declared his will to prove his magical strength through a challenge. The official narrowed his eyes, skeptical, as Masaru pleaded for time to demonstrate his abilities. Granted 1 month, Masaru was ordered to show his power before Tilika's noble fiancé arrived. Turning to his friends, Masaru called on Elizabeth, Sati, and Tilika to support his training. Masaru gathered everyone at his home, determined to explain the truth behind his growing power. His friends listened seriously as he confessed his cheat ability wasn't normal talent or training. He explained the cheat system and skill points, shocking them with its unnatural learning speed. Angela suggested the cheat might be divine, a reward granted by a god for hard work. Masaru froze when she asked if he was an apostle. The others were equally confused. Angela explained apostles were divine emissaries, and the church believed Masaru could be one. Masaru recalled the mysterious man who granted him powers, suspecting divine protection linked to Sati. He revealed the man claimed to manage the world, perhaps even the main god, Asura. Tilika accepted Masaru's reasoning. With his cheat power he promised to prove himself as worthy. While Masaru questioned her feelings, Tilika stayed silent. Others hinted at her affection for him. Tilika finally confessed her feelings to everyone, openly declaring she liked Masaru without hesitation. Laughter followed as she lightened the moment, comparing her feelings to her love for food. Masaru smiled brightly, suggesting they all train together to earn skill points and grow stronger. Angela and Elizabeth were surprised to learn they too had divine protection, just like Sati. While everyone shared their goals, Masaru noticed Tilika deep in thought, unsure of her path. Tilika questioned the Truth Palace's role, realizing its justice system had hidden motives beyond order. The elder admitted there might be a secret purpose behind Masaru's powers from Asura. Tilika directly asked if the god gave Masaru powers for something greater than experimentation. Masaru denied it. Tilika tested him, but he answered calmly. There was no deeper mission. He affirmed his honesty. The power was real, but granted only to be explored freely. Masaru's powers might hold the key to saving the world from destruction within 20 years. He kept the truth hidden, not knowing how or when disaster would strike Razgrad. Even so, he cherished their friendship, determined to protect the joyful moments they shared. That night, Masaru and Sati shared an intimate moment, deepening their trust and connection. Wrapped in each other's arms, they found comfort in the uncertain future ahead of them. Masaru's healing magic deeply moved Sati. It restored her vision and brought emotional warmth too. She saw it as proof of Masaru's gentle nature and praised his compassionate heart. They embraced quietly, her respect for him unchanged despite intimacy. They remained companions in spirit. Under the moonlight, Masaru reminded himself. He had 20 years to change the world's fate. As Sati slept peacefully, he vowed silently to protect her smile no matter what. After finishing their preparations, the girls cheerfully presented the completed outfits outside the house. Inside, Angela handed over the gear. The girls looked ready, finally equipped for adventure. Angela smiled, lifting the child easily. She assured everyone the mace's weight was manageable. As they walked, Angela reminded Masaru gently. He'd forgotten something important. He froze, suddenly realizing the moment. Later, Tilika teased Masaru about titles. He blushed but admitted they were lovers now, smiling shyly. She challenged him boldly, defeat dragons to prove his worth as her capable adventure partner. Masaru looked surprised, sensing something serious. She glanced at him, gathering courage to speak clearly. At the guild, a meeting began. A trusted officer revealed confidential details about Masaru. She explained Masaru's status as extraordinary, requesting to accompany him and pass her responsibilities. Masaru reacted in shock, beginning to realize the full weight behind her unexpected request. The guildmaster was shocked by the truth. Masaru might be a prophesied hero. They discussed the clause's meaning, confirming Masaru's power could affect the world's fate entirely. Truth officers couldn't reveal lies between themselves. Such a rule kept the organization from collapsing. Masaru clarified he wasn't a hero, just empowered by a god, now testing that strength. The guildmaster accepted the explanation. Masaru's divine magic justified his role and potential influence. The guildmaster agreed. Masaru had 1 month to prove his strength as an apostle. Realizing this meant crisis, the guildmaster concluded, if Masaru was genuine, peace was ending. Later, the girls thanked Masaru sincerely. He had supported them despite awkward or unexpected events. Masaru admitted embarrassment. He hadn't needed to interfere, but chose to stand by them anyway. Despite being from another world, Masaru finally felt warmth, bonded through games, sleep, and shared comfort. Masaru wanted to help her. She called them friends, solidifying their bond with sincerity. Blushing slightly, she reaffirmed their friendship. Behind her, the others smiled warmly in agreement. Masaru assigned tasks and responsibilities before departing. Everyone prepared for changes and new arrangements ahead. They left for the temple, ready to speak with the priest and confirm their situation. The priest reacted with excitement, honored to meet someone granted divine power as a true apostle. They talked casually. Masaru disliked attention, but she promised to keep things quiet and simple. Despite that, she reminded him, his power and talent would naturally make him stand out anyway. She knew his kind nature. Masaru always helped others, even if it brought him trouble. Children approached excitedly, wanting to play again. Masaru smiled, but feared drawing attention once more. She gently declined, explaining she had to move into Masaru's house. The kids understood quietly. Kids teased them about marriage. She invited Masaru inside, wanting to share something personal. They sat quietly. The room was simple, but a serious conversation was about to begin. She revealed her past. An orphan abandoned in winter, rescued by chance, raised in the temple. Surviving such odds, the priest believed she was divinely blessed, destined for something meaningful and good. She studied at the capital, then returned to serve, grateful for the temple's guidance and care. Angela retrieved something from her shelf, a small note once left with her as a baby. It read, "Only Angela." Despite everything, she dreamed of finding her parents in Asura someday. Though abandoned, she felt no bitterness. Surrounded by warmth, she never truly felt alone here. The temple residents, priests and children alike, had become her true family, offering care, belonging, and joy. The next morning, Masaru handed her a document, a step toward what came next. Angela stood by the temple gate, surrounded by smiles, ready to begin her next chapter. The priests and children gave their blessings. Jokes, warmth, and heartfelt farewells filled the air. With confidence and hope, Angela declared she was off, walking proudly beside Masaru at dawn. She turned for one last glance. Everyone stood silently, sending her off with quiet strength. A final gesture, hands reaching in farewell, marked the start of Angela's journey with her new family. The children broke down in tears, after Angela left unable to hold emotions anymore. A priest gently comforted them, acknowledging how hard they tried to stay strong for Angela. One boy admitted their tears were hidden, so Angela could leave with a calm heart. Away from the gate, Angela wept silently, overwhelmed by the love she was leaving behind. Masaru extended his hand. Angela realized she wasn't alone. A new journey had begun together. Angela couldn't hold it anymore. Tears burst forth as Masaru gently held her hand. Everyone at the temple watched silently. Letting go meant believing in the happiness ahead. Now in a new land, Angela and Masaru met allies and began their journey together. Angela accepted her role. The lives of others now depended on her strength and resolve. Their new path was clear. With courage and unity, the group set out toward destiny. The group decided to head north, planning to train and grow stronger little by little. United by trust and purpose, the 5 companions advanced, careful not to push themselves recklessly. After slaying monsters in snowy plains, Masaru and his team end the day satisfied. With teamwork polished, they activate teleportation magic, instantly warping from battlefields to the next destination. They arrive outside Shiori town, preparing to report their successful mission and restock for tomorrow. At town gates, one member grows suspicious. She feels something strange about Masaru's rapid progress. Back home, Masaru casually learns teleportation. The others realize he's using cheat-like skills with ease. Masaru places teleport gate outside town, baffling Eli. Though restrictions oddly don't apply to him, the guild warns him, teleport use inside towns could reveal secrets or break travel records. At home, others discuss risks. The kingdom monitors teleport magic due to its dangerous misuse. Masaru plans something alone. He leaves quietly, claiming unfinished guild business, raising quiet concern among friends. He promises to return by dinner. The group watches as Masaru walks away with purpose. Masaru leads the group through dense forest. He's excited, but won't reveal the destination. The group notices a strange scent. Curiosity rises as they follow Masaru deeper into the forest. They arrive at a secluded valley surrounded by mountains, where a mysterious structure stands quietly. Steam rises from the water's edge. The place looks serene, untouched, and carefully maintained. Masaru reveals it's a hidden hot spring, a forgotten paradise once discovered by adventurers long ago. Masaru nervously offers swimsuits, insisting they're for modesty, carefully avoiding the real reason he's excited. He begs them to enter the springs, claiming he and Sati crafted the swimsuits lovingly. The girls reluctantly agree, not wanting Sati's hard work to go unappreciated. Masaru celebrates internally. Masaru's long-awaited swimsuit chapter begins. His teenage fantasy unfolds before him in dreamlike steam. The girls relax in the spring, unaware of Masaru's personal victory quietly unfolding nearby. Masaru sits in the bath, eyes stinging, unaware he's wandered into the wrong section. The girls realize his mistake. One feels sympathy, another scolds him gently while he panics. Tilika explains the hot springs past, abandoned due to costs, but still mysteriously well preserved. The girls reflect on Masaru's awkwardness. One finds his clumsy honesty oddly endearing and sweet. To Masaru's horror, the girls openly discuss him, teasing and speculating about his nightly intentions. A strange wind sweeps across the hot spring. Something massive stirs in the nearby forest. Sati senses danger. Masaru reacts instantly, shouting for everyone to evacuate the spring area. Masaru detects a large presence. He rushes barefoot to grab his weapons and prepare. Tentacles burst through the wall. The girls scream as the creature begins to drag them. A monstrous form emerges from the water's surface. The group faces a terrifying surprise ambush. A massive kraken bursts from the water, tentacles flailing wildly, sending everyone into chaos. The girls confirm it's a kraken. Shock spreads as they realize the threat is real. Masaru grabs his sword, stunned. A kraken shouldn't exist here. His panic nearly overtakes him. He steadies himself, resolves to strike. Despite confusion, he plans to target its limbs directly. Sati uses Ice Shot, a magic skill enhanced by cheat power, aiming to freeze it. The kraken thrashes violently. Sati's attack barely misses, leaving it even more enraged and aggressive. Tentacles shake Sati, affecting her casting. The others grow frustrated, unable to focus under pressure. Masaru grabs weapons. A teammate urgently calls for her bow, ready to join the fight. With her bow, she lands a shot directly in the monster's mouth, momentarily stunning it. Tentacles still lash around. Despite the hit, the kraken fights back, more furious and chaotic than before. Masaru casts levitation to hold the kraken in place. The girls prepare a joint attack. A powerful thunder spell crashes down. Electricity surges, but the kraken endures with barely a reaction. The spell fails. The group realizes its skin resists shocks. They must try another strategy. Masaru recalls a skill from a game. He prepares to strike directly with force. Tilika invokes spirit magic, calling upon hidden power. She prepares to unleash her strongest technique. Masaru used magic to levitate the battlefield, while the mage began chanting powerful thunder spells. The sky cracked open as lightning struck down, electrifying the monstrous kraken with brutal force. Masaru's black sword, acting as a lightning rod, redirected energy straight into the kraken's core. With the monster defeated, the group gathered, waiting for Masaru to declare their long-awaited victory. Masaru shouted proudly, celebrating the win, forgetting his clothes were gone mid-battle. Everyone looked away embarrassed. Masaru relaxed at home, recalling how they defeated the kraken that once threatened the coast. He explained that the kraken was rare, earning a high price at the guild. The group gathered for dinner, prepared by Elizabeth, who proudly announced the meal's completion. Everyone stared in shock at the charred, unrecognizable dish served, unsure if it was edible. Elizabeth insisted it was kraken ink pasta, but the others doubted it was food at all. They explained how Elizabeth accidentally burned the food while learning to cook her first meal. Despite its burnt state, Sati tried eating it but couldn't hide her honest reaction. The team remained positive, shared dinner together, and then discussed their next exploration route on map. Tilika proposed heading toward Nara town, suggesting it might lead them to new discoveries. Masaru grew concerned, sensing hesitation in Tilika, who hinted Nera might hold deeper secrets. Far away, a nobleman hears of their plans and prepares to meet them personally. The group arrives at Nera town, amazed by its size and ready for adventure ahead. After intense morning training, their stomachs growl. They decide to search town for food urgently. While walking, they witness sick villagers. A desperate couple begs them to help their unconscious son. Concerned, they enter a nearby tavern. The whole town seems weary, weak, and deeply troubled. Inside, they examine the menu. The food is poor. Clearly, something is draining this place's life. As they wait to order, armored soldiers enter the tavern, creating tension and silence. Soldiers demand tax payment. The waitress's father protests, confused. She cries out, realizing something is very wrong. She pleads against the rising taxes. The soldier coldly blames others' failure, ignoring her desperation. Without warning, the soldier strikes her. Her body collapses as the tavern gasps in horror. Anger boils in him. He clenches his fist, standing up as justice overwhelms his hesitation. The girl's father offers his last orange, begging mercy. The party realizes her name, Tilika. The soldiers scoff. Payment is insufficient. They demand everything left at home by tomorrow morning. Citizens plead. The guards smirk, calling them sustenance for Lord Deltro. Cruelty replaces any humanity. Without remorse, the soldiers depart. The group watches, shocked, as injustice walks away unchallenged again. Healing Tilika's wound, they quietly promise change. Her pain reveals how broken this kingdom truly is. The party offers to help, but the father desperately insists they're fine, fearing worse punishment. He begs for silence, trembling. Tilika glances at their old family photo, remembering better days. The family portrait shows lost warmth. A once happy home now crushed under corruption and fear. Starving, Tilika fetches water. Her weak steps echo her fading strength and growing hopelessness. She collapses mid-task. The healer catches her, eyes firm. This suffering will no longer be ignored. The healer questions Tilika gently. She flinches, caught between fear and a buried truth. Tears well up. She wants to speak, but fear seals her voice completely shut. She finally explains, protesting means punishment. Her loved ones stay silent to avoid brutal consequences. Tilika's mother was taken away by guards to serve Lord Deltro just days ago. She never returned. Her body was found beaten beyond recognition, sparking horror Tilika can't forget. She overheard whispers. Her mother was discarded by the Lord for failing to please him. Tilika cries out. Her mother's dignity was destroyed, yet her father dared not resist. Rumors said the town's truth officer was working with Deltro, silencing any opposition silently. Worse than fear is being used, drained, and discarded when they can't pay anymore. Tears flood down. The weight of silence and helplessness has been tearing her apart inside. Hearing enough, the healer stands. Tilika's pain has moved something deeply within her resolve. The protagonist explains Deltro's tyranny. He begins recounting history to help them understand the bigger picture. The Truth Palace once challenged corrupt rulers, but nobles revolted, killing all the truth officers. King Gary revived the palace and Magic Eye, accepting its flaws for greater justice again. To avoid history repeating, nobles received protections. Truth officers required proof before investigating political wrongdoing. Fueled by anger, Eli demands revenge. The truth they've uncovered cannot be ignored anymore. Duke Deltroviller exploits his grandfather's legacy. Even the Truth Palace avoids confronting his power. Fear grows under Deltro's rule. Citizens remain voiceless as their suffering is quietly buried. The healer states calmly, a skilled politician must manage lies, not blindly follow impossible ideals. Wrongdoing is tolerable if it benefits people. But when it fails them, justice must intervene instead. Fired up by injustice, the healer demands action. They cannot let Deltro's cruelty continue unchecked. Tilika, determined, asks the group for help. Their united expressions show unwavering support and resolve. The group scouts the Lord's estate. Guarded heavily, it stands as a symbol of control. Disguised as civilians, two members arrive with offerings, pretending to fulfill their tax obligations. They introduce themselves as townsfolk. Mentioning Deltro's request, they gain entry while the guards remain suspicious. The guard underestimates them, believing townspeople, especially women, couldn't possibly pose any real threat. Given directions to the Duke's room, they proceed while a teammate secretly scales the wall. A guard is taken out swiftly. The infiltration begins with perfect coordination and surprise. Another pair of guards are distracted and struck. The group's plan unfolds without delay. Recon confirmed their low defenses. As expected, no one ever dared fight the Duke before. Masaru and Tilika surveyed the aftermath. With enemies down, they prepared for the next mission. Tilika questioned the disguise plan. Masaru had worn women's clothes to infiltrate the enemy unnoticed. They recalled the reasons: distraction, economy support, and catching guards off guard during their infiltration. Masaru protested in frustration, realizing the plan was partly made for amusement at his expense. With no time to argue, the group raced ahead to confront the corrupt noble. Tilika woke up confused, her eye bandaged. She sensed something had changed inside her. Doctors confirmed the magic eye surgery's success. Clemens listened silently, aware of the cost involved. When Clemens called her name, Tilika's eye reacted. The power had already begun activating. Clemens declared her a tool of the Truth Palace. Her past was now erased, tears hidden. Tilika accepted. She would obey, knowing resistance meant losing everything, even herself. Tilika repeated the word tool, trying to understand what it meant for her identity. She marched with others, hearing how obedience required no thought. But freedom came with difficult choices. The instructor revealed a future: either become controlled by the system or rise above it. Tilika remembered the advice clearly, her expression firm. She had chosen her own path now. She stood before Duke Deltro's door. Her mission began, guided by truth, not fear. Tilika and her companion entered cautiously. They prepared themselves for whatever they might face inside. Duke Deltro mocked their entrance, disguising his arrogance with sarcasm and a smug tone. He targeted Tilika's friend with vile demands. The room filled with his cruelty and filth. Tilika revealed her eye. The Duke recognized it instantly. His arrogance turned to alarm. Tilika accused him directly, declaring his failure to serve near a town. Her voice was firm. Duke Deltro challenged her authority, demanding proof. Tilika stood her ground without hesitation. The townspeople hesitated, intimidated. Nobles reminded Tilika that rules required both testimony and evidence. Tilika introduced herself formally. The Duke threatened violence, but she calmly followed protocol as expected. Tilika assured him the investigation was valid. Testimonies were already being gathered from the people. The townsfolk arrived. Fear faded. Their presence proved the truth. Deltro's power began to crumble. Tilika's allies had secured the area. The guards were subdued before reinforcements could react. Outside, remaining soldiers were unaware. Their delay gave Tilika just enough time to act. She addressed the people formally, invoking her title and demanding truth from Nira's citizens. With passion, Tilika questioned Duke Deltro's righteousness. The townspeople stared, torn between fear and truth. Deltro panicked. He shouted to silence them, forbidding answers, desperate to keep control intact. The townspeople realized the Truth Palace had ignored their suffering. Tilika's presence sparked silent hope. Tilika warned this chance may never come again. The townspeople hesitated, fearing noble retaliation. Duke Deltro arrogantly claimed their loyalty. He dismissed Tilika's efforts, clinging to his false control. Furious, Deltro threatened everyone. He vowed execution, turning their fear into desperation and silence. Laughter erupted. Doubt crept in. The crowd wavered. Would anyone dare speak against him? A bold citizen exposed the truth. His mother had been murdered by Duke Deltro himself. Shocked faces turned to Tilika. Silence wavered. The people's belief began shifting toward courage. A young girl stepped forward, trembling but resolute, her voice filled with painful determination. Recognized from the tavern, the girl inspired others. Her bravery stirred hesitant hearts. More accusations followed. Deltro panicked. Voices rose. The people had finally begun to speak. The townspeople began sharing stories, secrets of brutality, corruption, and hidden horrors beneath Deltro's estate. The crowd erupted. Grief turned to rage. Families demanded justice for suffering Deltro caused. A father recalled how soldiers beat his daughter for speaking up about unfair treatment. Moved by her father's words, the girl beamed. Truth had finally pierced the silence. Tilika declared unity their strength. With everyone speaking, the Truth Palace could no longer stay silent. Duke Deltro exploded with rage. He denied everything, shouting over the people's growing truth. Tilika raised her voice. She declared Deltro guilty, invoking the Truth Palace's authority and justice. Private guards arrived. Their commander ordered slaughter. Deltro wanted everyone silenced, even if corpses followed. A young warrior stepped forward. Unafraid, he stood between the people and a charging enemy. With powerful magic, he unleashed Air Hammer, knocking enemies back and stunning the entire battlefield. Deltro screamed in fury, throwing insults as he was overwhelmed by the young warrior's resistance. With unwavering force, the boy struck back, sending Deltro crashing down in a decisive blow. Fury poured out. The boy condemned Deltro's crimes and exposed his greed-driven violence to all. The final words hit hard. Deltro, defeated and cornered, realized his reign was truly ending. Seeing their leader fall, the guards surrendered. Peace returned, and families reunited with joyful relief. The group confronted corrupt soldiers. The cat-girl warrior stood firm as the girl watched silently. A few days later, captured nobles and knights were escorted through town by strict officials. Duke Deltro panicked as royal investigators arrived. The hero's actions had triggered official judgment. The girl's determined stare met Deltro's furious gaze. Justice clashed with desperation in a silent moment. Despite exposing him, she admitted bending rules. Justice was served, but not without personal consequence. Though the truth was exposed, she feared the Truth Palace would reject her actions completely. Her allies reassured her. Serving justice, protecting others, and family bonds made their risks worthwhile. They reminded her that Deltro's downfall helped restore noble duty and honor, not defy it. He stood by her, calmly saying the choice she made was just and absolutely necessary. She quietly acknowledged it, then shifted the topic, sensing something strange about the noblewoman's behavior. A new Lord and Truth officer arrived, bringing hope for rebuilding trust and proper governance. The group smiled, believing their effort could spark real change and restore peace in town. Together, they approached the square, where grateful townspeople awaited with admiration and deep respect. The girl addressed everyone, urging them to keep their courage and emotions alive for justice. She reminded them, justice won't always come. Sometimes, people must rise and call for it themselves. Though justice may falter, the girl declared hope remained if they stayed united and brave. The townspeople smiled gratefully, moved by her courage. They realized someone had finally come for them. Privately, concern stirred. The Truth Palace itself was showing signs of decay and moral failure. A wise elder warned that officers were drifting from duty, using laws to protect corrupt nobles. Despite claims of justice, some truth officers ignored real suffering, leaving one disciple full of doubt. The master praised her resolve. She never supported corruption, always choosing justice despite the consequences. She remembered his challenge when receiving the magic eye: be used or use it rightly. With determination, she vowed to uphold justice using her title, following his path of integrity. Her bold declaration made him smile, words unspoken, but approval clearly shown in his quiet expression. Now confident and mature, Tilika stood proud. Her younger self admired how far she'd grown. The townspeople gathered joyfully, surrounding the cloaked figure who had saved their village's peace. The child in the cat hood offered awkward farewells. The grateful villagers responded with loud cheer. Their party regrouped near the gate. Townspeople thanked them sincerely, bidding farewell with warm smiles. People, once silenced by fear, now stood proud, freed by those who dared intervene. Moved by her tears, he reassured her gently. Their bond deepened after changing one town. Masaru's fierce anger at Deltro echoed in her memory, sparking admiration she never expressed. Tilika praised Masaru's bravery. He blushed, surprised by her sincerity, as the group quietly observed. Masaru smiled warmly, ready to move forward. A new mission awaited just beyond the cliffs. Tilika opened her magic screen, offering guidance. She asked gently what spells he wished learning. They approached a strange portal surrounded by flying beasts, unaware of the trials ahead within. As night fell, the girls proudly brought out dinner while the others waited at the table. Elizabeth presented her special seafood pasta, garnished carefully, hoping everyone would enjoy her latest creation tonight. Masaru was shocked. It looked edible. Everyone prepared to eat, excited by its surprisingly good appearance. Suddenly, the strong smell overwhelmed cat-eared girl, triggering a strange animal reaction from the intense aroma. Despite efforts, the meal failed. Masaru cooked something else. Elizabeth questioned where things had gone wrong. While cleaning up, the girl asked Masaru about tomorrow's plans. He prepared the training gear. Pointing to the map, Masaru explained the final training location. Unexpectedly, enemies started charging toward them. As the battle began, Masaru blocked attacks, while his teammate cast ice magic, freezing a goblin. With enemies defeated, the girls smiled confidently. Masaru thanked her for supporting them during the battle. The girls reflected on their growth, surprised by their power, crediting Masaru's cheat for their success. Just as Masaru suggested reviewing skills, the cat-eared girl sensed something unusual in the sky. She raised a finger in warning. Everyone looked up to see flying creatures rapidly approaching overhead. Realizing the danger, the group stared tensely. The winged figures were identified, hostile monsters closing in fast. Masaru recognized them instantly, harpies. He prepared for battle, knowing these flying enemies were highly aggressive fighters. The cat-eared girl summoned her familiar Panya, calling for aid as magical energy surged around her. Using summoning magic, she linked minds with her familiar Panya to scout enemy movements ahead. As Panya ventured deeper, the girl sensed danger. Something alarming was happening beyond the tree line. Panya discovered a massive harpy nest, swarming with monsters flying in and out continuously above. The team gathered intel. 20 harpies were visible, but they suspected even more hiding inside. Masaru's expression hardened. He remembered past destruction and declared they must eliminate the threat completely. Emergency quests force adventurers to act. Masaru once avoided harpies, but this time was different. Avoiding the mission meant losing guild trust and paying fines. Masaru understood the consequences clearly now. Determined, the priestess urged him to destroy the harpy den and face his fears directly. Masaru clenched his fist, looked at his team, and finally gave a quiet, resolute answer. Gathered with his companions, Masaru announced their decision. Together, they would destroy the harpy nest completely. Eli quietly reflected on her actions. Doubts stirred as the others prepared to move forward. She admitted her coldness aloud, believing it was the only way to help Masaru heal. Still unsure, Eli confessed she thought Masaru preferred gentler girls. A friend's laughter softened her insecurity. Encouragement followed. Kindness, they explained, was not softness, but caring enough to act for someone's growth. As flowers swayed, she realized, being strict also meant caring. Eli's kindness had always been there. Masaru, once haunted by his past, now stood tall, ready to face it directly. Each teammate recognized their role. Though new, Elizabeth had advice only she could give Masaru. Elizabeth smiled confidently, believing they could overcome anything, so long as they stayed united as 5. Though they laughed about sharing Masaru, both girls silently wished they could be his only one. Tilika warned the team, 40 harpies ahead, including a giant guarding the eggs inside the den. They identified the harpy queen as the key target. Masaru would destroy the den remotely. With support magic secured, the girls would attack while Masaru supplied mana and observed safely. Their aggressive plan, hit hard, think later, was simple but risky. Masaru quietly worried about its recklessness. Excitement built. Everyone prepared their roles. Masaru watched silently, feeling the weight of responsibility grow. As the team advanced together, Masaru realized their lives were now his to protect. Masaru battled fear. With trembling hands, he resolved to protect everyone. He had no time left. Before he could act, the girls reassured him with smiles. "We'll protect you too." Hearing those words, Masaru paused. He realized he wasn't alone. They supported him just as much. Each of them believed in him. In return, Masaru silently vowed to believe in them. With new resolve, Masaru exhaled, eyes sharp, fears gone. He was finally ready for the fight. Masaru and the girls formed a team, stepping into the forest with renewed determination. A masked enemy began chanting a dark ritual, gathering energy for a devastating magical assault. Lightning magic surged from the sky, targeting the group with divine power and incredible force. The earth exploded with impact. Masaru's team barely shielded themselves from the massive lightning strike. Tilika summoned a giant hawk, countering the destruction with aerial might to shift the battle. The group stood united, swords drawn, marching toward the enemy's stronghold hidden in the forest. From the wreckage, the Harpy Queen emerged, bloodied but furious, vengeance burning behind her glare. Though wounded, the queen survived. Her warriors shielded her, sacrificing themselves against the magic strike. Beneath the rubble, her strength gathered. Rage and pain boiled silently, waiting to be unleashed. Her eyes locked on the heroes. Fury surged as she prepared for a brutal counterattack. Harpies suddenly descended from the sky, startling the group and forcing them into immediate defense. The team regrouped quickly. The princess issued commands, expecting the ambush and preparing for retaliation. She unleashed ice storm magic, freezing the harpies midair while warriors engaged from the ground. A beast summoner joined battle, calling forth a giant tiger to counterattack the enemy harpies. Using detection magic, the archer located hidden threats and launched fire arrows, ending the harpy assault. Masaru sensed danger too late. A powerful harpy lunged from above, forcing him to react. More enemies appeared. The team split up, battling harpies and monsters swarming from multiple directions. Surrounded by beasts, the archer aimed precisely while Masaru prepared for a direct frontal clash. With perfect timing, Masaru counterattacked fiercely, striking down the Harpy leader with focused strength and resolve. Encouraged by teamwork and memories, she vowed to grow stronger and never fall behind again. Masaru smiled confidently, feeling stronger than before after surviving the battle with the Harpies. He reflected on skills, realizing teamwork and training surpassed relying on cheats or shortcuts alone. Reassured by experience, Masaru admitted his fear faded. Strategy and courage made the difference now. Surrounded by friends and allies, Masaru realized his true strength came from never fighting alone. As peace returned, Masaru planned a gift. Hopeful about the future and bonds he'd formed, George eagerly prepared gifts, convinced that any flower would win her heart without question. Overconfident and dramatic, George declared marriage plans, unaware no one had agreed to such commitment. The officials summoned Tilika and Eli, criticizing them for interfering in Nearatown's matters. Tilika remained silent while the officer explained her investigation lacked authority and sufficient legal testimonies. He declared Tilika violated Truth Palace rules, ignoring Eli's attempt to defend her contributions. Accepting her fate, Tilika bravely stated she was ready to receive any necessary punishment. The officer addressed her formally, preparing to announce the decision that would change her future. Tilika's sentence was unexpectedly light, only a 3-day administrative leave announced by the senior officer. Both Tilika and Eli stood stunned, unsure how to react to the surprisingly lenient outcome. The officer asked about Eli's involvement, hinting deeper knowledge about Duke Deltro's conspiracy and corruption. They explained leniency was chosen because her actions, though improper, helped reveal the town's injustice. Eli observed that the decision wasn't justice. It was just to protect the Truth Palace's image. The officer revealed a cover-up. High-ranking Truth officials had been colluding with corrupt nobles. Tilika's supervisor arrived and criticized her, claiming she had failed in her responsibilities and duties. Despite his criticism, the officer defended Tilika, believing her bold actions reflected good prior training. The officer shared the reaction he saw. Amused by Tilika's supervisor's sour expression after confrontation, Tilika's suspension began. No work, no magic eye. She accepted it calmly as they moved on. A month passed. The officer announced that George Byron would soon arrive to claim Tilika. George, a noble recommended as Tilika's partner, was already traveling toward the town by carriage. Eli was challenged to prove he was a more capable magician than George to qualify. Due to magical differences, a neutral, safe test was chosen, though it favored George slightly. Eli reassured Tilika with confidence, trusting his training and cheat ability to win the upcoming challenge. George Byron arrived at the hall, flanked by knights. Tension rose among the gathered group. Outraged, George mocked the decision, refusing to accept a duel against a commoner like Eli. The officer reminded everyone that magical strength, not noble blood, was what mattered in choosing Tilika's partner. George tried to provoke the officer, accusing him of bias and disliking noble families altogether. Feigning politeness, George sarcastically denied any noble corruption before reluctantly agreeing to the challenge. George saw the duel as a performance, eager to show off his supposed magical superiority. He dramatically initiated the challenge by throwing a glove, but Eli clumsily dodged it instinctively. To avoid further embarrassment, the officer moved the match to a nearby training ground facility. As they arrived, Eli grew nervous, noticing the large audience gathering for the duel. Their massive, energetic referee, Samson, was introduced, yelling loudly and flexing, adding pressure to the already tense atmosphere. The duel began. Eli cast earth magic, summoning a large mound that quickly began transforming. George's magic responded fiercely, forming a towering rock golem that shocked the watching audience immediately. Eli's own golem emerged, equally massive. Both magicians now stood before their summoned creations ready. The rules were clear: attack using golems only. Direct hits between contestants were strictly forbidden. George noticed Eli's golem had horns. Puzzled by its unusual appearance and apparent magical complexity, George brushed off the golem's horns as decoration, unaware of Eli's unique design inspiration. Although reluctant to admit it, George secretly found Eli's golem design unexpectedly cool and intimidating. Tilika and the others noticed the resemblance, realizing Eli copied a style from another character. The signal to begin the fight was prepared. Both golems stood, awaiting the referee's command. With a loud shout and dramatic gesture, Samson officially started the long-awaited magical golem duel. George commanded his golem forward, mocking Eli as the battle began with thunderous stone movement. Eli panicked when George's golem suddenly rushed in with blinding speed and crushing strength. The two massive golems collided mid-field, fists flying in a powerful clash of summoned might. George laughed arrogantly, claiming Eli's golem was too slow while launching a barrage of attacks. Spectators were stunned. George's golem moved impossibly fast for something made entirely of rock and magic. George commands his golem using wind magic, boosting agility by channeling air through limb vents. Observers realize George controls both wind and earth spells, showing true mastery beyond flashy appearance. Confident and energetic, George powers his spells faster, enhancing the golem's strength and movement speed. The golem accelerates further, charging with crushing force, catching the enemy off guard mid-battle. With explosive impact, the golem slams down, cracking earth and overpowering its opponent in one blow. Masaru's golem absorbs repeated blows, its rocky armor cracking as George's relentless attacks intensify. Masaru's golem regenerates by absorbing soil, but it's too slow to match George's overwhelming speed. George corners Masaru, shouting fiercely, demanding to know his purpose and resolve in this fight. He declares nobles must lead with strength, loyalty, and pride, serving the king and people. With conviction, George speaks of noble duty, his golem striking Masaru's with a devastating counterattack. Masaru reflects on political customs, realizing his morals differ from this world's long-accepted traditions. Tilika calls out to Masaru in desperation, her emotions pushing him to stand again. Masaru regains focus, facing George's ideals head-on, preparing to express his own resolve clearly. George speaks of noble duty, but Masaru believes something greater, protecting hearts, remains unchanged across all worlds. Masaru declares he'll protect Tilika's heart, proving his strength through action, not just empty words. George smirks confidently, asserting his presence and pride as a noble warrior in battle. The two golems clash again, locked in a test of strength and endurance on both sides. George mocks Masaru's ideals, dismissing them as childish while ordering his golem to attack. George taunts Masaru, exploiting a gap in his defense, preparing to strike with brutal force. He criticizes Masaru's tactics, claiming golems are limited tools despite regeneration through absorbed soil. Masaru targets the enemy golem's torso, believing destroying it will disable its limbs completely. The audience watches in shock and awe, uncertain of the outcome unfolding before their eyes. A direct hit shatters the enemy golem's midsection, sending fragments flying across the battlefield. Despite the damage, George grins confidently, declaring victory and leaving Masaru in critical danger. My win. A massive stone monster collides with its opponent, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. The victorious figure smirks, claiming victory over the fallen opponent, unaware of a hidden threat. The stone monster begins to rise, its movements slow, but its power still formidable despite damage. The monster promises more destruction, its confidence overwhelming, mocking its opponent's lack of experience. The monster attacks with fury, but the opponent dodges, barely escaping the destructive force of the blow. The stone monster grits its teeth as it endures another blow, the fight growing intense. Its opponent strikes again, but the stone beast retaliates fiercely, sending rocks crashing in every direction. Observing the battle, someone realizes the monster isn't fighting back seriously, its true intentions unclear. The fighter grits his teeth, realizing the monster is skillfully parrying his every attack with ease. The stone monster charges again, its power overwhelming, preparing for a decisive strike amid cheering crowds. The characters are surprised as George's golem retreats, signaling a sudden change in the battle. A conversation reveals the advantage George's earth magic once gave him, but now the situation shifts. A comparison is made, highlighting George's victories in mock battles versus Masaru's real-life adventuring experience. A seasoned warrior explains that true victory depends on battle experience, not just skill or magic. The stone monster recalls a near miss, realizing how close it came to being overpowered by its opponent. Frustrated, the golem's controller rages, realizing he's too old to be playing these intense battles. A fierce exchange of blows occurs, each punch from the golem creating explosive impacts with force. The two golems collide again, the battle escalating as both fighters struggle for dominance and sheer power. The spectators cheer as Masaru successfully lands a punch, shocking everyone who thought he was slow. The stone monster is in disbelief, realizing Masaru's every move feels eerily predictable as though he's reading them. Desperation sets in as the golem controller struggles to keep up, pushing his golem even faster. Seizing the moment, a breakthrough comes when the golem's controller realizes a weakness in his opponent's stance. The golem controller mocks his opponent, seeing an opening in the reckless attack as the fight intensifies. The golems clash once more, with one landing a devastating hit, shaking the ground beneath them. George, realizing his golem's lack of mobility, begins to lose confidence as the fight drags on. The golem's controller realizes he's been tricked, realizing that destroying the torso will collapse its structure. Desperation strikes as the controller orders a powerful attack, compressing magic into one mighty strike for victory. With immense force, the golem unleashes a divine, explosive punch, causing devastation all around the arena. The power of the punch shatters everything in its path, throwing the opponent off balance. George's golem stumbles as the fight ends, and the winner of the battle is declared. The crowd cheers as Masaru's victory becomes clear, but some notice a strange expression on his face. Masaru, while proud of his victory, realizes something feels different. He's not sure how to react. George, devastated by his loss, struggles to come to terms with the overwhelming defeat. Masaru strikes a pose, realizing his golem now looks exactly like something out of his favorite anime. Despite his victory, Masaru is told he still has room to grow, especially in magic proficiency. George, defeated and frustrated, declares that this duel was never just about magic but personal stakes. With a smug grin, George attempts to flirt with Tilika, confident she would prefer him over Masaru. Masaru defensively retorts, noting that his hairstyle is uniquely his. Feeling insulted by the stereotype, George, flustered by the comments on his hair, defends its coolness, though his confidence begins to crack. George, trying to recover, brushes off the comments and claims he wasn't wrong in his actions. George reflects on his loss, realizing that power should come with responsibility, especially when wielding truth. Masaru compliments George's hair, trying to diffuse the tension, but George remains unsure of the comment. George, examining his hair, realizes its delicate nature, quickly readjusting it, overly concerned about his appearance. George shows off confidently, expecting validation, but his vanity makes him a bit too exaggerated. Masaru gets congratulated, but the true focus shifts when they notice just how massive George's golem is. With a sigh, Masaru apologizes as yet another problem emerges. While Drevin orders the training grounds to be fixed, the adventure continues. On the town's outskirts, the girl prepared to summon beasts using her unique magic. A hawk, a mouse, and other magical creatures emerged one by one from her spell. Her strongest familiar, a tiger named Taiga, stood proudly beside her, born from raw magic. She explained their loyalty and safety, allowing the curious elder to approach the summoned tiger calmly. Impressed yet skeptical, the elder prepared to reveal his own mysterious power in response. The elder revealed his trump card. A massive dragon named Drago appeared before everyone. A knight quickly stepped forward, offering to confront the situation and protect everyone if needed. They confirmed Drago was Tilika's familiar, an intelligent dragon capable of understanding and speaking fluently. Drago praised Tilika's strength and intelligence, boasting about their shared bond and dominant magical lineage. Tilika dismissed him mid-speech, revealing Drago's tendency to ramble despite his intimidating and majestic presence. Tilika humbly explained her summoning abilities, acknowledging divine aid and Masaru's role in her growth. The elder questioned Tilika's intentions, recalling the moment she had impulsively chosen Masaru as a partner. Blushing, Tilika confessed her admiration for Masaru, declaring him the only person she truly desired. Suddenly, tension rose as the elders sensed a disturbance. Something dark had begun to stir. A patient writhed in agony, cursed or infected, as ominous tendrils wrapped tighter around his body. A tragic update followed. The young girl didn't survive the dangerous magic eye procedure. Overwhelmed by grief, her sister struck the elder, blaming him for the irreversible, fatal result. Crying over her sister's body, she screamed in agony, accusing the elder of murder. Despite mourning, the elder was questioned about choosing a successor for his important magical position. Emotionally strained, he revealed he was recently divorced and had lost his only child forever. With no heir left, he was ordered to become an instructor to avoid retirement. His reassignment masked a demotion, punishment for uncovering noble and officer corruption within the system. He reflected bitterly on how magical breeding programs often failed, sometimes killing children like his daughter. Yet among commoners, rare gifted children like Tilika were sometimes born with perfect magical compatibility. He accepted his role and was tasked with overseeing the magical education of young Tilika. Clemens revealed Tilika was sold by her parents, a heartbreaking fate common among poor families. The elder justified his assignment, insisting his righteousness was still needed at the Truth Palace. He was urged to fulfill his duty, to leave a successor no matter what. Meeting young Tilika, he called her name, marking the beginning of their reluctant teacher-student bond. He declared she'd be shaped into a tool, suppressing emotion to serve the corrupt system. Memories of his daughter resurfaced, stirring regret as he quietly accepted his new role. She had once promised to study hard and become a proud truth officer like him. Though touched, he told her she didn't need to follow his path to feel worthy. Instead, he urged her to define her own justice and protect it without compromise. He no longer wanted Tilika to be a tool, but someone free to choose. Though dangerous, becoming a tool offered safety, a simple path for those who accepted control. Later, Clemens approached Masaru and Tilika, quietly pulling something from his robe with solemn intent. He handed over his certification, offering official support to Tilika if trouble ever arose. He declared her his disciple, not just a student but his pride and joy. Masaru vowed to protect her, smiling with conviction as responsibility quietly settled onto his shoulders. Tilika smiled faintly, quietly stepping forward with determination, carrying both her past and hopes. Clemens offered his final words. Tilika bowed deeply as he turned to leave them. The party regrouped in town, exchanging greetings and preparing for whatever challenge awaited them next. Together, they marched forward, a mismatched yet unified team walking through the heart of the city. Despite the road ahead, laughter and camaraderie bloomed, and Masaru led them with resolve. He took a deep breath, nervous but determined, ready to speak his heartfelt truth. Facing his companions, he expressed his wish to stay together and support them forever. He praised each girl sincerely, recognizing their strengths and revealing how much they meant. Blushing deeply, he confessed his love for all of them, asking for their hearts. Nervous and clumsy, his voice cracked during the proposal, surprising the girls into stunned silence. Masaru proposes awkwardly, making the girls emotional. His words are sincere despite the clumsy delivery. The princess wipes her tears, surprised such a goofy proposal could bring her real happiness. Another girl steps forward, overwhelmed, and confesses she wants to stay by Masaru's side forever. All four girls gather, united in emotion and resolve, expressing their shared feelings for Masaru. At sunrise, they embrace Masaru on the balcony, vowing to stay together forevermore. Masaru reflects on the past, remembering the emotions that overwhelmed him during that moment. Months ago, Masaru trained hard, clueless that love would find him amidst wild rabbit attacks. Now each girl stands gracefully in a wedding dress, holding flowers with hopeful, steady hearts. Masaru stands proudly among them, realizing he's about to marry all four devoted companions. Friends and allies cheer warmly as Masaru celebrates his unexpected yet joyful future with everyone. Citizens and children warmly watch the ceremony, touched by the moment and waving with affection. One bride glances back with gratitude, silently thanking those who supported her along this journey. Another bride waves joyfully, remembering the friend who encouraged her to keep believing in love. The cat-eared girl cries tears of happiness, overwhelmed by the life she now cherishes. Outside, villagers pop wine bottles, celebrating Masaru's marriage as a joyous festival spreads through the town. Two men spot someone approaching quietly. Their surprise grows as they recognize the familiar footsteps. The man shrugs, confused but cheerful, while the others leave the scene without saying anything. Inside the chapel, vows are exchanged. Masaru and the brides take hands before the altar. Some cry with joy, others leave silently. Emotions swell as new lives begin and old end. Laughter returns outside. Friends toss coins and wine, welcoming the couple with blessings and celebration. Masaru stands with his four brides as the crowd cheers, celebrating their beautiful wedding ceremony. Just after the ceremony, a quest board notification suddenly appears and catches Masaru's immediate attention. A new urgent mission appears. Narnia is in danger. Masaru prepares to act without hesitation. The girl arrived with a basket, hoping to discuss temple matters with Masaru at dinner. Masaru, missing home, started making mayonnaise using local ingredients to recreate familiar flavors from Japan. She revealed the temple would join the bazaar, suggesting they sell unused items from home. While vigorously mixing, Masaru offered old tools for the sale, though exhaustion began to show. Finally, after constant stirring, the mayonnaise was done, impressing everyone with its smooth, creamy finish. Masaru planned to mix fried chicken with mayonnaise. Elizabeth appeared, excited to join dinner. Everyone gathered at the table, With hands together, they prepared to enjoy Masaru's homemade feast. The chicken was served generously. Masaru proudly observed as Sati took her first careful bite. Overwhelmed by taste, Sati cried. She declared it too delicious and was glad she came. Elizabeth devoured her portion cheerfully, exaggerating its greatness, claiming the dish could conquer the world. Elizabeth and the girl locked eyes, both silently realizing they were reaching for the last piece. Masaru nervously interrupted, revealing something important he had forgotten to mention during the lively dinner. He warned them, mayonnaise and fried chicken are oily. Too much could cause noticeable weight gain. Stunned by the comment, Elizabeth froze. The tension grew as her expression turned dark and intense. Determined, Elizabeth rose and declared she'd burn all fat with fierce training and pure willpower. Elizabeth proudly vowed to start exercising tomorrow, while others silently feared her growing appetite and weight. Masaru collapsed after the event. The wedding ceremony exhausted him far more than expected. The girls reassured him the day would become a lasting memory for his new brides. To express thanks, Elizabeth presented her handmade wild rabbit apples, sliced and arranged with unique care. Though not good at cooking, Elizabeth impressed everyone with her cute knife skills and charming effort. Elizabeth asked Masaru to check her cooking stats. Excited, she hoped for official improvement. The system log showed Elizabeth's dagger skill increased instead, thanks to her intense kitchen knife use. Shocked by the result, Elizabeth reacted dramatically. While others discussed what to do next, Masaru decided to accept the divine quest given by the god Asura without hesitation. The quest's goal was clear: relieve Narnia-san from hardships in her isolated farming life. Recognizing the divine quest as an oracle, she accepted it as her sacred responsibility. Elizabeth urged Masaru to take the quest seriously, her determination clear in her expression. She recalled Narnia's sacrifices, their shared hardships and loyalty, to support the Blanzat household's financial burden. Moved by her words, Masaru agreed. Elizabeth declared she would help Narnia no matter what. The group decided to head east to Largano village, ready to aid Narnia together. Everyone prepared for the long journey. Masaru planned to visit the guild and inform the temple. The system reminded him again, once started, the quest must be completed within the limit. At the castle gate, Masaru checked his status while the guards greeted him with curiosity. Wearing new troll leather armor, Masaru explained his plans to train with magic outside town. Guards laughed, remembering Masaru's humble beginnings. Now a B-rank adventurer, he'd earned the title Dragon Slayer. As he walked, Masaru reflected on everything. There was something important he hadn't shared yet. He revealed his origin again, reminding them he came from another world, something hard to explain clearly. Masaru boldly confessed he came from an isekai. The girls looked stunned by his honesty. They interpreted isekai as a distant foreign land. Masaru tried simplifying the concept for them. Despite the truth, they smiled warmly, accepting him fully. Their bond remained unchanged, strong, and sincere. Masaru decided to keep quiet for now and focused on practicing his new spell. He raised his arms and cast the spell, causing a distant card game to pause. The spell's explosion shocked everyone nearby. Masaru admitted he should have tested it farther from camp. He analyzed the spell's structure, hoping to optimize it by reducing chant time with understanding. Using presence detection, Masaru sensed 3 beings approaching, likely monsters, since animals would have fled from danger. Masaru readied his bow, planning to strike the smallest target first to reduce risk. Suddenly, a boy ran toward him, chased by 3 monstrous ogres, screaming desperately for help. Masaru shouted for the boy to run, then threw his boomerang weapon to distract enemies. He grabbed the boy mid-sprint, urging him to keep moving as the monsters closed in. The ogres hurled stones. Masaru dodged while shielding the boy, barely avoiding a direct hit. After flying some distance, Kazuto landed suddenly, his flying skill exhausted from overuse and strain. Kazuto explained his skill's limit. They couldn't fly further, and running to town seemed dangerous. Sensing danger approaching, Kazuto hid the girl under stone and stepped forward to face enemies alone. A group of armed ogres charged him. Kazuto blocked fiercely, prepared for a brutal close battle. Using earth magic, Kazuto shattered the ground, trapping one ogre and stunning the others instantly. Kazuto leapt high into the air, dodging an ogre strike, preparing to counterattack fast. The ogre swung wildly, hitting the ground hard, but Kazuto dodged and kept his focus. Kazuto delivered a clean sword strike, slashing through the ogre's side with precise, deadly force. Another ogre charged from behind, weapon raised. Kazuto turned in time but barely avoided the blow. Kazuto cast a powerful spell. A giant stone hand rose, halting the enemy's deadly strike. The giant stone hand crushed the ogre into the ground, instantly ending its resistance. Kazuto calmly raised his sword and cast purification magic to cleanse lingering evil energies nearby. He explained the magic's origin, its practical use in battle, and how he improvised summoning. The girl emerged from the stone shelter, wide-eyed, astonished by Kazuto's overwhelming strength and magic. She dropped to her knees, begging Kazuto to become her master and train her properly. Kazuto sat in silence, overwhelmed by the sudden request to take on a disciple. He looked around the unfamiliar countryside, realizing he had been led to a quiet village. Will offered Kazuto juice in thanks. Impressed by his swordsmanship and spellcasting abilities during battle, Will explained his party's origins, how Kazuto's strength far surpassed them, and asked to speak casually. They talked about the forest dangers. Will admitted they misjudged the threat and rushed in unprepared. Will claimed rabbits wouldn't attack him, but Kazuto looked unconvinced, sensing the boy's naivety. Startled, Kazuto panicked and launched into a frantic speech about rare but deadly surprises in battle. Kazuto refused Will's request, explaining he'd be leaving and didn't want extra responsibility right now. Will insisted, expressing his desperation to grow stronger and learn magic, no matter the cost. Kazuto reflected on the dangers of adventuring, understanding Will's motives despite the high risk of death. Kazuto hesitated, but seeing Will's resolve, he addressed him seriously for the first time. Kazuto made a proposal instead of mentorship, offering a more realistic path for Will's growth. The next day, Kazuto brought Will to the Adventurers Guild to begin basic combat training. An instructor explained the course: intense physical training, multiple weapon skills, and constant support from healers. Kazuto encouraged Will to face the challenge. Will asked hopefully if they'd train together from now. Kazuto admitted he wouldn't join the course, but would undergo intense personal training separately. Instead, he revealed his trainer, a fearsome man he both respected and dreaded like a demon. Will realized Kazuto also felt fear, but still faced challenges head-on with determination and grit. Will questioned his own fear, standing before the course's entrance, nerves shaking but heart steadying. Together they charged forward. With spirits high and resolve firm, special training from hell began. Will lays exhausted after a long day at the Adventurers Guild's training grounds, visibly drained. Training ends, and Will is rudely awakened by the other trainees, thankful to be done. The trainer, reflecting on Will's progress, compares him to his initial arrival, noting his stamina and sword skills. Trainer sternly acknowledges the limited time and warns Will about the tough training ahead, understanding his determination. Demands Will strip off his armor before their combat training begins, emphasizing no magic can be used. The trainees, including Will, asked to watch Samson's intense training session. Excited to learn more, Samson enthusiastically agrees, boasting loudly that they can learn something valuable, though his volume is overwhelming. Will, holding his practice sword nervously, is warned by the instructor that these swords still carry weight. The instructor challenges Will to fight as if it were a real battle, increasing the tension. Will swings his sword, surprised by the instructor's quick response, creating a flash of action. The instructor demands Will rise, emphasizing that his opponent won't hesitate while he's on the ground. Will collapses, knocked out cold, and the trainees observe his unexpected loss of consciousness in shock. Panicked, one trainee calls out to Will, while the instructor orders him to rest and recover. The healer reassures the others, calmly suggesting they wait for Will to wake before taking him to the infirmary. On day 2, the instructor notices Will's hesitation, urging him to attack instead of remaining passive. The trainees, noticing Will's hesitation, speculate that his fear from previous pain is holding him back. The instructor, impatient, decides to take matters into his own hands and moves towards Will directly. On the 3rd day of training, the other trainees watch as Will struggles with each strike, his efforts weak. The girls in the stands, concerned, anxiously watch Will's rough training session unfold with no signs of easing up. By the 4th day, Will faces a new challenge, with the instructor forcing him into another aggressive duel. On day 5, the trainees express concern for Will, with one of them too troubled to stay. Later, Will, still in pain, finds himself in the infirmary, grimacing from the aftermath of the training. The other trainee visits Will, asking if he's still hurting, worried after seeing the effects of the day. Will reassures him, but admits the pain persists, even after the healing magic had been applied to him. As the conversation deepens, Will shares his determination to endure such harsh training, aiming for an S rank in the future. Will explains that he isn't interested in standing out or drawing attention to himself, preferring to remain low-key. When questioned about his motivation, Will shares that it's a personal reason, revealing his recent marriage. He expresses his desire to strengthen himself for his family's future, explaining the importance of earning a peaceful life. As Will speaks, he stresses that to live peacefully, one must have more power than the bare minimum. That night, the trainee reflects on her own situation, feeling embarrassed and unsure of her path compared to Will's determination. The trainee lies awake, wondering why he's chosen to become an adventurer, lost in his thoughts. After training, the instructor announces the end of the session, but the trainee remains exhausted, still deep in thought. On day 7, the instructor commends the trainees for enduring the tough training and looks forward to their progress. Will approaches Sergeant Vogt with determination, ready to continue his path despite the obstacles in his way. Sergeant Vogt encourages Will, telling him that no matter how strong the opponent, as long as he doesn't give up, a miracle may occur. Will reflects on a game he once played, recalling that miracles don't happen because they're too rare. Despite his doubts, Will presses on, refusing to rely on luck as he faces the sergeant in combat. His companions watch in fear as Will unwittingly leaves himself wide open, worried about the consequences. The intense fight continues as Will pushes forward with determination, trying to strike despite the odds. The instructor notices Will's unexpected resilience, commenting that Will, normally cautious, is showing a new level of courage. Will presses on in the duel, fighting fiercely, knowing he can't rely on luck to win. The instructor remains defensive, realizing he must minimize the damage while searching for an opening to strike. The instructor explains to Will that every expert has weaknesses, it's just about hiding them well. Will, wide-eyed and focused, is suddenly struck by the instructor's speed, realizing the challenge is greater than he thought. The instructor makes a swift move, catching Will off guard as the duel continues with high tension. Masaru notices the shift in the instructor's movements, realizing he's changed his approach mid-duel. The instructor's movements become sharper, no longer hesitant. He's aiming for something specific, making the battle tougher. The instructor remarks on how experts hide their weaknesses well, as Will pushes through the challenge. Will, determined, faces the instructor's assault head-on, refusing to fall back, much to the other's shock. The onlookers cheer for Will, amazed by his relentless effort as he breaks through the instructor's defense. The man prepares for a test of strength, unshaken by the world's challenges ahead. Wounded, the boy realizes that healing magic won't always save him, and the training is over. They discuss the severity of hidden injuries, revealing how one soldier has been enduring silently. The mentor cautions Masaru, explaining that relying on magic won't prevent the harsh truth of battle. With a firm stance, the mentor encourages Masaru to conquer fear and become a true fighter. Masaru reflects on Sergeant Vogt's tendency to intentionally hold back chances to defeat him during training. A figure, inspired by the sergeant's example, vows to follow in his footsteps. Even as a mage, others discuss Masaru's impressive battle performance, acknowledging his growth and strength in the fight. After the battle, Masaru is thanked by his companion, showing appreciation for his guidance and friendship. A new journey begins as a companion decides to test his strength once more by becoming an adventurer. Masaru is surprised to receive a gold coin as a present for completing the beginner's training course. His mentor humorously reminds him about the challenges adventurers face and suggests he be cautious. Masaru bids farewell to Will, urging him to take care. As his adventure begins, Will looks at the gold coin, deciding not to spend it but to keep it as a memento. As Will watches Masaru walk away, he silently hopes they will meet again one day. A cloaked figure stands in a vast, empty landscape, silently observing the surroundings. The figure unleashes a powerful force, causing the nearby trees to collapse under the impact. The mysterious figure smiles ominously, hinting at an unsettling presence as he approaches the scene. The group sets off for Largano, promising to protect the merchant group during their journey. The sound of wagon wheels fills the air as the group begins their long trip. The merchant expresses curiosity about the samurai title, a rare class from Masaru's homeland. Masaru, feeling motion sickness, asks for a book from his item box to distract himself. After an hour, Sati starts to feel the effects of the journey, but reassures her friends. The merchant suggests a longer break, showing concern, while the group continues to rest during their journey. A sudden noise interrupts the calm, and a member notices something troubling on the ground. The group is shocked to see a desolate wasteland ahead, trees stripped of life and nature. Examining the land, Masaru notes that it's a wasteland, but no fire or tornado caused it. The merchant, near tears, reveals that locusts are responsible for the destruction of the land. The group discusses the locust problem, deciding to send a message to the local lord for help. The group agrees to investigate, concerned about the dangers posed by the locusts to the surrounding area. The merchant expresses his concerns and asks the group to report back with their findings for the letter. The group travels through the air on a dragon, scanning the wasteland below for signs of danger. Tilika, feeling a sense of accomplishment from summoning the dragon, reassures everyone that they won't travel too far. Using Hawkeye, Masaru spots the locusts, thanking the group for their assistance in finding them. The locust swarm attacks, their massive presence overwhelming the area, leaving everyone in awe and fear. The group is horrified to see the massive locusts, as they're not just eating plants but everything. The group discusses the urgency, noting that even if a pigeon is sent, the army might not make it. Realizing the sheer number of locusts, Masaru concludes that only a powerful magician can stop them. Masaru volunteers to use one of his spells, determined to help with the locust situation. The group watches anxiously as Masaru prepares to cast his spell, curious about its strength. Masaru explains the spell is a superior fire spell, like Flare, enough to handle the locusts. Masaru, determined but nervous, hopes the spell will work and prevent further destruction to nearby towns. He struggles to endure the immense strain as the vast amount of mana drains from his body. Masaru gathers his courage, ready to cast the spell, declaring that he's got the guts to do it. Sati and the others ask Masaru if the spell worked, as he seems dizzy after the effort. Masaru explains the spell was a fire spell, similar to Flare, but it didn't seem to work. Reflecting on the situation, Masaru wonders why things didn't resolve as he had expected. As the spell's consequences manifest, Masaru watches, thinking that it might be the end of the world. The group is horrified as a huge explosion erupts, the locusts seemingly affected by the spell. The destruction intensifies, and the air is filled with the chaos of the explosive attack on the locusts. The overwhelming power of the spell creates massive shockwaves, shaking the earth and scattering everything. Masaru, overwhelmed by the aftermath, is urged by Sati to stop the spell before it causes more chaos. With his spell still wreaking havoc, Sati continues to worry, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The locusts are violently torn apart by the spell, their bodies disintegrating from the overwhelming power. After the spell's destruction, the group surveys the area, realizing the devastating impact of the spell. Masaru, concerned, admits he might have overdone it. As the scale of the damage becomes clear, the group discusses the aftermath, realizing the spell almost wiped out the entire ecosystem in the process. Despite the damage, they decide to report to Norman-san that a passing magician handled the locusts. A cloaked figure observes the destroyed wasteland from a distance, sensing the aftermath of the magic. The cloaked figure, looking uneasy, realizes the consequences of the recent surge in magical energy. The figure senses an overwhelming wave of mana, realizing the scale of the magic involved. With resolve, the figure stands firm, unwilling to back down despite the overwhelming force of the spell. Masaru reflects on how things are starting to unfold, realizing that the consequences of his actions are far-reaching. As the group approaches Kadena town, they wonder whether they should stay the night there. Anne points out the town's location and asks Masaru to check the map for guidance. A map reveals a river linked to Anne's past, where she was found as a baby, and mentions Kadena as the only town upstream, hinting at the significance of their journey. A merchant guild representative thanks them for their cooperation, suggesting no urgency in their plans. With time to spare, the group discusses their next steps, wondering about the quest deadline. At the temple, they ask for help, uncertain of where to begin their search for clues. The temple's worker advises them that many come to pray and seek treatment, a good start. Sister Angela admits she doesn't know the names of those they're searching for, but offers guidance, and realizes Sister Angela might hold the key, revealing her connection to the town and her past. Sister Juliana seems startled, prompting Anne to ask if she knows something about Angela's background. Angela hesitates, recalling her abandonment and fearing an unpleasant reunion with someone close to her. They arrive at a house, and reassuringly dismisses concerns, though unsure of what they'll find inside, and insists she's sure about entering the house. While Angela remains uncertain, feeling conflicted about the encounter, Juliana enters the house to see Shine, asking the rest of the group to wait outside, and announces someone has come to visit Cheyenne, piquing everyone's curiosity and attention inside the house. Cheyenne welcomes the visitors with a peculiar greeting. Sitting in a room covered in cryptic writing, Cheyenne greets him politely, complimenting her appearance while holding a small stuffed creature in her arms. The group learns from Cheyenne that her parents, Rakan and Shion, once worked as farmers in the town, and reacts with alarm, revealing the village was attacked by bandits, and the situation grows tense. A bandit grins menacingly as he compares the terrifying nature of human malice to that of monsters. Cheyenne risked her life to save her daughter by sending her downstream, but the bandits found her. The truth about Cheyenne's loss of sanity emerges, overwhelmed by guilt for abandoning her child to die. Despite the Truth Palace's duties, the events of the village attack highlight the limitations of their reach. Cheyenne apologizes to Angela, expressing regret for making her friends wait outside due to her fears. The group learns that sharp objects are hidden away for Cheyenne's safety, and her delusions are rare now. The priests of Kadena occasionally visit, and Angela shares stories of how they helped Cheyenne. Angela reveals herself to Cheyenne, claiming to be her daughter, and asks if she recognizes her. Cheyenne, looking confused, smiles, faintly unaware of her daughter's identity, but seems to recall something. Cheyenne insists her daughter is right here, pointing to the stuffed creature, dismissing Angela's words. Cheyenne's memory remains fragmented. Even with healing, she can't recall faces or names clearly. Angela agrees to look after Cheyenne at Juliana's house. While the group is in town, Cheyenne sits quietly, accepting help from Angela as they share a peaceful moment in her room. Cheyenne experiences a delirium episode, distressed by hallucinations, while Angela stays close to comfort her. Despite Cheyenne's mental turmoil, Angela provides comfort, helping her with grooming and offering quiet support. Cheyenne smiles softly as if recalling a memory while Angela watches her with a caring expression. Angela, deep in thought, tries to make sense of her feelings about her parents as she speaks. Reflecting on her past, Angela considers how hard it must have been for Cheyenne to raise her. Angela, conflicted, admits she's better off without her parents, even though they're still her family. As Angela ponders her decision, she wrestles with the thought of staying by Cheyenne's side despite her condition. As Cheyenne leaves, the group wonders if they have the right to stop her from going. Cheyenne bids farewell to Angela, leaving the responsibility to Juliana as she prepares to leave. Angela quietly watches Cheyenne, who walks away, with a heavy heart as their parting nears. Angela kneels before Cheyenne, revealing the truth she has kept hidden for years about their past. Cheyenne opens up, talking about her life before becoming a priestess and the 20 years apart from Angela. The group reflects on their time together, thinking about all the important people in their lives. Cheyenne, overwhelmed with emotion, expresses how much has happened to her as tears fill her eyes. Angela, determined, holds on tightly, declaring her desire to be with her mother forever. A gentle figure reassures Angela, saying there are relationships worth holding on to, even if painful. Cheyenne, smiling through her tears, tells Angela not to tie herself down to her and to choose her own path. Angela wishes Cheyenne happiness as she prepares to leave, vowing to visit her whenever she can. Cheyenne, with a slight smirk, finds strength and smiles as she quietly processes her emotions. With a final wave, Cheyenne walks away, bidding Angela a heartfelt farewell and wishing her a great life. As the cold sets in, a concerned figure suggests to Cheyenne that she should return to the warmth of the castle. A servant warns Cheyenne about the wind spirit's restlessness, signaling something ominous is about to happen. The elf notices something alarming and hopes that nothing bad happens as a shadow looms over the land. The group arrives in Largano village, greeted warmly by an elderly man, who mentions the purpose of their journey. The group listens as the man talks about the elves and their beautiful, high-quality goods sold at high prices. The group prepares to head out on their journey, with the guild card ready for business ahead. As they move forward, a woman spots Eli and excitedly runs towards him, surprising him with her enthusiasm. Eli meets Orba, an old acquaintance, and they discuss their plans to stay in the region for a while. Orba jokingly comments about Eli having many wives. Eli laughs and introduces the group as his wives. The group gets ready to begin farming, with excitement in the air as they discuss plans for their new project. Orba and Eli talk about clearing the area for farming by cutting down trees and removing obstacles. The group is seen working hard, chopping trees and clearing land, each member contributing to the task. Eli stands proudly in front of the farm's progress, holding a report that outlines their next steps. Orba marvels at how quickly the work is progressing thanks to the mage's assistance in speeding things up. The group discusses burning weeds and clearing rocks using fire magic, which will take some time. Masaru is encouraged by Orba to give the task a try, showing his willingness to help. Masaru focuses, preparing himself for the magical task ahead, visualizing the goal to control the magic. Successfully uses magic to clear the land, smashing rocks and weeds, turning the area fertile. The land begins to transform, the soil becoming soft and moist, ready for sowing. Orba is impressed with the outcome, and asks Masaru how he managed to do it. Masaru reveals the mixture of fire, water, and earth magic used to prepare the soil efficiently. The group discusses how Masaru's use of multiple elements is unique for agricultural purposes, as most mages specialize in one. Orba thanks everyone for their hard work, and they discuss where they'll stay for the night. The group discusses where they'll stay the night. Orba's house is suggested, but the decision is still open. Celebrates the completion of a quest. They enjoy a moment of victory while discussing their next steps. Discusses their skill points, planning to allocate them to improve the party's defense, especially lacking a tank. Masaru and the others discuss using magic for defensive shields, considering the challenges of mobility and spell duration. Eli tests out a new skill, presence detection. The group strategizes on improving detection abilities to enhance their chances of winning. Masaru uses his newly acquired presence detection skill to sense Narnia and Orba's presence. But it's faint. The group becomes curious as they notice Narnia and Orba are quite close, moving rather intensely. Eli, embarrassed, suggests giving them some privacy, with Masaru quickly apologizing for peeking. The group discusses their plans to visit the Adventurers Guild at Largano Fort to claim their rewards for recent victories. As Masaru enjoys the peaceful night, he contemplates the idea of building a house and improving his earth magic. A massive golem awakens, shaking the ground and preparing for action as the battle approaches. The golem is shown in full force, its movements powerful and sweeping as it gets ready for battle. An emergency quest is issued. The group is informed of an impending monster invasion, setting the stage for a new challenge. The Adventurers Guild delivers an urgent request for the group's participation in the defense battle to protect the elves. As the squads prepare for battle, Masaru is reluctantly pulled from his vacation, realizing that his break will be cut short. Masaru and the group prepare to support the elven army. As the battle is about to begin, the team climbs up to a vantage point to scout the elven village and assess the situation. Masaru detects flying figures approaching, noticing the castle in the distance. As the tension builds, a mysterious figure's mana is noticed, leaving the group stunned as they feel the powerful energy emanating from her. Masaru is confronted by the woman, who's impressed by his strength. The air becomes tense between them. Masaru, surprised, apologizes after realizing that the woman he's speaking to is a high mage. He comments on how all the elves are beautiful with their long pointy ears, as seen in fantasy tales. The elf reveals she can sense Masaru's powerful mana and expresses disbelief, as his strength is unlike anything she's encountered before. Masaru encounters a spirit, and he realizes it's related to the unusual mana he sensed earlier. The first princess of the Elven Kingdom, Liliane Dora Petticoat, introduces herself, astonished by Masaru's ability to see spirits despite being human. Liliane urgently pleads with Masaru and his companions to save the Elven tribe from an impending threat, which is likely to change the course of their journey. The group encounters a distressed elf urgently asking the human for help to save her tribe. Confused, the human decides to speak with his companions before making any decisions regarding the plea. The group gathers around, reading the quest from the god, instructing them to save the elves. The elf, with determination, agrees to take on the quest to protect the endangered village. The human is reminded of his devotion to the god, reinforcing their sense of duty to the mission. The human agrees to help the elf, promising to aid her in any way possible. The elf explains that human reinforcements haven't been dispatched yet, and they're waiting for further orders. The elf insists that the priority is to take care of the villagers for now. The princess must head to the castle, as the city's defenses are not prepared for battle. The elf entrusts her younger sibling with the responsibility of leading if something happens to her. The older sister promises to protect Liliane while sending the younger one on an important task. The group sets off toward the elven village, ready for the challenges ahead. A large monstrous creature with human figures in its grasp emerges from the forest. The human talks about unfamiliar names, trying to connect with the new people he meets. The elf explains that not all elves can form contracts with spirits, a rare ability. The elf explains the power to manipulate the terrain, demonstrating its impact on the battlefield. The elf strategizes, suggesting they focus on the powerful creature that protects the castle. Elves debate their next steps, considering the human reinforcements and the challenges ahead. With magic resistance, an elf soldier delivers critical news to the king, who is contemplating his next move. The elf acknowledges her spirit's effort and advises it to rest, acknowledging the sacrifices made in battle. The group faces the king's anger as Lilian defies his orders, explaining her decision to help. The king acknowledges the strength of the adventurers and wonders about the human's true power. The elf explains how the human's power surpasses expectations, with the adventurer being much stronger than anticipated. The human nervously dismisses the exaggeration of his abilities, trying to downplay the king's praise. The king orders his daughter to assist the adventurers at the battlefield, praising her bravery. Lilian insists on helping her people, despite her father's strict orders, refusing to flee. Pathos vows to protect Lilian even at the cost of her own life. Following orders, Lilian gathers the group to explain the mission in greater detail and their next steps. Lilian explains the massive creature protecting the castle and the task they face to deal with it. The group's challenge intensifies as they realize the Land King Tortoise's anti-magic armor is impeding their efforts. The group is puzzled by the tortoise's resistance to magic, as it was previously thought to be weak. The group is in awe of the massive surge of mana coming from the battle. The elven soldier prepares to use the powerful fire-based flare spell against the tortoise. The flare spell is launched with intense force, heading directly for the target. The human nervously questions if the attack worked, knowing mentioning it might bring bad luck. The group observes that while the tortoise's armor is strong, it is beginning to show weakness. They notice that the tortoise's armor is repairing itself after damage, making the situation even more challenging. Lilian notices that the spirits are losing their grip on the tortoise, allowing it to move freely. The human prepares to cast a flare spell, aiming for a more controlled and powerful attack. The elves realize that the spirits are no longer under control as the magic intensifies and chaos spreads. The human successfully casts the powerful flare spell, sending a massive burst of energy toward the target. The flare explodes with incredible force, creating a large fiery ball of magic in the sky. The flare hits its target, causing a devastating explosion, scattering soldiers and shaking the ground. The intense heat causes the tortoise's armor to begin melting, revealing cracks in its once impregnable defense. The human remembers Anne's advice and realizes the situation has become even more intense, triggering a sense of urgency. The group prepares for an unknown enemy, knowing that their strength will determine the outcome of the battle. The human struggles with his nervousness, but steels his resolve to fight and face the upcoming challenge. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the human resolves to step up and become the center of attention. The soldiers prepare for battle as squads 1 to 11 stand ready, awaiting orders. The atmosphere is tense as their leader gives the command, urging them forward. An army of winged warriors takes flight, soaring into the skies. Among them, an ominous figure leads, accompanied by a squad of magical beings ready for battle. In a dense forest, a small group of goblins rushes ahead, unaware of a looming danger. Suddenly, a shadowy figure's claws reach out, signaling an imminent attack. In a dimly lit room, a mysterious figure prepares to share important information. His clenched fist hints at the gravity of the situation he's about to reveal. Two figures discuss the strength of their allies. One of them mentions Tilika, who wields both truth and summoning magic, signaling her immense power and influence. Tilika explains her summoning magic, revealing her ability to summon a powerful dragon, but with caution due to the large mana consumption. Group discusses a teleportation spell called Gate, which will help them reach their destination, with Masaru's special ability being key. The elves and others have concerns about Masaru's journey. The princess suggests that someone should accompany him if needed. The story shifts to the past, where a rebellion begins against the oppressive empire, led by those deemed demi-humans and their allies. Tale concludes with Masaru explaining how the victory from that rebellion led to the creation of the kingdom of Lashura. Lilian describes the deep connection between elves and spirits, explaining how the town was founded to protect their culture. Masaru, feeling uneasy, apologizes to Lilian, not wanting to burden her with his thoughts. Lilian confidently outlines their plan to retreat to Garon Fort if the situation worsens, citing their alliance with humans. Reflecting on his peaceful past, Masaru worries about facing invaders, but resolves to protect his homeland. Lilian looks out, wondering if she can match the bravery of those leading the defense in the coming battle. The squads are prepared, and chanting begins as the team gets ready for the upcoming battle. A commanding voice orders the archers to release their arrows, sending them flying toward the enemy. The battlefield erupts in chaos as explosions tear through the air, with warriors and creatures clashing violently. The battle intensifies, and warriors brace themselves as magic and projectiles fill the air, leading to a fierce fight. In a critical moment, Lilian prepares a counterattack, watching her opponents as they approach. The battle is about to escalate further as more magic and powerful forces are unleashed in all directions. The group discusses the goblin mages and their long-range attacks, stressing the importance of countering them swiftly. Lilian brings mana potions to the group, urging them to take a break and restore their strength for the battle ahead. Masaru, grateful, receives a special high-level recovery potion, realizing he is their key to winning. Masaru holds the potion in his hand, preparing to drink it and recover as much mana as possible. After drinking the potion, Masaru discovers that it only partially restored his mana. Realizing it wasn't the perfect potion promised, Masaru notices a group of elves in the room, but they're focused on their discussions. An elf explains the lingering distrust some of their kind feel toward humans, despite their agreement with the treaty. A sudden alert comes in, warning that enemy forces are preparing to raid the West Gate. Plans are swiftly made to divide the group, with Masaru and others heading for the West Gate to defend. Lilian summons Taiga, a magical tiger, to assist in the defense, calling upon her summoning powers. Lilian feels something is off as she observes the battlefield, sensing that a greater threat is approaching. Lilian panics and activates her detection skill, confirming that something unseen is lurking in the shadows. The alarm is sounded, wyverns are incoming, and the team must prepare for their attack. The group splits into two teams, with Masaru leading one and others heading to the West Gate to confront the invaders. Lilian feels something is off as she observes the battlefield, sensing that a greater threat is approaching. Lilian panics and activates her detection skill, confirming that something unseen is lurking in the shadows. The alarm is sounded, wyverns are incoming, and the team must prepare for their attack. The group splits into two teams, with Masaru leading one and others heading to the West Gate to confront the invaders. Lilian summons powerful wind and air magic, preparing for the incoming wyverns and their brutal assault. Lilian summons powerful wind and air magic, preparing for the incoming wyverns and their brutal assault. A powerful explosion rips through the air as the group unleashes their combined magic in retaliation against the wyverns. The soldiers notice Masaru's summoned tiger, and they are shocked by its sudden appearance in battle. An urgent message arrives. The enemy has breached the walls, and the situation has escalated quickly. The group realizes that their defenses have been compromised, and the raiders are advancing inside the walls. One of the soldiers reports that the monsters used air troops to distract them, while tunneling forces invaded through the ground. Lilian realizes the monsters are not acting like wild beasts but are organized, operating with strategy. Masaru engages in close-quarters combat with a monstrous foe, surrounded by enemies as his team fights back. Masaru is frustrated as he's forced into close combat, unable to use his wide-range spells due to the chaos. A monstrous enemy engages a soldier, and despite their efforts, the soldier is severely injured in the battle. A brutal warrior, covered in blood, faces an accusing enemy. His past sins linger heavily. The team faces a powerful orc king. Masaru's group is shocked by his brutality and size. Masaru struggles to fight the orc king, who counters with a fierce swipe of his axe. The others join the fight, with Sati unleashing precise arrows while Eli attacks with a sword. Masaru realizes the orc king's strength, and devises a strategy to wait for a weak moment. In a tense clash, Masaru takes advantage of the Orc King's slow attacks, aiming for a decisive strike. Masaru seizes the perfect moment to attack, signaling for an opening in the battle. The Orc King retaliates fiercely, landing a crushing punch that knocks Masaru off balance. Masaru fights back, his sword clashing with the Orc King's axe in a desperate struggle. The Orc King staggers, his dizziness allowing Masaru to push forward and gain an advantage. Masaru faces the Orc King's final blow. Realizing the battle is not over yet, the Orc King swings his massive fist, causing debris to fly as Masaru evades. Sati rushes to Masaru's aid, noticing the Orc King's surprise as he targets her. Masaru realizes the Orc King uses wind magic to absorb impacts, baffling him in the fight. The Orc King counterattacks, hitting Masaru hard, while the group tries to maintain their focus. Eli calls upon a fire magic sword, charging into battle with an enhanced weapon to turn the tide. Masaru locks swords with the Orc King in an intense face-off, pushing against each other's strength. The Orc King stumbles, unable to react fast enough as Masaru strikes a powerful blow. Masaru, injured, prepares a quick healing spell, reminding himself not to overuse it during the fight. The battle's aftermath shows thankful survivors, yet the weight of the cost of victory is heavy. One of the survivors, teary-eyed, explains how the Orc King's forces wiped out their comrades, with regret in his voice. Masaru receives heartfelt thanks from the survivors, recognizing the sacrifices made during the intense battle. The group discusses the new threat, an underground invasion led by the enemy using secret tunnels. A determined strategist steps forward, ready to take action despite the challenges they face. Using Windcutter, she prepares the terrain, planning the next crucial strike to fend off the enemy. She points out the position for the next assault, instructing her team to act quickly and decisively. The elven mage focuses intensely, preparing to transform her magic into explosive power for the attack. A massive explosion shakes the ground as her magic hits its target, sending enemies flying. As the dust clears, the enemies are thrown across the battlefield, crushed under the impact. The group celebrates their victory, the elven mage feeling satisfaction despite her reluctance to fight with humans. The team is united in their effort, confirming they've located the enemy's underground position for the next assault. The mages celebrate as their powerful spell clears the battlefield, sending enemies flying into the air. The mages, victorious, share a moment of triumph, realizing that the enemy forces are retreating. Despite the victory, the mages reflect on the difficulties of fighting alongside humans, but they find unity. A sudden crack interrupts their celebration, signaling the enemy is preparing another attack from below. The soldiers brace for the next battle, but the enemy appears more formidable as they charge forward. A fiery storm erupts, decimating the enemies as they realize they are outmatched by the magic. The soldiers acknowledge the enemy's clever tactic of using tunnels, but quickly overcome their surprise. With renewed determination, the soldiers charge into the battle, aiming to end the conflict once and for all. Masaru and his allies prepare for the next phase, discussing their remaining magical resources with concern. They worry about the effectiveness of restoration potions, knowing they can't rely on them much longer. The group discusses their doubts about the human reinforcements arriving in time to help with the battle. The mage explains that while the flying spells are helpful, they can't carry large forces efficiently. The harsh reality sets in as they realize the reinforcements will not arrive until tomorrow morning. Just as hope begins to fade, the group receives alarming news. The enemy reinforcements have arrived. A terrifying new threat emerges as 5 earth dragons make their appearance on the battlefield. Lilian suggests withdrawing from the battle, expressing doubt about the remaining mana to defeat the earth dragons. The group discusses their limited options, realizing they must take refuge in Goran Fort, joining human forces for safety. Lilian emphasizes the importance of protecting the fort, as its fall would allow monsters to invade human lands. The group reflects on the dire situation, knowing their forces are stretched thin, yet their resolve is unwavering. Just as hope seems lost, the earth dragons begin to scatter in a mysterious and unexpected way. The group faces the harsh reality of their dwindling mana, realizing they may not be able to fight the earth dragons effectively. As Lilian suggests withdrawing to Goran Fort, the group contemplates their losses, feeling the weight of their decisions. Lilian's words are filled with regret, but she knows protecting their people is more important than saving their home. Masaru reflects on the sacrifices made, but the group resolves that their culture and spirit will live on regardless of the battle's outcome. Lilian expresses her gratitude to Masaru, admitting that despite initial doubts, she deeply appreciates his contributions. A knight struggles with his emotions, overwhelmed by sorrow. His plea to comfort others echoes through the scene. Sati urgently responds to a command, preparing to use her Hawkeye ability. Tension rises as they prepare. The team arrives just in time, ready for battle. Their confidence fills the air as enemies scatter. A powerful leader stands firm, commanding his troops. His forces gather, poised for action against their enemies. The leader, with intensity in his eyes, rallies his team. His declaration, "Let's dance," marks their final charge. Guild Commander Cyprian, troubled, pleads with his comrades. Urgent matters weigh heavily on the guild's future. Titus listens anxiously as others argue. The atmosphere grows tense, each person desperate for a solution. In a tense strategy meeting, Titus suggests gathering mages. A collective effort is needed to face the looming threat. The conversation shifts to tactics. Numbers and coordination are discussed, emphasizing the importance of teamwork in battle. Titus insists that more reinforcements are crucial. Only with overwhelming numbers can they hope to win the impending conflict. The group discusses the urgency of sending advanced B-rank adventurers to buy time for the guild's defense. Tensions rise as an officer harshly reprimands the mercenaries. The growing divide within the ranks becomes evident. Garcia arrives, confronting the betrayal of a fellow knight. His words cut deep as accusations fly. The atmosphere grows heated as Garcia demands answers. His return sparks both relief and unease among allies. An eager crowd recognizes the legendary S-rank adventurer, Garcia, as they eagerly discuss his formidable reputation. Garcia emphasizes the rare strength of adventurers, questioning why no one matches an S-rank adventurer's prowess. A young adventurer explains the many roles they take on, fighting monsters, gathering resources, and more. Garcia shares his perspective, revealing how adventurers gain real battle experience far beyond any soldier's limits. A soldier acknowledges the army's strength in large-scale battles, highlighting the importance of their role in peacekeeping. Tensions rise as an adventurer, furious, confronts a soldier, defending the value of their work despite the differences. The adventurers are no longer seen as mere thugs. The respect they've earned is becoming evident. A passionate adventurer argues with Garcia, expressing how he views fellow adventurers as family, not just workers. Cyprian acknowledges the tension, understanding Garcia's concern while thanking him for his insight on the guild's direction. Garcia insists that adventurers hold their own pride, but expresses understanding of Cyprian's point about balance. Curious, Garcia inquires about the White Castle in the elven town. The discussion takes a surprising turn. The group agrees to travel together, though they acknowledge it will take several mages to manage the journey. Excited volunteers begin offering their methods of travel, while one person nervously tries to hold them back. Reassuring words are spoken as the group prepares, confident in the S-rank adventurers who will ensure their safety. Cyprian reassures them about the guild's standing, mentioning their legal status and backing, ensuring no issues arise. The conversation shifts, and Cyprian suspects the Earl of Crichton may have a hidden agenda for trying to interfere. A soldier realizes the gravity of the situation, knowing they've just picked a fight with a powerful lord. The group marches forward, united by their resolve. Garcia leads with a firm statement about standing by his family. In a lighthearted moment, the group jokes about the emergency, with one of them humorously requesting a drink. As they recall their past battles, adventurers proudly mention their experience alongside Garcia in the Gorbas fort. Titus arrives just in time, rallying with other adventurers as they prepare to face the coming storm. Garcia returns triumphantly, striking a confident pose while his group eagerly anticipates his next move. The S-rank adventurers discuss their strategy, revealing that more powerful allies have arrived to assist in the fight. A spellcaster unleashes a top-tier fire spell, Flare, against the approaching monster, aiming to halt its advance. The large, monstrous creature charges forward, seemingly unaffected by the fire spell, threatening the town's safety. Garcia and his team quickly organize, planning to tackle the approaching monsters, but some are already too close. An adventurer struggles to help, feeling helpless as their mana runs out, unable to cast any more spells. The massive monster charges forward with a loud thud, crushing everything in its path with its colossal feet. A powerful dragon emerges, answering the call of its master. Its presence brings a sense of dread. The dragon confidently announces its arrival, but its boastful demeanor is quickly interrupted by a witty remark from a companion. Chaos unfolds as a fierce battle erupts. The dragon clashes with enemies, showing the true power of its rage. Drago is furious as a monster interrupts his dramatic monologue. He retaliates, scolding the creature for the disruption. Drago decides to deal with the creature first, planning to finish the fight and continue his speech afterward. He delivers a powerful attack in his signature style, blasting the monster with sheer force. Drago, satisfied with the battle, continues his long-winded speech, reveling in the spotlight despite the chaos. Meanwhile, his dragon companion observes from a distance, realizing that Drago might have overexerted himself in the fight. Tilica lies injured, exhausted after using all her mana. Her teammates rush to help, worried about her state. Her companions discuss the next challenge, knowing that an earth dragon remains to be dealt with. The earth dragon roars as it charges, bringing destruction with every step. The battle escalates quickly. A young adventurer reflects on his past experiences and resolves to step up, inspired by the bravery of those around him. He's determined to prove himself by following the example of his senior adventurers and kingdom knights in battle. A giant monster appears, threatening the group, as one shouts, "Brave, be brave." Terrified, the character flees, summoning earth magic to protect themselves from the approaching giant creature. The beast stumbles, creating a massive crash as the ground shakes, and the battle intensifies. The character, determined despite fear, prepares for a desperate attack, shouting, "I'll give everything I've got!" With a surge of wind magic, the character unleashes a powerful sword strike against the giant monster. The monster, bewildered, struggles, confused by the recent events as it tries to regain control. A monstrous eye emerges, its terrifying sight hinting at the creature's dangerous power and growing fury. In midair, the character panics, realizing they lack enough mana to control their levitation spell. A massive explosion erupts as powerful magic collides, sending shockwaves through the environment and creating chaos. The character, drenched and exhausted, struggles in the murky water, trying to breathe after the explosion. Covered in muck, the character is shocked, while his companions quickly rush to his aid. One of the group members scolds the character for not using cleaning magic due to exhaustion. The character and a companion bicker, while the group laughs, teasing him over his behavior. The princess, impressed by the character's effort, praises him with a warm smile and appreciation. After much struggle, the team celebrates clearing the quest, smiling and excited about their victory. A commanding figure orders a subordinate to assess the battlefield, signaling for action to follow. As the enemy retreats, orders are given to form a pursuit team and secure the area. Masaru, overwhelmed with emotion, celebrates the unexpected victory as others cheer for their hard-earned success. The leaders of Elventown discuss their reconstruction efforts after a devastating attack. The plan is set. General Elion is asked about the missing anti-magic medal that was worn by the Land King Tortoise. The investigation unit arrives at the site of the battle but finds the armor has vanished mysteriously. The group discusses the difficulty of refining the anti-magic metal and its implications on future battles. The king suspects the Dark Elves are behind the attack, considering their involvement in the disappearance. The elves' betrayal haunts the soldiers, who feel betrayed by their own kind joining the monsters. Elves, once oppressed, now leave their town, returning with a new, powerful, and unrecognizable appearance. Despite retaining their magical power, elves have gained strength to rival beastfolk, shocking the humans. The physical transformation of the elves, especially their changes in size and strength, is incomprehensible to onlookers. The elves' alliance with dark powers is speculated, with whispers of betrayal and tragic history among their ancestors. Masaru is warned about dark elves, who are merciless and can hide their identities using magic. The girl insists Masaru is a hero due to his extraordinary abilities, though he denies it. Masaru, still not accepting his hero status, stands firm and denies it with a firm response. The girl reveals that Masaru must have received divine blessings, explaining his extraordinary powers and victory. Masaru is asked to keep the knowledge of the spirits and his abilities a secret. Masaru is informed that the elves see him as more than just an adventurer, as a hero. The girl teases Masaru about being the center of attention at the upcoming ceremony, which he dreads. Masaru's discomfort is revealed as the elves jokingly suggest inviting other human adventurers, which is rejected. There's a noticeable change in how the elves view humans, with more positive interactions and respect. At the Adventurers Guild, Masaru is told his promotion to A rank is processing, with rewards discussed. The guild explains how a funds account works, akin to a bank account, making it easier to store and withdraw money. Masaru is informed that to open his funds account, he must go through an interview with a truth official. Masaru is surprised when the official, Martin, turns out to be an old classmate of Tilika's. Tilika seems uncomfortable with Martin's presence, subtly showing her displeasure at seeing him. Martin casually suggests they all go out for a meal together, though Tilika is less than thrilled. Tilika falls for Martin's plan, as he teases her for taking the bait and joining them. At dinner, the waiter points out that Masaru's party members, including Tilika, are his wives. The group enjoys their meal, with Martin continuing their conversation as they wait for the food. Masaru and Tilika awkwardly struggle to eat their crab, unsure of how to handle it. The group struggles to continue their conversation while eating, unable to talk properly due to the mess. Martin mentions Tilika getting into trouble back in Narratown, causing Masaru to react with concern. A tense conversation unfolds between Tilika and another official, where she is confronted about her actions. Martin explains that jealousy and guilt often motivate people to tear down those who are righteous, trying to bring them down to their level. Tilika reflects on her own internal struggles, acknowledging the harshness of the world, which isn't as idealistic as she once thought. Tilika firmly believes in a balance and justice, warning that strict ideals can cause more harm and hurt others. Tilika confronts the official, stating she'll purge those who deviate from the paths of good or evil. Martin expresses disappointment that Masaru didn't get into trouble, but the conversation quickly turns to another topic. Martin, knowing more than he lets on, asks Masaru if he's an apostle, causing Masaru to become nervous. Tilaka quickly intervenes, asking Masaru not to answer Martin's probing question, unsure of how it would go. Martin deduces that Masaru is an apostle, using his own eye of truth as a reason for his conclusion. Martin speculates about Tilaka's past, suggesting that stubborn Clemens may have been the cause of her engagement being broken, along with other truths about her life. Masaru finally understands why Tilaka dislikes Martin so much. As the teasing continues during their meal, Masaru shares with Tilaka that he asked Lilian-sama to keep his battle achievements a secret, especially concerning his role as an apostle. Masaru admits to Martin that he doesn't see himself as a hero. He confesses his cowardice. Tilaka recalls stories of the hero from the old tales, who was reportedly a huge coward, just like Masaru. The conversation centers around the importance of stories, where one character chooses silence to preserve a friend's beliefs. The character is praised for their bravery and courage, but also criticized for always avoiding initial danger. After a meal, the character is reminded to report significant events to a trusted authority for accountability. The conversation turns to the character's party members, with the character revealing they are also his wives. The final image hints at a larger mystery as someone notices the striking similarity between this hero's party and the previous one. A foreboding conversation unfolds, hinting that God's apostle's appearance is linked to worsening monster attacks and impending changes. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild, a bustling hub where many meet and discuss missions. A group of adventurers eagerly approaches Greyjet, excited to compliment him on his impressive performance in the recent battle. The conversation continues, focusing on Greyjet's unorthodox swordsmanship and footwork. With multiple inquiries about his training, the adventurers thank Greyjet for his help, but he remains humble, avoiding too much praise and saying goodbye. Galore's friends assure him they'll always support him, offering help when trouble arises, encouraging him to be himself. The group jokes about going out for drinks and girls, with Galore refusing to join. Galore introduces himself proudly to some strangers, explaining his magical skills while trying to be confident. Despite his efforts, Galore feels embarrassed, realizing that his charm doesn't seem to impress others. Galore's thoughts are interrupted by a woman who appears to be smitten by his Fire Mage title. Blushing, Galore boasts about his unique status, claiming he's the only one around who saved the 11 town. Galore playfully offers to share his story, inviting the woman for a cup of tea. However, an unexpected event occurs when an arrow strikes Galore's chest, causing an immediate reaction. Galore is seen in shock, with the woman at his side, concerned as he stands wounded. The woman reveals her power, using water magic to protect herself and possibly subdue the attacker. Galore falls from the force of an attack, struggling to reach out while being overwhelmed by his injuries. The mysterious woman reveals her plan, explaining her expectations were exceeded as she underestimated Galore's strength. The woman shares her relief, mentioning how Galore made her job easier by boasting about his rank. As she walks away, the woman coldly tells him to sleep, leaving Galore in despair over his fate. Galore's companions sense something is wrong, suddenly realizing he might be in grave danger. One of Galore's companions finds him lying unconscious, calling out his name in an attempt to rouse him. The woman walks away from the scene, making her way toward a distant fortress, hinting at further schemes. She reflects on the failure of her plan to create chaos, but she remains determined to succeed next time. The woman ends her thoughts ominously, anticipating more trouble and calling her minions God's little puppets. The adventurer Carol lies in a grave, a silent reminder of his past struggles and sacrifices. The bell stands as a symbol of hope, promising that Carol's spirit can return through its ring. The winds blow through the peaceful graveyard as time passes in the absence of Carol's return. The bell tolls, signaling a call to action as life continues beyond the graveyard's quiet border. The adventurers gather, ready to take on a quest, their spirits high for new challenges ahead. The mysterious woman warns the group to stay away from Garand Fort. An impending danger looms. The adventurers gather, discussing the murder of a S-rank adventurer, revealing unsettling details about the crime. Investigating further, they learn the victim, Carol, was a notorious skirt chaser, making the case complicated. The murder method involves poison and suffocation, suggesting a skilled and calculated attack on Carol. The investigation concludes it was likely a hit job, indicating the involvement of a professional killer. Group discovers that the true target of the attack was Masaru, not the victim, Carol. Masaru is warned about the dangers of being an S-rank adventurer whose life is constantly at risk. Murder was likely a mistake, with the assassin targeting Masaru but accidentally killing Carol instead. Dark elves, known for their ruthlessness, might be the ones behind these attacks, using human-like strategies. Despite the unfortunate death, the guild leader assures Masaru that he's not to blame for Carol's murder. Masaru realizes the culprit might think their mission is complete, but the danger isn't over yet. The guild leader advises Masaru to stay away from Garan Fort as the attackers may return. As they discuss, another figure appears, with a crucial question regarding the ongoing threats. Masaru reveals his suspicion that dark elves might be behind the recent attacks targeting him and his group. The group agrees to keep the knowledge of the dark elves a secret, fearing public panic. The group learns that the elves have long been persecuted, a secret history hidden from the public. Elves cannot show their true appearances, as their lives are in constant danger from others. The group arrives at the outskirts of Largano village, ready for what comes next in their journey. The adventurers discuss their next move, deciding to help Narnia-san and take on a new mission. The next day arrives, and Masaru seems to have a new plan to address the ongoing issues. The group discusses the idea of building their own house in the area near the village. As the plan progresses, one of the group members enthusiastically begins cutting down trees for their new house. The group continues working hard, cutting down trees, with the sound of axes ringing through the air. One of the team members accidentally makes a dramatic mistake, startling the others in the process. With the area cleared, the team is ready to start building their new house, feeling accomplished. The group discusses building a big house, and Masaru, eager, activates his earth magic to help. Masaru excitedly declares the house will be a castle, and a grand fortress starts to take shape. The result is a towering, solid structure instead of the expected castle, surprising everyone. Masaru expresses his surprise, as the final result doesn't quite match the castle he envisioned. Inside, the walls feel surprisingly solid and warm, raising questions about the building's mysterious structure. Masaru tries to make the house resemble what he had envisioned, creating a Shachihoko, a mythical creature. Orba-san and Narnia-san are discussing the development of more land around Largano village. Masaru introduces himself to a new character, Baharata, who is curious about the house built near the village. Baharata's reaction to meeting Masaru takes a strange turn, hinting at something deeper. Both Masaru and Baharata seem to have a moment of realization, creating a tense atmosphere. Masaru, trying to adjust the house to match his original vision, focuses on the roof and other details. Masaru offers to build more houses for the villagers as they are needed for new residents. The group uses their unique skills to help build the houses. One of them uses earth magic to move logs and create structures effortlessly. As the building continues, one of the team members creates an unusual and mysterious structure from the earth. The village chief talks with Orba about Masaru, showing signs of deeper curiosity about him. Masaru is informed that due to his success, he has become a potential territorial lord for the village. Masaru contemplates the responsibility, unsure how to refuse without causing any issues for the villagers. Elizabeth excitedly endorses the idea of being a territorial lord, seeing it as a chance for prestige and wealth. The group discusses the idea of starting a family, with a stable income once they retire from adventuring. Orba suggests that he and his wife could represent Masaru in the duties of being a territorial lord. Masaru starts considering the future, understanding that he needs to make plans for what comes next. Masaru reflects on the world's fate, knowing it will eventually be destroyed, but he's determined to live life his way. The group eagerly agrees to the idea of building their future, with excitement shining through their expressions. The group offers their full support to Masaru, each one pledging to follow his lead without hesitation. Masaru accepts the role of territorial lord, acknowledging that this is the path forward for their future. Discusses the best way to begin building the village. They plan to send a notice to the kingdom but realize Masaru's role will make the process smoother. Masaru learns about a noble who sent reinforcements to the elves and the importance of making connections with such figures. Identity of the lord of the territory is revealed, Earl Pax Christon. A barren land with scattered huts and a towering structure suggests the start of a new settlement. Masaru carries a tray of food, while others express gratitude for his work in the village. The village leader checks in with Masaru, confirming the villagers enjoyed the food and their satisfaction. There's excitement as many applicants wish to join Masaru's new village. Drawn by its sturdy fences, plans proceed smoothly, with Chief Baharata preparing to meet the Earl, ensuring everything goes as intended. A determined princess leads the group as they excitedly prepare to greet Earl Christone. The group flies over a sprawling town, nearing Earl Christone's Miyagi town, eagerly anticipating arrival. Upon arrival, Masaru walks past armed guards. Feeling the intense atmosphere of the fortified town, the group is greeted warmly and invited to follow as they prepare for their meeting with the Earl. Inside the Earl's mansion, the princess admires exquisite elven-made artifacts. Impressed by the lavish collection, Masaru, the princess, and others discuss the prosperous nature of Miyagi town due to trade with elves. The princess, confident and cheerful, assures the group that everything will go smoothly, drawing on her noble experience. In a tense moment, the Earl, stern and unyielding, denies Masaru and the princess's request for approval. Masaru counters the Earl's refusal, citing a royal decree that grants the right to develop land freely. The Earl, growing more agitated, expresses concern for the safety of his people if they relocate. The group confidently argues their strength, mentioning their ability to defeat earth dragons, while the Earl remains unconvinced. The princess, Elizabeth Blanzat, introduces herself as the younger sister of a baron, emphasizing her noble status. A priestess offers support, assuring the Earl that the Holy Knights will help defend the village's safety. Masaru awkwardly faces the Earl's challenge about the temple's future involvement, questioning whether the knights would truly be dispatched. The priestess, slightly irritated, lets out a sound of frustration as the situation becomes tense. Tilika boldly presents her credentials as a third-class truth official, with Clemens O'Grain's name adding weight to her claim. The Earl acknowledges the influence of a truth official, but remains wary of potential issues arising from their presence. The group discusses the situation, revealing suspicions about the Earl's intentions, especially concerning the safety of the villagers. Masaru senses mana coming from the sky, anticipating a significant event or force coming their way. A creature appears, entering the scene dramatically, catching everyone's attention as the situation escalates. Liliane makes a dramatic entrance with a superhero landing, drawing the attention of the Earl and others. The Earl, flustered, asks Liliane to use the door next time instead of making such a spectacle. Liliane confronts Masaru, expressing her frustration for his absence and the delays in their planned meeting. Liliane apologizes for not visiting the elven town sooner, citing her focus on building their village. A letter from her brother, who handles negotiations, is delivered to Liliane, signaling the next step in their plans. A conversation about the impending battle begins, with a focus on the strength of Earl Kristen's forces and their ties to elves. The princess scolds Eli for his facial expression. As the Earl looks on, slightly taken aback, the princess reminds the Earl of his past actions, questioning why he delayed the guild's sortie when the elven town was under threat. The Earl gives an assured wink, claiming to have a well-prepared explanation for his actions, referring to his discussions with the elves. The princess and others discuss the importance of prudence when handling delicate diplomatic matters, setting the tone for the next steps in their negotiation. The princess addresses the Earl, referencing the troops stationed at the fort, reminding him of their previous conversation. The Earl shows visible distress as Liliane's words seem to strike a nerve, her finger tapping in emphasis. The princess, with a knowing smile, asks the Earl to repeat his words to Titus, bringing up the elves' valuable role. Masaru connects the dots, explaining the Earl's actions were driven by a desire to maintain control over the elves and profit from them. A diplomatic representative expresses faith in the Earl, yet gently raises concerns, hinting at mistrust and the need for transparency. The princess proposes that the Earl's faith could be better termed as trust, setting the stage for further demands. The Earl, clearly defeated, reluctantly agrees, sitting with his head down as the group moves forward with their demands. The conversation turns to the elves, with Masaru revealing that their partnership with the Earl is mostly business, not based on genuine loyalty. Masaru outlines how the Earl's actions, while driven by a desire to control the elves, have also left him indebted to them in a business sense. The elves are content to keep their dealings under wraps, not openly accusing the Earl, but understanding his business strategy. The group prepares for the ceremony, with everyone excited, though Masaru feels nervous as all eyes are on him. Liliane reassures Masaru, letting him know the letter she delivered was a regular business letter, putting his concerns to rest. Masaru reflects on the decision to join the army or become a craftsman, considering how his royal background may influence others' treatment. Lilian, explaining her situation, reveals she is mainly running errands for her brother, further emphasizing her position and responsibilities. The ceremony begins, with a grand display of excitement and anticipation as the crowd eagerly watches Lilian and Masaru. The crowd cheers as Lilian and Masaru walk together, with everyone excited about the ceremony and its significance. A mysterious, magical creature appears as the ceremony progresses, its presence causing some concern among the group. The magical creatures surrounding the ceremony grow more intense, as everyone reacts to the growing spectacle and power in the air. The group is fascinated by the strange, ethereal music coming from the magical creatures, unable to fully understand its meaning but captivated by its beauty. Mysterious creatures start thanking Masaru, attributing their gratitude to his blessings from the gods, deepening the mystery surrounding his role. He nervously holds his cue cards, realizing no one understands his speech. Holding a letter, a new development seems to unfold that night. The royal messenger presents a letter to the Elven King, from King Albrecht. In a cozy corner of the elven town, a young elf reads a letter. The young girl eagerly expresses her gratitude, realizing that words alone are not enough to show thanks. Masaru's actions are deeply appreciated by the elves. They insist on offering their assistance as a reward. Masaru seems indifferent, prompting the girl to encourage him to show some excitement about the offer. The king calmly assures Masaru that he need not stand, reinforcing that his actions are deeply valued. The royal court offers a solution to the reward dilemma, deciding to send Lilia to assist Masaru. Masaru expresses concern about the dangers of adventuring, unsure if he can guarantee Lilia's safety. Lilia insists on helping, pleading with Masaru to let her contribute and be of use to others. Lilia passionately tells Masaru they are saviors to the town, emphasizing their importance and readiness. A fellow companion discusses the advantages of having someone from the elven royal family in the group. The group eagerly agrees, supporting the idea of Lilia joining their team for future adventures. Masaru officially welcomes Lilia to the team, and she joyfully smiles, feeling accepted and excited. Lilia shyly declines formalities, preferring to be called Lilia, and embracing the casual camaraderie of their team. Lilia's mother encourages Masaru to continue being a good friend to her while Lilia nods enthusiastically. Lilia, full of energy, declares it's the elves' turn to shine, sparking curiosity and determination in the group. The elves begin preparing for their new task, studying maps and strategizing for the work ahead. The elves begin working together to build and gather resources, slowly making progress on the village. The elves and Masaru celebrate their teamwork and progress, with Lilia joyfully contributing to their efforts. Lilia excitedly enjoys her surroundings, while Masaru and others continue working, preparing for what's next. Masaru reveals a box with a surprise for the group, sparking curiosity among the girls. The box is opened, revealing something precious inside, an item that excites everyone, especially Lilia. Masaru surprises the group with wedding rings for each of them, sparking a wave of joy. The group is amused by the surprising gesture, with everyone reacting to Masaru's thoughtful gift. Masaru reveals the truth behind the ring he wears, finally sharing his secret about the apostle status. The group acknowledges the difficulty of hiding such a secret, agreeing that it was a hassle. Masaru explains the magical properties of the ring, revealing its ability to multiply his mana, with a humorous backstory. Masaru looks on, noticing unusual handprints on the roof, indicating something odd has occurred nearby. A group of workers in armor arrives at the village, some of them surprised by the situation. The town's expanded construction is visible, showing a thriving community with new buildings and a windmill. Two girls, Scylla and Tamara, are seen happily carrying baskets, indicating their role in the community. A conversation unfolds, and a teasing remark is made about Masaru buying slaves, creating a moment of intrigue. As the village grows, the need for a fee becomes clear. The rising number of visitors brings both good and bad. While some villagers agree on the necessity of the fee to filter out unwanted visitors, others are hesitant. Masaru and a fellow villager reflect on the growing town, agreeing that the changes are inevitable. A villager affirms that an entry fee is only natural for a thriving settlement like theirs. Lilia suggests leaving village affairs in the hands of trusted individuals, Narnia and Orba, as the group plans their next steps. Masaru and Lilia discuss future plans, and Lilia suggests visiting Shiori town to clean their house. Lilia reveals she has already informed her family about their marriage, surprising Masaru with her forwardness. Masaru and Lilia discuss their travel route, looking at a map that shows their journey to Shiori. Excited for the upcoming trip, Lilia enthusiastically agrees to help Masaru with transportation once they leave Shiori. The group prepares to leave, and Masaru secretly reveals his ability to use transportation magic, much to the surprise of Scylla and Tamara. Masaru's hands reveal a secret as he squeezes something, hinting at an unusual action or tool being used. The group prepares for the day's tasks. Sati suggests buying ingredients while others head out for errands. In the guild, Masaru greets his master, Drevin, and the towering figure beside him, causing a moment of recognition. Masaru waits while the others converse, observing a man who strikes a familiar, unsettling chord in him. A sudden realization hits Masaru as he identifies the man, triggering a sense of impending trouble. Masaru is caught off guard when the man greets him, making him nervous about the situation. In a rush, Masaru suddenly runs off, surprising his companions who are left confused by his reaction. Masaru later confides in the man, admitting he was kicked out of his previous party, but tries to ease the tension. The man shares his perspective, hinting at the difficulties of traveling with companions of different statuses. Masaru catches a hint of the man's nobility, as he nervously reveals a bit about his background. The conversation continues as the man emphasizes how obvious Lilia's nobility is, based on her demeanor and attire. Masaru's reaction is calm, leading the man to introduce himself with a formal declaration of his noble status as Wilfred Gary. Wilfred invites Masaru to join his party, claiming that he would be a helpful addition, despite the awkwardness. Masaru humorously rejects the offer, listing off the high-level members already in his party, including a truth officer, a noble, and an elven princess. Wilfred brushes off the rejection and proceeds to propose rigorous training for Masaru, questioning if he can wield a sword. His debt to the protagonist is acknowledged, though still unconfirmed by his party. Wilfred insists on joining the protagonist's group, but there's disbelief. Some uncertainty about his status, but the decision will be made soon. As Wilfred joins, he's greeted with authority by the group, testing his place in their hierarchy. The group experiences a 180-degree shift as Wilfred adopts a noble stance, surprising the protagonist and others. Despite Wilfred's desire to join the party, he still needs his group's approval. He hesitates, uncertain about their response. As they prepare for their next adventure, Wilfred's formal introduction shifts to humor as Elizabeth twirls. Will is upset, crying about his inability to use magic, feeling inadequate compared to his brothers. He confides in Kurian, expressing his sorrow and fear, feeling left out of his family. Kurian listens carefully, reassuring Will that his value isn't determined by magic or other standards. Kurian smiles gently, encouraging Will that personal growth comes through different paths, not magic alone. Will lays in bed, reflecting on Kurian's words, feeling slightly reassured but still uncertain about his future. Will wakes up, thinking about Brother Kurian's words, reflecting on his past struggles and doubts. Determined, Will steps outside to explore the city, feeling both anxious and excited about his journey. He arrives at a bustling area, where people are excited about an upcoming event at the arena. Will observes the grand city of Arumus, the capital of Lashura, overwhelmed by its immense scale. From a vantage point in the noble district, Will gazes at the massive city, full of possibilities. After finishing the meal, Will expresses gratitude, saying thank you for the meal with a smile. Lilia and others discuss their plans, while Will is asked to spare some time before leaving. Will listens as Masaru explains the blessing he received and the implications of his newfound power. A cheerful greeting from an enthusiastic person shocks Will, who begins to question the nature of royalty. Will's excitement grows as he learns there are no limits to the blessings and magic he can gain. Will and Kurian enthusiastically agree to begin training, excited to improve their skills for the future. Will, unsure about his abilities, asks for a moment to think about how to spend his SP. A grateful figure thanks Will, showing respect for his decision to listen to their request. Will, surprised by the unexpected reveal, learns more about Scylla and her unknown connection to others. In a grand coliseum, Will witnesses a gladiatorial match, intrigued by the fierce competition and audience. A curious girl asks Will about his interest in fighting, eager to watch warriors compete in the tournament. The group discusses Scylla's desire to enter the warrior tournament, despite being a slave, hoping for a bodyguard role. The group talks about Scylla's impressive skills as a warrior, with Sati praising her dedication and progress. Lilia and Will discuss the challenge of balancing defense with magical skills, emphasizing their team's strategy. Scylla's aspirations are highlighted as Lilia expresses confidence in her potential as a samurai warrior. Scylla expresses her confidence about taking on the active role of a tank as a samurai. With a blessing, Scylla gets shy talking about her feelings for Masaru, admitting she grew to like him over time. Will reassures Scylla, saying there's no need to feel embarrassed about her feelings for Masaru. The group discusses how trust, not just romantic feelings, is essential for receiving blessings, helping Scylla understand. Scylla is excited about the possibility of a blessing, and Masaru is invited to join the competition to test her skills. Masaru, hesitant to stand out, contemplates alternative ways to gain trust, avoiding the overwhelming tournament crowd. A group of people, including George, spots Masaru, revealing a familiar face in the crowd. George explains that he's here to support the commander of his army, who is participating in the tournament. Masaru is asked whether he plans to join the gladiatorial tournament. Given his martial arts skills and magical abilities, George encourages Masaru to prove his worth to his wives, enticing him to participate in the tournament. George scolds Masaru, warning him about how neglecting his efforts may cause his relationship to wither, even if his partner still loves him. George encourages Masaru to make an effort to fall in love again, emphasizing that it is possible to continually fall in love with each other. George teases Masaru, commenting on how the conversation could be more lively at night, adding humor to the situation. In the gladiator tournament's waiting room, everyone is excited, and the group encourages Masaru to do his best and aim for victory. Masaru jokes about the expression he makes when he's thinking about something inappropriate, leading to an awkward moment with the others. The group decides to watch the gladiatorial tournament from the audience seats. Excited for the event, Masaru notices Sati leaving the room and is curious about her sudden departure, which catches his attention. Everyone prepares to head out while Masaru looks back, noticing someone walking away from the group. As Masaru steps forward, a mysterious light surrounds him, signaling the start of a significant moment. The gladiatorial tournament kicks off, with fighters clashing in the arena. As the crowd eagerly watches, the fight continues, showcasing a precise sword strike that follows a perfect trajectory, demonstrating skill and discipline. The winner of the battle is announced, and a curious observer asks about the immense effort needed to reach that level. Will is captivated by the skilled fighter, amazed at the beauty of their technique and the powerful performance. A concerned mentor tells Will that he must forge his own path, not solely relying on his mother's words. Will listens carefully as his mentor shares wisdom, urging him to trust his own decisions despite external advice. Sati is excited for the qualifier, and after receiving encouragement, she heads off for the tournament registration. Sati and Masaru exchange encouragements before heading to the qualifier, while Masaru shares his desire to talk about his childhood. Reflecting on her childhood, Sati remembers how her mother valued magic and favored her brothers who possessed it. Will recalls his feelings of loneliness, remembering how his mother never showed interest in him due to his lack of magic, and how his brother, Kurian, offered support. Kurian's encouraging words will come back to him, master the way of the sword, Will, guiding him to embrace his path. Will is unsure about how his mother would react to his desire to learn magic, feeling like his efforts may never gain her approval. Despite the frustration of not being able to use magic, Will's brother Kurian reassures him, encouraging him to focus on the sword. Will is determined not to waste his effort and asks to use all of his SP to focus on swordsmanship and melee skills, even if magic isn't an option. Kurian encourages Will to take a step further by learning useful life magic, with a smile and a positive outlook. Will, motivated by Kurian's faith in him, smiles back and promises to be a valuable samurai warrior, ready to face any challenge. Tournament arena, spectators watch as Sati performs, her movements leaving the crowd in awe. The announcer declares Sati as the winner of her battle, surprising everyone around her. But just as everyone celebrates her victory, a mysterious strong figure appears, catching Sati's attention. Sati is lost in the arena, and Eli anxiously searches for her, worried about the battle outcome. Sati is reassured by a calm, experienced warrior, who encourages her to push through the rounds. Spectators whisper in shock, wondering if the mysterious monster appearing in the rounds is real. Sati prepares for the next match, shaking off previous doubts, her determination now stronger than before. Sati faces her opponent. The battle begins with intense focus as she readies herself for the challenge. Sati is stunned as an unseen figure approaches her, questioning when the opponent made their move. The opponent's strike is blocked, surprising Sati as her blade barely defends against the attack. An intense clash of swords occurs, with both sides locked in a struggle for dominance. Eli watches with concern as Sati is struck, realizing she's now taking serious damage in battle. Sati reflects on the mysterious strike, feeling as though the opponent used some form of teleportation. Eli tells Sati that there are only 2 rounds left, and it's time to switch opponents. The next match is announced, with Masaru facing off against Godwin. Both sides prepared for battle. Eli jokingly mentions that Masaru's nervousness is obvious, making Sati laugh at his comment. Masaru and Godwin prepare for the match, each sizing up the other as the fight is about to begin. Godwin strikes confidently, while Masaru seems nervous, but he gets ready for the intense match. Masaru and Godwin clash in a fierce sword fight, each determined to prove their strength. Masaru's powerful strike lands, breaking through Godwin's defense, and the crowd erupts in excitement. The match ends with Masaru victorious, though Godwin grimaces in pain from the blow to his ribs. Masaru reflects on his victory, but feels a sharp stomachache, questioning why he's in pain. The crowd reacts to the unexpected outcome, and Eli wonders what happened to Masaru after the match. Sati enjoys the match, surprised that even Masaru is competing, as they discuss the ongoing fights. The king praises Masaru's skills, suggesting he has a good chance of winning the competition. The king wonders if Masaru is the person mentioned in a letter sent by the elf king. Sati, excited, challenges Masaru to show his abilities, urging him to demonstrate his skills. Sati's luck seems to have run out, as others express concern over her less-than-ideal position in the competition. The next opponent is announced, Borzola, a skilled warrior known for past victories in the competition. Sati is determined to give it her all, even questioning if it's okay despite the weapon's dullness. Borzola warns Sati about the dangerous size difference, advising her to be cautious in the fight. The match begins with a sharp command, and both competitors prepare for an intense battle ahead. Sati faces the oncoming attack as Borzola charges, and the fight is about to heat up. The crowd is shocked as Borzola swings his great sword with ease, demonstrating incredible reach and skill. Sati prepares for Borzola's strike, quickly moving and showing her agility despite his overwhelming size. A powerful clash occurs between Sati and Borzola, as she evades his massive blows with precise footwork. The audience begins to fear Borzola's power, whispering that he's already won this round. Just as Borzola gains an advantage, Sati has a realization, and prepares to take action to turn the fight. Sati strikes Borzola with unexpected precision, landing a blow to his head, shocking both him and the crowd. The audience cheers for Sati, while Borzola is clearly rattled, struggling to maintain his composure. Borzola, now observing Sati more closely, acknowledges her surprising skill and strength. Realizing she's not a beginner, he compares her to a kitten at first, but now sees her as an opponent to watch closely. Borzola, impressed and puzzled, begins to wonder where Sati's immense strength and speed are coming from. Sati, realizing she can't avoid Borzola's power, prepares for one final massive swing to end the fight. Sati's swift move catches Borzola off guard as she strikes him hard, throwing him off balance. With a precise and powerful attack, Sati lands a blow, causing Borzola to stagger and lose control. Spectators watch anxiously, unsure whether Sati can defeat the mighty Borzola, while others sense her growing strength. Sati delivers a final blow, knocking Borzola to the ground and earning herself the win. Sati stands victorious. The crowd chants Giant Slayer, praising her unexpected triumph over the mighty Borzola. Eli and others cheer for Sati's success, impressed by her incredible skill and determination in the arena. As Sati reflects on the match, she realizes that the real challenge is still ahead. An important figure congratulates Sati, acknowledging her strength and skill, signaling the start of a new stage. The group celebrates Sati's progress, with some of the spectators expressing surprise at her remarkable strength. Masaru enthusiastically talks about his previous experiences, highlighting his journey with Shiori in the forest. Sati activates her hearing detection skill, trying to discern the sounds around her despite the chaos. Sati and Eli discuss the situation, with Eli relaying that the master has invited them to a special place. Sati jokes that she's no longer able to hear them, after they moved into a quieter part of the building. Masaru is greeted warmly by old friends, excitedly reuniting with familiar faces after some time apart. Masaru talks enthusiastically about his friends from the beginner's workshop, Crook and Silver, who helped him train. Sati activates her hearing detection skill, focused on the sounds around her, trying to understand the situation. Eli tells Masaru about the gladiator tournament happening in the royal city, asking about the status of his party. The fighter, eager to compete, mentions how he looks forward to crossing swords with Masaru in the tournament. The retired mentor reflects on the success of his former students visiting him again. Armando humorously mentions a nickname, but the focus shifts to the Sword Saint title. The characters discuss unexpected situations in a gladiatorial tournament, hinting at a larger conflict. They speak of a noble daughter with royal blood and a mysterious self-proclaimed master swordman. The conversation turns to the tournament, where Francesca's performance is assessed and plans unfold. The characters discuss their mutual connections with Sati and Masaru, noting their shared training experiences. Acknowledging their special nature, they reflect on the impressive abilities of Masaru and Sati. Plans are made to recommend Sati and Masaru to Beals, citing their remarkable strength. The conversation shifts to Masaru's exceptional qualities, imagining his future as a hero. An intense training scene unfolds, with the characters in action, sharpening their skills and resolve. A young trainee struggles with his unsteady stance during training, losing his balance. The trainer gives valuable advice on maintaining balance, helping him refine his fighting technique. A new character watches, unsure of the situation as the trainees continue their practices. A new scene begins with Lilia watching Masaru and his friends practicing for the tournament. The group faces off against each other in an intense battle, but Lilia smiles cheerfully. Lilia enjoys a peaceful moment with a tiger, deciding to take a walk afterward. Apologizing for her actions, Lilia feels embarrassed, wondering if others are aware of her feelings. Lilia opens up about her self-doubt and anxiety about her strength and future progress. Masaru inquires why Lilia seems to be in a rush to improve, concerned about her motivations. Lilia reveals her troubled past, the hardship of growing up in poverty, and her slavery. Lilia explains the tough choice her family faced, with her brother being the preferred option. Lilia, feeling pressured, is told to prove her worth by defeating her brother in strength. Lilia braces herself for the challenge, determined to show her inner strength despite the fear. In the intense moment, Lilia reflects on her very first battle and the struggles she's faced. The battle ends with Lilia on the ground, her determination faltering as her brother towers over her. Lilia apologizes for her actions, revealing the emotional pain tied to her family's decision. Reflecting on her defeat, Lilia grows determined to avoid weakness, vowing to never feel helpless again. Lilia opens up, expressing her frustration and longing to become stronger and stop feeling miserable. Masaru reassures her, reflecting on how far he's come with the help of others. With renewed hope, Lilia asks Masaru for help to practice again, ready to move forward. Masaru enthusiastically agrees to help Lilia practice, strengthening their bond with a gesture of friendship. Lilia expresses her gratitude to Masaru, sealing their pact with a heartfelt fist bump. The scene shifts to the tournament, where Masaru faces a fierce battle. Overwhelmed by the challenge, Lilia, along with her friends, watches anxiously as Masaru prepares for his next move in the match. A tournament board reveals Masaru's unexpected placement, revealing he faces someone he was trying to avoid. Masaru faces a powerful opponent who eagerly anticipates the battle, bringing tension to the arena. The onlookers, including Lilia, cheer on Masaru, though he feels the weight of the competition. Lilia, visibly nervous, wishes Masaru good luck as he steps into the ring. The fight begins with high stakes, Masaru remaining confident in his strategy for the battle. The battle intensifies as Masaru faces off against his opponent, their swords clashing in full force. Masaru learns that one of Lizard's devastating blows could defeat goblins and orcs with ease. The intense clash begins as Masaru faces off against Lizard, both determined in their battle. Masaru braces himself as Lizard uses his powerful technique to advance in the fight. Masaru, surprised, faces the full force of Lizard's power, yet holds firm in his resolve. The battle intensifies with a massive collision, shaking the arena as their swords clash. The crowd anxiously watches as Masaru faces a dangerous fight with Lizard's overpowering weaponry. Masaru realizes that every move must be calculated carefully to avoid devastating attacks. Lizard reflects on the intensity of the battle, noting the overwhelming power Masaru is up against. Lizard readies himself for the next strike while Masaru gears up for his counterattack. The arena fills with tension as Masaru prepares for his next move against the imposing Lizard. Masaru learns about the regenerative abilities that allow him to recover from small injuries quickly. Analyzing Lizard's tactics, Masaru realizes that the big swings leave gaps for him to exploit. The battle intensifies as Masaru faces Lizard's power, trying to anticipate his next devastating strike. The fight continues with swords clashing violently as Masaru narrowly escapes Lizard's powerful attacks. Masaru dodges a swift strike, managing to avoid a direct hit, but still feeling the pressure. Masaru is caught off guard. Masaru faced a powerful opponent whose speed and regeneration erased the openings he expected to exploit. The battle quickly became more difficult than he anticipated. Meanwhile, the warrior advanced aggressively, smashing the arena floor and sending debris flying. His confidence grew as he pressed the attack. Under pressure, Masaru defended himself while stones scattered through the air. Even so, he carefully watched his opponent's movements for weaknesses. Soon, both fighters exchanged rapid blows. Spectators observed that their swordsmanship appeared evenly matched, though Masaru was gradually being driven back. However, the opponent realized Masaru was still holding something back. As the duel continued, Masaru considered a hidden protection he had never fully tested in real combat. A massive strike crashed down toward Masaru. The force of the attack shocked everyone watching and threatened to end the duel instantly. Around the arena, his companions stared in alarm. Meanwhile, the warrior remained confident, convinced that overwhelming strength would decide the battle. Instead of falling, Masaru raised his sword and blocked the greatsword. The impossible defense stunned the spectators, who knew the attack could crush powerful monsters. Afterward, Masaru pushed forward and returned the pressure. While exchanging blows, he recalled another fighter whose strength far exceeded her appearance. Gradually, a possibility formed in his mind. The warrior's mysterious power seemed connected to a special blessing, leaving both fighters searching for the truth behind it. Neither fighter backed down as they glared at each other from close range. The duel had become a contest of determination as much as skill. Suddenly, the warrior rushed forward and unleashed another powerful attack. Masaru reacted quickly, meeting the strike before it could overwhelm him. Moments later, both combatants exchanged blows without gaining a clear advantage. Watching from the stands, the spectators realized the battle was evenly matched. A memory crossed the warrior's mind. He recalled meeting Masaru before, and remembered the quiet determination that had caught his attention. Excitement spread through him as the fight continued. Seeing Masaru stand his ground once again, he welcomed the chance to face a worthy rival. The warrior unleashed his full strength and drove forward with a crushing attack. Even as the arena floor shattered, Masaru refused to retreat. A fierce exchange followed. Both fighters pushed themselves to their limits, and neither could gain a decisive advantage. Then the battle shifted. Masaru felt his regeneration spell fading, and concern spread through him as his endurance began to drop. While retreating for a brief moment, he searched for a solution. Remembering a skill he had avoided using, he prepared to activate healing at the right time. Soon, Masaru steadied his breathing and faced his opponent again. Across the arena, the warrior waited calmly as the next phase of the duel approached. A small smile appeared on the warrior's face. Despite his exhaustion, he seemed satisfied by how fiercely the battle had unfolded. Soon after, his body collapsed onto the arena floor. The referee immediately declared Masaru the winner, bringing the intense duel to an end. Relief washed over Masaru as he raised his sword. Cheers erupted throughout the stadium, while his companions celebrated the hard-earned victory. Across the stands, friends and supporters shouted with excitement. Their worry disappeared as pride replaced the tension they had carried throughout the match. Meanwhile, several spectators continued praising Masaru's performance. The remarkable battle left a lasting impression on everyone who had witnessed it. After the match, the warrior accepted his defeat with a smile. Although surprised by the outcome, he openly acknowledged Masaru's strength and earned the respect of those around him. Soon, the tension faded, and the group shared a lighter moment. Even the defeated fighter encouraged everyone to celebrate Masaru's victory. Meanwhile, Masaru collapsed from exhaustion in the arena. Before anyone could reach him, a young swordswoman stepped forward and noticed his condition. Without hesitation, she rushed across the field and grabbed him. Her sudden actions startled the spectators and officials nearby. Concern replaced the excitement of victory. As she protected the exhausted champion, a desperate call for everyone to stop echoed through the arena. While the crowd celebrated, some spectators questioned why the referee had not stopped the fight sooner. A swordswoman explained that Masaru had earned the nickname Undead because of his remarkable ability to recover and continue fighting after severe injuries. Meanwhile, Masaru reflected on the title with mixed feelings. Remembering the battle, he realized how often he had relied on recovery magic to stay standing. Not everyone was impressed by that approach. One participant openly criticized the way Masaru fought, and viewed his methods unfavorably. However, the criticism was quickly challenged. As opinions clashed, Masaru remained silent, allowing others to argue over the meaning of true strength. The argument ended abruptly when the beastwoman was challenged directly. Caught off guard, she realized her criticism had been heard clearly. Soon afterward, the disagreement turned into a formal challenge. Determined to defend her pride, the beastwoman accepted the duel, while her opponent calmly welcomed the opportunity to settle the matter with their swords. Sati swung her sword with precision and defeated her opponent in the arena. The crowd erupted as she secured victory and advanced to the next round. Soon after, the tournament board was updated. The remaining contenders were arranged, revealing the path to the championship match. Attention shifted to the finalists. News spread that Sati would face Francesca in the decisive battle, drawing excitement from spectators and participants alike. At the same time, another competitor suffered an unexpected defeat. Reactions varied, with some disappointed while others looked ahead to the final. Elsewhere, Masaru relaxed in a bath after the day's events. As the tournament neared its conclusion, he recovered his energy and prepared for what would come next. After the tournament, Sati joined Masaru in the bath. While helping him wash, she reflected on his unexpected decision to enter the gladiator competition. Gradually, she revealed another reason behind her thoughts. Tamara's companions were struggling to gather enough money to buy her freedom and return her to the person she loved. Because the betting odds favored newcomers, Sati saw an opportunity. Entering the tournament offered a chance to earn the large sum needed. Hearing this, Masaru realized how deeply she cared about Tamara's future. Sati remained convinced that he would help if asked. At last, she admitted her motivation. Since gaining freedom herself, Sati had chosen to fight not for glory, but to help another slave obtain the same chance. In the bath, Sati finally revealed the purpose she had chosen for herself. Rather than seeking recognition, she wanted to use her sword to help those in need. Masaru listened carefully and encouraged her resolve. His words reassured Sati that she was steadily moving toward the path she truly desired. Soon afterward, she disclosed another reason for fighting. As the final match approached, her determination grew stronger than ever. Across the arena, Francesca awaited her opponent with confidence. The spectators watched closely as both finalists prepared for the decisive battle. Once the signal was given, the championship match began. Swords clashed immediately, and Sati charged forward while Masaru observed the fierce opening exchange with concern. The final battle intensified as Sati and Francesca exchanged rapid attacks. From the stands, several spectators recognized how evenly matched the two fighters had become. Despite her determination, Sati struggled against Francesca's refined technique. Every strike forced her to defend carefully while searching for an opening. Observers noted that Francesca possessed greater experience and knowledge. Even so, Sati refused to retreat and continued challenging her superior opponent. Meanwhile, Francesca acknowledged the difference in talent between them. Rather than accepting it, she treated that gap as an obstacle she intended to overcome. As the duel continued, Masaru analyzed Sati's fighting style. Remembering their training, he realized she was patiently building advantages, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive attack. From the sidelines, Masaru observed the match and reflected on Sati's growth. Unlike most fighters, she could adapt even against opponents she had never faced before. Without hesitation, Sati abandoned a cautious approach and pressed forward. The sudden attack forced Francesca to react immediately. Steel clashed repeatedly as both swordswomen exchanged blows. Francesca maintained her composure, but Sati continued matching every move with increasing confidence. As the duel intensified, Francesca realized what made her rival dangerous. Each attack was met with a swift response, preventing any clear advantage from forming. Even when confronted with unfamiliar techniques, Sati adjusted on the spot. Her extraordinary reaction speed allowed her to learn, counter, and remain competitive throughout the fierce battle. As the fierce exchange continued, Francesca reached a conclusion. She believed Sati's natural talent allowed her to close the gap that years of training should have created. Recognizing that her advantage was slipping away, Francesca made a desperate move. The attack succeeded in shattering Sati's sword. For a brief moment, disappointment washed over her as victory seemed to slip beyond reach. Thinking she had lost her chance, Sati blamed herself for not preparing better. However, the officials ruled that broken weapons could be replaced, allowing the duel to continue. Rather than accept an unsatisfying ending, Francesca offered a restart with new swords. Sati agreed at once, and both fighters prepared to settle the championship properly. Sati accepted Francesca's proposal without hesitation. Armed with replacement weapons, both finalists returned to their positions and prepared to resume the championship duel. Silence briefly settled over the arena. The two warriors fixed their eyes on one another, each determined to claim victory through skill alone. Around the stadium, allies and spectators watched anxiously. Every movement carried weight as the renewed battle entered its most critical stage. Soon, Sati launched another series of attacks. Francesca responded immediately, but a slight opening appeared during the exchange. Recognizing the moment she had anticipated, Francesca tightened her grip and prepared a decisive strike. Certain that Sati could not avoid it, she moved to seize the opportunity at last. Francesca finally launched the decisive attack she had prepared. At the critical moment, Sati reacted instantly and intercepted it with an unexpected movement. Surprise crossed Francesca's face as she realized what had happened. Instead of using the blade, Sati had turned her weapon and struck with the pommel. The sudden counter reached its target before Francesca could recover. For the first time in the match, the balance clearly shifted in Sati's favor. Recognizing the outcome, Francesca lowered her guard and accepted the result. Moments later, Sati was declared champion of the gladiator tournament. Cheers erupted throughout the stadium, while her friends celebrated the hard-earned victory with relief and joy. Following her victory, Sati stood quietly while her companions celebrated around her. Relief replaced the tension that had filled the arena moments earlier. Soon, nobles and spectators offered their congratulations. News of her championship spread quickly, earning admiration from many influential figures. During the gathering, Sati stepped forward with confidence. Determined to protect Masaru's honor, she openly declared her place at his side, surprising those nearby. Meanwhile, Francesca reflected on the match and accepted responsibility for her defeat. Setting pride aside, she offered a sincere apology and extended her hand in respect. As evening approached, the competitors parted on good terms. Friends congratulated both Sati and Masaru, bringing the tournament to a warm and peaceful conclusion. Masaru met several respected figures who finally introduced themselves and acknowledged his recent accomplishments. Soon afterward, he received a letter of recommendation and was directed toward a renowned place where skilled warriors gathered. A veteran fighter recognized Masaru's potential. Believing greater challenges awaited him, he suggested that Masaru's swordsmanship could still reach new heights. After winning the gladiator tournament, Masaru joined his companions for a lively celebration. During the feast, he learned that Scylla had also gained a blessing through the tournament. The news caught his attention and gave him something new to consider. Soon, another participant praised his battle against Lazard. Her words reminded everyone of the intense matches and the effort behind his success. Later, the discussion shifted to Lord Vok's invitation to train under him. Faced with the unexpected opportunity, Masaru struggled to decide. As he reflected on the offer, he learned that Vok was a legendary sword saint. Realizing the harsh training ahead, he accepted that an even greater challenge awaited him. While returning from the tournament, a companion admitted feeling frustrated for being unable to help against Armand. Soon after, an invitation from the sword saint arrived. The legendary master offered to teach his skills in Beals, a land known for its warriors. Excitement quickly spread through the group. One companion was delighted to travel together, while another envied the rare chance to train under such a famous swordsman. As the discussion continued, everyone considered the future. Encouragement from his friends gradually pushed Masaru toward accepting the opportunity. With the decision nearly settled, plans changed at once. Instead of visiting Aries' parents, the party agreed to head directly to Beals and prepare for the next stage of their journey. After the meal, Tamara helped clean the dishes while Masaru spoke with her. The conversation turned to her difficult situation. Learning more about her circumstances, Masaru revealed that the party's plans had changed and considered a way to ease her burden. Instead of leaving her alone, he proposed that two people manage the house together. The arrangement would also help save enough money to free someone important to her in the future. Overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, Tamara could barely contain her emotions. Gratitude filled the room as she accepted the offer. Later that night, Masaru finally rested in his room. With another problem settled, he lay on his bed and quietly reflected on everything that had happened. Alone in his room, Masaru reflected on his journey. He had already grown strong enough to defeat powerful monsters. While lost in thought, another concern surfaced. The possibility of becoming closer to someone again made him hesitate, and uncertainty filled his mind. Suddenly, the door opened. An unexpected visitor appeared late at night, catching him completely off guard and breaking his train of thought. Moments later, the surprise turned into chaos. A playful misunderstanding left both of them tangled together, creating an awkward situation neither had expected. As the confusion settled, the visitor calmly tried to make sense of what had happened. Meanwhile, Masaru remained stunned by the strange turn his quiet evening had taken. Sitting together in the quiet room, Lilia opened her heart. She admitted that her feelings had grown since the village battle and spoke honestly about how she viewed herself beside Masaru. After gathering her courage, she asked him to see her not as a hero or a chosen figure, but simply as the person she truly was. Under the moonlit sky, the conversation became more serious. Lilia questioned whether he would abandon those precious to him if the world ever faced destruction. The question struck deeply. Before Masaru could respond, Lilia reached for him, leaving him completely speechless. Silence filled the room afterward. Noticing his reaction, Lilia quietly realized how strongly her actions had affected him. Lilia gently explained her thoughts. Rather than believing Masaru would flee from danger, she trusted that he would choose to fight for the people he cared about when the time came. Drawing closer, she left the final answer to his feelings. Memories of his companions filled Masaru's mind, making it impossible for him to reject her sincerity. At last, the tension faded. Lilia happily accepted his response and stayed close to him, relieved that her feelings had finally reached him. Not long afterward, the group gathered again. The atmosphere felt lighter as everyone shared in the joy of the new relationship. Later, preparations for the next journey resumed. While others remained busy, Masaru looked ahead, knowing another important chapter of his adventure was about to begin. A joyful ceremony marked the beginning of a new chapter. Surrounded by friends and falling petals, Masaru and Lilia celebrated as everyone shared in their happiness. Soon afterward, the memories of Lilia's words stayed with Masaru. Her faith in his resolve strengthened his determination to face whatever lay ahead. As preparations continued, Scylla appeared wearing heavy armor. Thanks to her recent training, she carried the equipment with ease and joined the departing group. Before leaving, the party said farewell to Tamara and her companion. Both expressed heartfelt gratitude while wishing the travelers a safe journey. With goodbyes finished, the group set out once more. Reaching the southern checkpoint of the kingdom, they continued toward their next destination and the challenges waiting beyond. Before crossing the border, the party received a warning that the neighboring land remained under demon occupation. Together, the group marched onward. Despite the dangers ahead, everyone remained focused on reaching their destination. Eventually, they entered the Gary Empire. Standing before the familiar landscape, Scylla reflected on the 4 years that had passed since she last left her homeland. Not long after, the travelers arrived in Beals, the land where Masaru's training would begin. Their excitement quickly faded when they read the instructions left by the Sword Saint. Instead of receiving a warm welcome, Masaru learned that the training would start immediately with a long journey on foot. The journey to the Sword Saint's dojo proved harsher than expected. Faced with a seemingly endless staircase climbing toward the mountain peak, the party reluctantly continued on foot. After a long climb, the group stopped to rest. Looking up through the trees, they realized they had only managed to get a little closer to their destination. Fatigue gradually spread among the travelers. While sore legs and exhaustion became common complaints, they pressed onward without turning back. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the forest. The unexpected noise immediately caught everyone's attention and shattered the calm atmosphere. Moments later, the source revealed itself. A mysterious figure, carrying a massive weapon, appeared above them, causing the party to tense up and prepare for whatever came next. Without warning, a cloaked figure launched a sudden attack. The strike forced the party into action, and several members quickly moved to defend themselves. Recognizing the danger, Masaru and his companions prepared for battle. As weapons were raised, the mysterious attacker stood ready for the confrontation ahead.
While traveling through the forest, Masaru's party suddenly encountered a masked swordsman. The stranger appeared without warning, leaving everyone shocked and wary. Before anyone could react, the attacker rushed forward. Masaru raised his weapon, but the swordsman's speed exceeded his expectations. Steel clashed repeatedly as Masaru struggled to defend himself. Despite his effort, the masked fighter steadily gained the advantage. A powerful strike sent Masaru flying backward. Seeing him fall, his companions hurried to support him and launched a counterattack. Ignoring the pressure, the swordsmen broke through their formation. The battle intensified as the group fought desperately to stop the mysterious enemy. The masked swordsman overwhelmed the beastkin warrior, forcing him back despite his shield and desperate resistance. Soon after, the attacker faced the rest of the party. Surrounded from every direction, he calmly deflected their strikes and maintained control. Without slowing down, he slipped past the front line and seized the young mage. The sudden move stunned everyone nearby. At that moment, the cat-eared knight stepped forward alone. Her steady stance finally halted the swordsman's advance. Silence replaced the chaos as their blades met. Recognizing a skilled opponent, the knight focused entirely on the duel, while the others watched for an opening. The cat-eared knight exchanged several blows with the swordsman. As the clash continued, she realized the gap between their abilities was too great. Rather than finishing her, the swordsman lightly tapped her shoulder and stepped past. The gesture left her frozen in confusion. Moments later, he raised a hand and gathered swirling energy above the battlefield. Unease spread through the party as they watched. A massive magical sphere formed overhead, casting a shadow across the forest. Its size alone revealed the danger it carried. Masaru quickly understood the threat. While his companions hesitated, he searched for a way to stop the attack before it could be unleashed. During the duel, the cat-eared knight finally accepted the truth. No matter how hard she fought, victory remained out of reach. The swordsman calmly moved behind her and declared the battle decided. Meanwhile, Masaru maintained the giant spell above the forest. Before the situation escalated further, the beastkin warrior rushed forward and stopped the confrontation. His reaction confused the entire party. The masked fighter removed his disguise and revealed himself as Barnabas Haida, the legendary sword saint. Shock spread among the group. After the misunderstanding ended, the scene shifted back to town. There, a woman warmly greeted Sadi while the others arrived behind her. Inside the dojo, the woman bowed deeply and apologized. She admitted that her harsh treatment during the tournament had been intended to test Masaru's true abilities. After hearing his response, she smiled with relief. Acknowledging his strength, she formally accepted him as someone worthy of entering the dojo. Continuing her explanation, she revealed that her earlier criticism had only been a provocation during their match. She had sensed hidden potential within Masaru's movements. The sword saint listened quietly, while the others absorbed the unexpected praise. Attention soon shifted toward another matter. As a familiar figure appeared nearby, the cat-eared knight stared in surprise. Recognition slowly spread across the room. The sword saint welcomed everyone and thanked Francesca for making the journey. He considered her effort insignificant compared to the chance to receive his guidance. Soon after, Vogt presented letters of recommendation. Impressed by Masaru's performance, the sword saint officially allowed him to enter the dojo. Before training began, Masaru was introduced to Luxes. The two exchanged greetings and prepared for a practice match. Wooden swords collided repeatedly as the sparring session started. Both fighters tested each other while the others observed from nearby. Watching the exchange, the sword saint narrowed his eyes. Something unexpected in Masaru's movements had caught his attention. As the sparring continued, the observers noticed unusual patterns in Masaru's swordsmanship. Their curiosity grew with every exchange. The sword saint suddenly ended the session and ordered Francesca to rest. His serious tone suggested that he had reached an important conclusion. After ensuring privacy, he gathered a few trusted people and demanded a direct answer from Masaru. The unexpected question left the room stunned. Confused by the accusation, Masaru struggled to understand what the sword saint meant. Even his companions looked equally bewildered. The old master calmly explained his reasoning. Although Masaru possessed remarkable skill, gaps in his knowledge revealed a highly unusual background. The sword saint revealed his conclusion. To him, Masaru's techniques appeared strangely unbalanced, unlike anything he had seen before. He explained that no ordinary swordsman could possess such a combination of advanced skill and incomplete fundamentals. The contradiction reminded him of ancient legends. As the explanation continued, attention focused entirely on Masaru. The old master's certainty made the atmosphere increasingly tense. Masaru wondered whether anyone else had noticed these unusual traits during the tournament. However, the sword saint remained unconcerned. According to him, only a handful of people could recognize the signs, and his trusted disciples understood the difference. After hearing the sword saint's explanation, Masaru accepted the situation. Determined to improve, He agreed to reveal everything he could during training. The old master observed him closely. A quiet smile appeared as pieces of the mystery finally began to fit together. Suddenly, the Sword Saint burst into laughter. His reaction startled the group, while Masaru waited nervously for an explanation. The old warrior concluded that Vok's suspicions had been correct. Although Masaru denied being a hero, the answer only deepened the master's interest. Believing fate had brought them together, the Sword Saint decided to share important knowledge. The room fell silent as everyone listened. The Sword Saint revealed the final goal of Masaru's training. After overcoming countless skilled warriors and elite disciples, only one challenge would remain. That last obstacle was the Sword Saint himself. Hearing the declaration, Masaru froze, while the others reacted with shock to the impossible task ahead. During training, a determined disciple insisted on continuing despite exhaustion. Watching from a distance, the master remained unmoved. Rather than encouraging persistence, the master pointed out the disciple's limit. The lesson forced him to recognize a weakness he could no longer ignore. Elsewhere, Vok prepared himself and reflected on the harsh training ahead. Confidence stayed in his heart as he thought about Masaru and Sati after. Making up his mind, he quietly wished for their success. His faith in their potential never wavered. Meanwhile, Masaru listened to the challenge awaiting him. Faced with an almost impossible goal, he struggled to imagine overcoming it. Calculating the challenge ahead, Masaru realized he would need to surpass warriors far stronger than himself. Seeing his reaction, the Sword Saint revealed another decision. Training would not be limited to Masaru, as every member of the party needed improvement. Hearing that announcement, the group was stunned. One companion immediately expressed overwhelming gratitude for the rare opportunity. Excitement quickly spread through the room. Several members eagerly accepted the chance to learn directly from the legendary master soon. Practical preparations began. While encouragement and advice were exchanged, the exhausted travelers were instructed to rest before training started. The group was introduced to a massive man who handled supplies, lodging, and daily needs for the dojo. As they learned more about him, the party discovered that his size and strength were considered ordinary compared to some famous fighters. That realization only deepened their surprise. Several members struggled to hide their fear. Even those usually confident admitted they could not fully understand the intimidating caretaker. Contrary to their expectations, the giant calmly checked on their well-being and asked about their needs. His concern revealed a much kinder personality than his appearance suggested. With preparations underway, he volunteered to arrange food and other necessities. The party gradually relaxed after seeing his considerate nature. A few weeks passed at the dojo, and the group settled into training. Remembering Berber's kindness, Masaru focused on improving his skills alongside the others. Wilfred approached Francesca and requested a sparring match. Although surprised, she accepted the challenge and prepared her wooden sword. Before the duel began, Wilfred reflected on their previous encounter at the tournament. The match quickly became intense. Francesca's precise movements forced Wilfred onto the defensive, making him realize how much stronger she had become. As their swords crossed repeatedly, Wilfred struggled to keep pace. Facing her refined technique, he understood that victory would require far greater improvement than he expected. Francesca easily defeated Wilfred during their match. Accepting the result, he admitted the gap between them and recognized her superior skill. Watching her afterward, Wilfred reflected on how exceptional her talent was. Her ability seemed far beyond what ordinary effort alone could achieve. Training continued at Beale's arena, where Wilfred focused on improving himself. The experience motivated him to work even harder. Meanwhile, Luxes searched for Masaru while activities around the dojo continued. Everyone remained busy with their own training and responsibilities. Masaru pushed himself through relentless battles against skilled opponents. After defeating 10 fighters, he collapsed from exhaustion. After intense training, Masaru met Luxes and admitted he was struggling more than expected. Luxes warned him that pushing too hard could become dangerous. Their discussion shifted toward the motivations of other warriors. Masaru recalled meeting fighters who pursued the sword for many different reasons, from strength to personal sacrifice. Later, he defeated another opponent in the arena, adding another victory to his record. Despite winning, Masaru reflected on his own path. Watching others chase clear goals made him question the true reason behind his desire to grow stronger. While resting after training, Masaru explained that he had been learning about different reasons people sought strength. Luxes listened as Masaru described warriors who fought for their homeland, loved ones, loyalty, and other personal ideals. He also remembered meeting fighters driven by wealth, recognition, or even harmful ambitions. Every warrior followed a different path. Luxes explained that victory depended on strength, not the value others assigned to someone's motivation. Fighters were judged by results. Hearing that, Masaru gained a new perspective. Rather than searching endlessly for a purpose, he decided to focus on becoming stronger first and discover his answer later. Masaru admitted he was still learning and training himself. Hearing that, Luxus decided it was time to teach him a new technique and called Sati to assist. After checking on the exhausted trainees, Masaru joined the others as Luxus prepared a demonstration of the special strike used during the tournament. Sati arrived, and Luxus instructed Masaru to watch carefully. While the technique was explained step by step, the demonstration began immediately. Sati launched an attack, but Luxus reacted smoothly and defended against it with precise timing. Observing the exchange, Masaru learned that the technique relied on reading subtle sounds and movements, allowing a fighter to respond before an attack fully unfolded. While watching the demonstration, Masaru noticed Luxus never made the usual stepping motion before attacking, revealing a subtle difference in technique. Luxus explained that shifting balance first removed unnecessary movement, making an advance faster and harder for opponents to react to. As the lesson continued, the group learned that eliminating preparation created a brief delay in the defender's response and improved attack speed. The technique, known as shukuchi, focused on launching attacks without obvious preliminary actions while maintaining natural movement. Recognizing the concept, Masaru connected it to knowledge he had studied before. His insight impressed the others and helped him understand the technique more deeply. Luxus explained that advanced users could make shukuchi appear like teleportation, causing observers to believe they had vanished completely. He demonstrated how shifting weight and repositioning the feet created smoother movement, giving the technique practical uses beyond surprise attacks. As Luxus moved continuously, his speed increased dramatically, leaving Masaru amazed by how quickly he crossed the training area. To demonstrate further, Luxus sparred with Sati. Their blades clashed repeatedly, while Masaru carefully observed every movement. After stopping the match, Sati explained that they began evenly matched, but Luxus possessed greater experience, while Sati relied on superior reflexes and mobility. Luxus explained that shukuchi only provided a small speed advantage, but repeated gains accumulated throughout a fight and created opportunities others could not match. He emphasized that those tiny advantages eventually allowed a swordsman to perform one extra action before an opponent could respond. Wanting Masaru and Sati to master the technique, Luxus stressed how decisive an additional move could be during battle. The lesson then became a trial. Masaru was ordered to face Luxus directly and apply what he had learned. Rather than offering guidance, Luxus challenged Masaru to overcome him someday, turning the training into a test of growth and determination. Masaru trained against a skilled swordswoman. Sweat covered his face as he tried to block her attacks, but her technique remained far beyond his reach. Soon afterward, the practice ended, exhausted from another loss. He thanked his instructor while several companions watched from nearby. Meanwhile, the group gathered around him as he rested on the ground. They quietly considered how many defeats he had suffered throughout the day. Elsewhere, experienced warriors discussed his progress. Although his determination was clear, they believed he was advancing faster than his abilities allowed. To illustrate the gap, the master demonstrated a flawless strike, revealing the level Masaru still aimed to achieve. After demonstrating his skill, the master assigned a student to clean the training hall. Before leaving, the master lightly touched the practice target. A hidden weakness appeared, revealing the precision behind his technique. Ladder. Training continued as Masaru practiced with his companions. Beyond the dojo, a rare flower quietly bloomed in the surrounding fields. As the day passed, the group hunted monsters and sharpened their combat skills. Evening eventually arrived, bringing everyone back together. During dinner, the adventurers relaxed and shared the meal. While discussing the day's events, Masaru listened carefully and reflected on his progress. Several students watched from the sidelines as training continued. Their attention shifted between the duel and a rare flower growing nearby, both showing signs of steady growth. Rain began to fall across the training grounds. Despite the weather, Masaru and the swordswoman continued their match while companions observed in silence. Water soaked their clothes as the duel dragged on. Even exhausted, Masaru refused to retreat and kept facing his opponent. At last, his strength gave out. The swordswoman turned away while Masaru knelt in the rain, unable to continue. After catching his breath, he rose and challenged her again, determined to improve despite another defeat. After the long training sessions, the master called Lux away for a private matter. The request immediately drew the attention of those nearby. Meanwhile, Masaru remained at the training grounds. His companions noticed him standing alone and watched from a distance across the courtyard. Soon, the swordswoman stepped forward and faced him once again. Realizing another challenge had begun, Masaru steadied himself and prepared for the duel. The match started instantly. Their blades collided, and Masaru reacted with greater focus than before, refusing to be overwhelmed. As the exchange intensified, rapid strikes filled the arena. Although still outmatched, Masaru pushed forward and demonstrated clear improvement in his technique. The spectators struggled to follow the duel. Each exchange happened so quickly that even experienced trainees could barely keep track of the swords. While defending himself, Masaru recalled how he had gradually learned difficult skills throughout his childhood. Every achievement had once seemed impossible at first. That realization strengthened his resolve. Instead of doubting himself, he accepted that improvement came through steady effort and persistence. Elsewhere, the master explained that progress was like climbing a long staircase. Individual steps seemed small, but together they led to great heights. Driven by that mindset, Masaru pushed forward. His opponent responded with a new technique, drawing gasps from the crowd as the fierce duel continued. The duel intensified as the swordswoman unleashed a rapid series of attacks. Around the arena, the spectators watched in amazement as Masaru struggled to keep pace. Even under relentless pressure, Masaru refused to give up. Confidence replaced hesitation, allowing him to continue matching her movements despite the overwhelming assault. Moments later, both fighters exchanged strikes at close range. Neither side backed away, and the battle remained fiercely contested. From the sidelines, several observers noticed a dangerous opening. Masaru's reaction lagged slightly behind his opponent's timing, placing him at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the experienced students analyzed the technique. They recognized that the swordswoman's dual-wielding style created endless pressure and left almost no opportunity for a counterattack. The observers studied the duel closely. While most believed the swordswoman's technique left no openings, one student continued searching for a way to overcome it. Suddenly, Masaru changed his movements. Instead of matching her pace directly, he adjusted his rhythm and forced the battle into a different flow. The shift caught the swordswoman's attention. For the first time, she recognized that his persistence was gradually turning into genuine strength. A decisive exchange followed. Masaru's weapon flew away, yet he managed to disrupt her attack and create an unexpected opening. Seeing the result, the swordswoman lowered her blade and ended the match. Although defeated once again, Masaru had earned her acknowledgement through his growth. After the duel ended, the swordswoman explained that every training session left small improvements behind. Over time, those efforts would accumulate into true skill. The master expanded on the lesson. He described a state where movement flowed naturally, free from hesitation, allowing technique to emerge without conscious thought. As the discussion ended, Masaru's companions rushed over to celebrate his progress. Their excitement reflected how much he had improved. Then the master revealed a surprising truth. Despite all of his hard work, Masaru had only just completed the basic foundations of swordsmanship. The swordswoman agreed with the assessment. Although his footwork had finally reached the required level, she remained confident that victory would still belong to her. The celebration around Masaru continued after training ended. While his companions encouraged him, far beyond the city walls, a distant fortress faced a growing threat. At the border, chaos erupted as monsters gathered in overwhelming numbers. Amid the battlefield, a powerful warrior welcomed the coming conflict.